Yo, 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 what is up, everybody? It has been a hot minute since we've had a stream. I hope you guys can hear me. Okay, I didn't even get to test out, make sure my mic was good. Does the audio sound good? Is everything good? It should hopefully be good. But hello, everybody. It has been a while. I was away for a long time, a very long time at this point. Yeah, I got back in literally to my apartment at almost midnight last night. So I am fairly tired. I've been basically doing stuff every day since what was it, Wednesday the 22nd. So pretty much every day I was out doing something, either for FF14 FanFest, or after that just sort of like enjoying being in LA with some time off, seeing friends and checking out things I've never checked out while I was there. So I've been away and we have a lot to catch up on. A absolute mega fuck ton of shit dropped during this whole time. Actually, yeah, because it was funny because I was like, oh, I'm being in LA, I'm gonna be driving and doing all kinds of stuff. I was like, I realized, I was like, man, I'm logging like 15,000 steps a day. Because I was just out all day, every day, usually. Yeah, like 2 days on Friday, 15,000 steps. The day before, 16,000 steps. The day before that, 10,000 steps. I was out and about and I was busy. So hello, everybody. It has been a hot minute. All's good, and even audio and video are desynced. Perfect. Is this man finally alive? I've been good. I've been good. There was a 14 collab with Jollibee. It's still going on. I still need to go to it because we stopped by, me and my friends who were in Anaheim for FanFest. We drove by the Jollibees that was like in Anaheim, and it was so crazy busy. Thank you, Puppy Chew, for the 9 months. Oh my God, I'm pregnant. Thank you so much. Also, thank you, Lucky Lotus, for the follow earlier. But we drove by the Jollibees that was in Anaheim, and it was crazy. It was like a line wrapped around the corner, like around like two corners of the restaurant. They did have like cool like decorations and stuff outside, and inside the decorations what I saw online looked really cool. But me and my friends we decided we are not we are not doing that shit. We are not waiting in that line for an entire day just to have Jollibees. Oh my God, one of those unexpected things I've heard you say. So yeah, we just did not decide to do that. That was just way too much. Because you could get trapped in that whole thing when you're out there. There were like so many things like that. Like there was also this cafe called Requiem Cafe. And thankfully we did get tickets. Like a friend of mine got tickets for like a reservation, but there were people waiting on standby for like hours to get into that cafe. And thankfully we didn't have to do that, but anything that had like a crazy long line like that, we just didn't even really bother. I don't know. We just didn't want to spend our entire trip in lines like that. The longest line that we stayed on though was for the keynote. We got in the line for the keynote. The keynote started at 10 a.m. We got in line for the keynote at like 6 a.m. So, and there were already a ton of people out there. We actually were like, we were originally planning to like get in line for the keynote at 8 a.m. And then that was like the conversation the day before. It was like, oh, maybe get there like 8, a couple hours ahead might be okay. But then like literally throughout the day, we just kept like creeping it like upward and upward and upward. We're just like, wow, that's 7:30, maybe 7:30. Oh, maybe 7. I don't know. It was like all because we were traveling with a couple, girls who wanted to do like makeup and stuff. So they were like, well, we're going to be up at 5 or 5:30. And so we're like, oh, well, shit, we'll wake up for that too. Like, and then if we're up, because you're up, then maybe we could just get online. So anyway, it creeped back to us being like in line at like 6 a.m. Which actually worked out perfectly because, like I said, it was already we got great seats. I wasn't even sure we were going to get great seats because there were already so many people in line when we got there. But we did get really good seats, and I'll show you where we were sitting and everything in a second. So we did a whole bunch so that was really fun. They did announce the Evercold expansion, What's going on, Pac-Man? They did announce the Evercold expansion. It was funny because if you're a 14 follower that happens to be in chat, you know, the reaction to Dawntrail, which is the most recent expansion, wasn't super positive, including myself. You know, I wasn't that super hot on it. Like story-wise, your second is long over. I don't know what that means. But Dawntrail was disappointing from a storytelling perspective in a lot of ways. And one of the things I really noticed was like, it felt like the writing quality had dropped, like not just in terms of like story events, but even like moment to moment, like how things played out, how characters talked, like everything felt a little bit off. And I realized that like Ishikawa, who had written Shadowbringers and Endwalker, didn't write Dawntrail. But they said that she was like sort of like overseeing it. And I just remember even feeling like while playing Dawntrail, it just didn't feel like there was any sense of Ishikawa at all. Like really didn't feel like she was even really overseeing it. And I don't know what happened behind the scenes, but one of the things that really stood out in the keynote for 14 was it really felt like they kind of yada past Dawntrail. They were like, you know, they were like, this is the start of the new they call it the Godless Realms saga. It's like this is the start of the new saga. The new saga begins now. Like they use a lot of language that's sort of past Dawntrail. It was sort of like ignored Dawntrail to some extent. Even though they did stuff like play music from Dawntrail and like things like that, it was very much a sense that like the real beginning to the new 14 adventure starts now. And I was even reminded of back when Dawntrail was being promoted, they were like, you know, we tried a lot of different things. We'll see how the community reacts and, you know, we'll move forward from there. There was like, they didn't really hype the story for Dawntrail at all. They were kind of like, this is just like a fun little adventure, yada yada. Like seeing like looking back at it, looking back at those quotes and like the things that they said leading to Dawntrail again, it does feel like, and even looking at the gameplay updates, so they made a bunch of gameplay updates for 14 that were like, for some people it's like a long time coming, for some it's like regular quality of life stuff that's very nice, but they literally have completely rebuilt the combat system also for like all the jobs. And I feel like a lot of the planning and a lot of some of the work for that probably happened even while Dawntrail was being developed, because some of these updates are pretty major. And so I would imagine they take like a while to do. So they may have been in the pre-planning stage or something even while Dawntrail was being made and being released. So I get the sense that all brings back to what I was saying about Ishikawa. I get the sense that like both from a game design perspective and also from a story perspective, they were kind of like 7.0 was like a stopgap. We all felt that about the patches after Endwalker. But it really feels like even 7.0 as a whole felt like, yeah, an anime filler arc, a Mega Taco. It did feel like a bit like they kind of, it was a bit of a stopgap. It was a bit of a bridge, that they were kind of not committed to. I haven't played the new, patch that dropped yet because I was away. But I've heard really good things about 7.5, 7.4 I thought was very good too. 7.4 was the first time I felt like characters, even the way they talked, felt like Final Fantasy 14. I hope that they learned from Dawntrail what not to do. Yeah, like I said, I think Dawntrail really felt a little bit like B-Team. Although there were some things that I thought were pretty good, like I think dungeon design and stuff was pretty good in Dawntrail. But yeah, looking back on it, it really feels like they sort of like kind of yada past. 1995 Dragon, do you think Evercold release will mean FF7 is pushed back? I don't think it's pushed back necessarily. I mean, if you guys have been following me on streams for long enough, you know that I've been sort of like feeling like January was always aggressive. Given the way that Hamaguchi has talked about how well development was going and everything like that, I did feel like I have felt more and more like, oh, January might be a possibility. I mean, the thing to keep in mind also when it comes to January is that they couldn't even recreate the 30th anniversary release date, even if they wanted to, because January 31st, which is the actual 30th anniversary of FF7, is a Sunday. So it's not even like a normal release day for a video game. So they couldn't even repeat that day like that if they, like I said, even if they wanted to. So I always thought January was a bit of a stretch. I mean, you also have to take this into account, chat, that think about how long game development is now for most AAA games. It usually takes 4, 5, 6 years, right? Like God of War, between God of War and God of War Ragnarok, I think was 4 or 5 years. Same thing for the Horizon sequel. Same thing for like Death Stranding. Tears of the Kingdom from Breath of the Wild, I think was 5 years, maybe 6 years. Like most AAA games take like 4, 5, 6 years to have a sequel come out. So for part 3 to come out in January, remember it came out February 29th, 2024. So if it came out in January 2027, you're talking like 2 years, 11 months. You have one of the fastest turnarounds for the development of a AAA game. Even if they started some development back in 2022, like Nomura said, it's still just extremely fast. It's extremely fast. That's why I always felt like January was a bit of a stretch. So again, I don't think they pushed back from January. I don't think January was ever really realistic. I do think March is possible. And yeah, like the fiscal year would end at the end of March. So personally, I'm thinking more like March. I know on the Warriors of Hype podcast that they just did on Friday night, Excalibur talked about March 3rd, I think it was, because technically that was the original release date for FF7 Remake. So a little bit of poetry there would be cool. I could see that. I could definitely see that. I'm personally more in the camp of like a March release date. Let me catch up a little bit on chat. All Hamaguchi really said was it's still being worked on. All right. He still didn't give any actual news on it. Yeah, for sure. I mean, we'll talk about, I haven't seen all of Hamaguchi's interviews. He's had like several interviews, so I have them all loaded up. I haven't read, I've only seen like a couple of things that like Genki has tweeted out, including like the 40 playthroughs thing that we'll talk about, which I do think is a little bit much ado about nothing. Like, it's cool that he's played it 40 times, but we'll talk about, like, I don't think it's, you know, as crazy of a thing as people are making it out to be. But we'll check out the interviews, and we'll see everything that he said, because I also feel like there's probably some stuff that it was maybe even overlooked in some of the like Twitter highlights and recaps and stuff. But we'll take a look. Hey, SubTXT made an analysis theory on Reddit of FF7 Remake Final Battle and how it ties to the start of Rebirth. Yeah, you can link to it. That's fine. That's one of the challenges we have in game dev. Everything takes so damn long. The investments need a ton of sell-through to make sense of these massive titles. We gotta spore it up, or maybe shore it up. If we want to keep making these, or something, we gotta something it up. If we want to keep making, maybe shorten, to keep making these games. I think that's one of the reasons AI gets so much nonsensical attention. I mean, I think AI has its uses probably in game development. Like, it's been used even within Remake. Like, Remake basically has AI do a lot of the voice sync matching for regular NPCs. That's been since the first game. I think like things like that will help, you know, so you don't have to hand animate like mouth movements and like regular NPC dialogue, for example. Those kinds of uses for AI, I think, are perfectly fine. You know, you don't want it making art and things like that. And any of the actual cutscenes, like the big, you know, important cutscenes, those are still like hand animated with the mouth movements. But I know for like general NPCs, and as you're walking around the world or interacting with like a shopkeeper or any kind of regular NPC who might give you a mission, those are all automated. But so things like that definitely help, and I think will be part of like game development for sure. People somehow really don't understand that a dev playing through the game over the years during development is very different than us playing a finished product hopefully next year. Yeah, I mean, I was planning on talking about this later, but I knew it would come up early already. But yeah, I saw somebody kind of related to any other kind of like work and project thing that you might work on, right? Like, for example, hey Alex, what's going on? For example, like when I'm working on a script for a video, you know, like I'm rereading and rewriting that thing over and over again. But it's still, you know, it's a work in progress thing, and it's just probably a different type of engagement. We'll talk about it though. We'll talk about it. But speaking of that, so we have a bunch of topics today. There will be timestamps eventually for this stream, for this VOD. We already talked a little bit about FanFest. We'll say a couple more things about it. There are new interviews with Hamaguchi we'll talk through. There are a couple of cast interviews, including the famous one where Cody dropped the spoiler, which I did watch. I did watch that part of it, and I don't think it's that much of a spoiler. But I know everyone really kind of like had a hot reaction to it. And then we'll also play NieR Replicant. There's also another like 18-minute cast thing that I saw literally right before stream started that I was like, oh, we'll check that out too. But let me switch to our main conversation thing. All right. Oh, why is chat off to the side? That's weird. There we go. I was in the wrong place. And then let me grab chat back on my end so I can see you guys while we do this. Cody didn't really spoil anything in my opinion, but people are taking it as like, I mean, he kind of hinted basically at the live stream sequence in a way. But not in a way that was like, oh my God, you know? Yeah, playthrough can mean anything. He could be using dev cheats to speed through the game, testing specific parts. Yeah. I mean, he did say like full playthroughs, but even then, you know, I think people like even that could be like a difference in like translation and whatnot. Like he's definitely playing it a fuckload, which is literally his job. So that's the main takeaway, is that if there's anything to take away from it, might as well just talk about it a little bit now. If there's anything to take away from it, like he played through it a bunch. And he's played through it by saying 40. We know they're like deep in development, right? Which we kind of figured. You know, if they're releasing this game early 2027, like most of us assumed, then yeah, I hope he's played through it like 40 times or some version of it 40 times. That's quite literally his job. It's what he has to do. And it's not even all that uncommon for game developers to play through the games obsessively. And we'll talk about examples of that also. Did you see the new revelation about Reaper's cover? I did not. What was the new revelation? All it does is give you more confidence in development pipeline and schedule. Yeah, 100%, Tyler. It's exactly the main takeaway. The full playthroughs, again, you also just don't know what he means by full playthroughs, right? Does he mean story? Is that even like 100? How literally do you take it? Is part of it even like a translation thing? The guy in September said that we would see this game in the near future and very soon, and that was in September of last year, and we still haven't seen it. So like, yes, he's played through it a lot. It's very exciting. He's already said before that the game is complete. Like he said that back in like January, like the game is complete. Like the main sort of like scenario is all done. Yeah, they've been talking about polish, right? So like, yes, but you know, again, I think people are somewhat overstating it, and it's kind of his job. Like seeing this cover side by side. Oh yeah, I think I saw somebody tweet this, like the next one will be blue sky with the high wind. Oh, yeah, this is actually literally, I think, a tweet that was screenshot, just not with the person's. It's not with credit really for the person who posted it, but seeing those covers side by side, it's clear the next cover has a blue sky and the high wind. Yeah, I mean, it's like very likely it'll have a blue sky, you know, maybe the high wind, who knows? Yeah, I mean, I agree, but we'll see. We'll see. Hey, what's going on, DeWolfie? I see full as from start to finish if it's a correct translation at the beginning of development without any fight bosses, finished cutscenes. This could be like 10 hours just to see what the scene's dialogue fits in during development. Yeah, we'll talk about it. I have a whole section of this dedicated to that, so we'll talk about that. I don't want to get too deep into it right now because it's like, I just think people are putting too much into it personally. Like, in fact, I hope he's not just doing complete playthroughs. Like, all right, I'm going to play it from beginning to end again. You know what I mean? Like, sure, there's value in that. I think the biggest thing to take away from that is, like, hopefully he's really taken the feedback around pacing into account. But I also realized I haven't had water. I've just had coffee. Give me a second. Let me grab water. Grimstorm, what do you mean by QTE segment? Has there's like multiple QTE segments in both games. So I don't really know what to make of that. So yeah, it could be wireframes. Like, for example, I was shown this before. Hold on, let me find it. You know what? I'll save this for when we talk about
someone like my
in more detail. But let's start with the proper sort of plan that I had. So yeah, a whole bunch today. First of all, shout out to my patrons. Technically it's patrons, but it always sounds weird because it's part of Patreon. Thank you so much, CL, for subscribing. But thank you so much for everybody who's on Patreon supporting me. Stylwick, Spartan, Rayleigh Criterion, Oz, Stefaroth, Ben Bolton, and The Last Belgian. Thank you so much. If you want to join that, you can join at patreon.com/subtext_. First thing that we have is, yes, I found this goofy picture on Google and I found it really funny because it is Tifa's birthday, which usually I don't do like a big thing around like fictional characters' birthdays, but it happens to be today. So, oh shoot. So yes, Tifa Lockhart's birthday is May 3rd, and it is literally May 3rd. So shout out to Tifa for her birthday. Again, I usually don't do things on like characters' birthdays because they're not real people. But I guess that would actually get me into a fight with like Expedition 33 terms. But it is cool. I've never actually had, I don't think any of because usually when I've had FF7 character birthdays come up, they're usually some point during the week and not when I'm streaming. So given the fact that's actually happening today, and she's gonna have probably the biggest fucking role in part 3. Like, of all the characters left, like, I know people have really felt they've kind of been waiting for, like, you know, her sort of moment to happen, and like this too is you know, she unlocks everything. So it's gonna be a big game for Tifa, and there's a lot that's coming that's already in the original, like live stream sequence and everything. But the biggest thing that people don't really talk about, thank you Sprankadank for subbing. The other thing that I've talked about a whole lot is the fact that she literally pushes back on Bugenhagen's definition of the live stream, and it is the definition of the live stream as we've always known it. Like in Cosmic Canyon, that's pretty much a whole new plot point that didn't really exist in the OG. Like, really, like, questioning, it's like, oh, does the energy just return to the planet, or does it become something else? That's like a whole new thought that wasn't in the OG. And she proposed it. Bugenhagen's like, no, you're crazy. And so I think like a lot of the things that are going to be big revelations in part 3, not just from what we know, but even when it comes to the broader meta story are going to be filtered through her perspective. She should learn Final Heaven from finishing off Scarlet on the Junon canon, and then hopefully she has a way better slap fight sequence than the one that we saw in Ever Crisis. But I think that'd be probably too early for her to get Final Heaven, because that'll, like, the Junon canon will be really early in part 3. But I mean, she'll definitely get Final Heaven for sure. I just don't know if it'll be like then. Like, she could get it from maybe beating Scarlet in the Return to Midgar, because that'll be closer to when you would get like a max, your final limit break sort of thing. In OG, Tifa had to be mostly quiet for most of the game for plot reasons. In Re-Trilogy, they've already had way more for, obviously the payoff is going to be so sick. Yeah, and like part of her story is sort of like pulling back and holding on to certain things, not necessarily out of, I mean, the main reason why she doesn't speak up earlier in the story is because she doesn't understand what's going on either, and doesn't want to like accuse Cloud of something when she doesn't even know the answer to the thing. Like, he knows things that he shouldn't know. She can't explain that. And it's really through the process of going through the live stream sequence with him that she also comes to realize what exactly happened. And all of those things that were a mystery to her sort of get revealed. You know, the truth comes for both of them in the live stream sequence. So, FF14 FanFest. So appropriately, as FF14 music plays in the background, lo-fi. I think this is a Gridania lo-fi. But FanFest happened in Anaheim not so long ago. I was there. So here's a picture of the convention center right before that. I was traveling with, you know, some of my friends from New York. This is us sort of arriving in LA, including Tiff Lockhart and a couple of my friends. We got there Wednesday the 22nd, which was nice because the actual like keynote wasn't until Friday. So we had like a day to sort of like relax and sort of explore and do things. Here we were at the Requiem Cafe, is what I mentioned earlier. Of like, there's this like cafe that had a bunch of different stuff, a bunch of like cool drinks and little sort of like finger foods and whatnot. It was a pretty cool space. This was the keynote morning. This is the keynote morning where it's like, this is when we lined up. This is literally like 6 a.m. when we lined up. It might have been closer to 6:30 at this time. But it was fairly early, but you could already see there's a big like line of people even behind us already. And then very shortly after, this is probably like 8 a.m. Is just how full it was behind me in line for the keynote. It was pretty nuts. These were our seats. So we had a really good view. We're pretty close to the stage, which was pretty great. This was probably one of the most hype moments of the show. Hold on. They announced that the Alliance raid for the next expansion is going to be an Evangelion collab. So yeah, Jake, yeah, they announced it's going to be, there's like a big raid series that's going to be part of the next expansion, and it's going to be Evangelion themed. And yeah, 30th anniversary for them too, which is really cool. So there was that was like the biggest explosion during the keynote was definitely for that. The actual like FanFest itself had a bunch of interactive things, including if you played this fight in the Arcadion, there's this fight with this guy called Dancing Green. So they have like a dancing floor for people to sort of like do the same action that's in the battle, where you have to like stand in these like lights, these like lighted areas to protect yourself. So there was a crazy line for this the entire time that we were there. A lot of people cosplayed as Dancing Green, including one dude that was really cool that I met. And he was like, ended up doing like a whole like dancing thing in the hotel that I posted on Twitter. So then, you know, the rest of the trip, there's way more pictures than this, but like I was just sort of like just showing you a little bit more. I had my GTA 5 moment. I've been to LA several times, but I've never been to Griffith Observatory. So this is incredibly cool. And just like cool from like, just, you know, Griffith Observatory is famous like in film, especially like it was in I think Rebel Without a Cause. There's like a big scene where he drives up there, like James Dean or whatever. It was in like La La Land, and it's in GTA 5 as like a major you see your neighborhood. Oh shit, Labib Zahid, are you in LA? So I'd never been to Griffith Observatory. I'd gone up like Running Cannon, which I think might link up to it, or gets close to it, but I've never been to Griffith Observatory itself. So this is really cool, and it's like very charming in person. Like it has sort of like, so I did this, which is incredibly cool. Oh, you are in LA. I did this, which they have the big telescope, which you can look through, and as it looks like it's pointed at the moon. So you can see the moon like a little bit more detail, a little bit more up close. It's not crazy up close, like you still see the entire like moon within your view. It's not like you're like really looking at the surface or like one part of the moon. But still it's cool to see. There is, you know, the planetarium itself, which this is me sitting in it. This is the shot from, or the scene from, or the sequence from La La Land, where they're sort of like, so definitely well worth doing if you're ever in LA. Actually, like high key recommend Griffith Observatory. It's really cool. It exceeded my expectations. I thought it'd be like kind of a cool little thing, but I ended up really enjoying it. I also went to the Academy Museum. They had a whole thing on, technically it was specifically about Ponyo, but they had all of the Studio Ghibli, like they had like all of the posters for every Studio Ghibli movie, sort of on the wall here, which was really cool. They had a whole like Bong Joon-ho exhibit. He's the guy who did Parasite and a bunch of other movies. If you've never seen Memories of Murder, by the way, that is a movie you have to check out. It's from like 2001 or something. It's from the same director. It's incredibly good. Like the closest comparison I can give you is like if you like the movie Zodiac with like Jake Gyllenhaal and whatnot, that's like the closest comparison for like the type of movie it is. But very cool movie. And kind of overlooked because it was like much earlier in his career. That's a really good fucking movie. They also had this like these exhibits of from these like set from the set decorator of a bunch of movies from like Anna Karenina to Barbie, and one of the sets that they worked on was the Beauty and the Beast remake. And I sent these pictures to like the FF content creator group chat that I'm in. And I was like, don't bring Hamaguchi here because he'll never leave, because it's all just like the fucking Beauty and the Beast shit, including like the, you know, the ripped up sort of artwork that Beast slashes, the rose, in person, all that look very cool though. This is me in Sleep Easy waiting for the Mario Kart ride at Super Nintendo World. So it was a whole lot of fun. It was very exciting trip. But the thing that got me, that was, you know, sent me there, like I said, was the Evercold announcement and trailer. And that's coming January of next year. So it's like right around the corner. We already talked about the implications of that. Again, I think part 3 is going to be more March anyway. I always thought January was a bit of a aggressive leap. Because like I said, if they actually hit January, it means that they would have developed part 3. The entire time between Rebirth and part 3 would have been like 2 years, 11 months. And that's incredibly fast. Like, even if they hit the 3-year mark, that's incredibly impressive for the way that, for the amount of time it takes to make AAA games these days. Looks like you had a great time. I did have a great time. There's a lot of things that, you know, I didn't show. I went to the tar pits, which I've never been to. That was really cool. Just a bunch of other stuff. Saw some friends, kind of walked around neighborhoods. things like that. But demo 1's are in Game Awards. Demo 2 ended January. I didn't see Baby Seal. No, I didn't see Baby Seal because he lives further away. He lives like almost an hour-ish away from LA. So I saw Sleep Easy, I saw Joshy Poo. Those are the two I really saw. I traveled to FanFest with like Tiff Lockhart, which like that was cool too. Because I mean she's from New York, I'm from New York. We've known each other. I was actually counting it with her the other day. Because we were in the card. We're like, how long? I've technically known her for like 3 years, which I didn't even realize. But yeah, I met her through Blitz actually at New York Comic Con years back. So yeah, it's kind of crazy. It's like part of the emo post that I posted on Twitter of like all the cool people that I met who were like, you know, really awesome in my life. But yeah, Joshy Crab, he is a game developer. But he's made like FF7 videos. He's made E33 videos, stuff like that. He's a cool guy. Did I talk to anyone in person about NieR? No, I didn't talk to anybody about NieR. So interview time. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about this. So yeah, this happened too, which was the Sephiroth lemon thing, which is really funny. The actual like image of him like biting on the lemon is really hilarious and obviously turned very sexual online because that's what people do online. Let's talk through some of these things. So the interviews, like I said, I didn't have time to really do the traditional prep that I usually do for these streams. Usually I'd have these like quotes sort of like populated here in my thing, in my little Google Slides. I didn't have time for that, chat. I got home at midnight last night. I was tired. And I woke up late. So I did all of that like an hour before stream. When life gives you lemons, add Sephiroth. Yeah. So let's check out what was said here. Is there an actual interview or is it just like these quotes? FF7 fans are eagerly awaiting news in the upcoming yada yada. Recently interviewed Hamaguchi-san. And asked how third game is progressing. To our surprise, he confirmed that he's already completed over 40 full playthroughs. That's quite an accomplishment. But we imagine it's probably necessary to ensure the experience works as intended and doesn't contain any nasty surprises. Here's what he had to say. We're very excited about how the game is currently progressing. I've already completed over 40 full playthroughs. I can't wait for as many people as possible to experience the game for themselves. And myself and the team are working hard to ensure we can create an unforgettable gameplay experience. No release date yet. When questioned about the short gap between the release of Remake and Rebirth on Switch 2, Hamaguchi may have subtly hinted at the idea of closing the trilogy fairly soon after, maintaining a steady cadence of launches to tell the overarching story. Quote, with large-scale titles like this one, it's common for a long gap to exist between the first and second installments. However, because they were ports, we decided we could deliver them without leaving much of a gap. We want to capitalize on this cadence and moment to tie the experiences together without any gaps, from Remake to Rebirth to finally the third installment that lies beyond them. So I think in tandem, is Hamaguchi jobless to play the game 40 times? I did see that joke. I think that came up even in it might have been the Warriors of Hype podcast. But yeah, that was really funny. Like real unemployed behavior from Hamaguchi here, playing the game 40 times. Yeah, I mean, we talked about it a bit already. 40 times is definitely a lot. I mean, the biggest thing for me to take away, again, I think is how these work in tandem also. Like the fact that, I think somebody brought this up in the Discord also, of like, technically saying that, you know, the third one, trying to like not create as much of a gap. That will be true in general, right? Like if it's early 2027, then there won't be much of a gap between the Rebirth release on Switch 2 to part 3. But the real question is, does that also mean multi-plat day one? Does that mean that because the gap for us who played it at launch will be 3 years, but the gap for somebody on Switch 2, if it releases day one on Switch 2, will just be, it'll be less than a year. It'll be 8 months, 9 months, whatever it is, if it's early 2027, like a March 2027 date. If it were something like that, like that would be, we've all wondered if it'll be multi-plat day one. That's maybe a little bit aggressive to try and get that, but I think I think everyone's sort of leaning that way, right? That it could be multi-plat day one. And I do think that's why we'll see it at Summer Games Fest, because they'll probably want to announce that it's multi-platform, not have it tied to a state of play, which is naturally linked to PlayStation. So that's probably even more exciting. The fact that like everyone will be able, hopefully be able to get to play it on day one, even on these other platforms. I don't know if you guys saw Max playing the Switch 2 version. I haven't played the Switch 2 demo yet. I'm sure you guys have. But I had hotel Wi-Fi, so there was no chance I was gonna be able to download a 90 gig or whatever it is demo, or 50 gig demo on Switch 2. But I did watch Max play a little bit of it, and I found this part pretty funny. Where was it? Hold on.
Great.
Yeah. So when he was playing through it, he went to the flower field, and he was like, "It looks good." You know, the game look how it does look rough here though. Like, you can see these. Look at these textures on the mountains. Like this is pretty rough looking.
Of this whole thing.
Like, goddamn, it looks like a cartoon. Looks pretty bad. Plastic mountains, yeah. They're like rubber, plastic. Yeah, it's very weird. And then the other thing is like the actual flower field itself, like it's very sparse. Like it's very sparse.
Funny.
Like there are flowers, but this is like a full ass field on PS5 and PC and Xbox, I'm sure.
How good it looks when you turn the
it's like an N64 mountain. You're right. You're right. Yeah, it's like very, very sparsely populated. But man, those mountains though are really, yeah, N64 ass mountains. This kind of is what it looks like when you do the planet really is dying here. Like when you do the free cam on PC and you take the camera far away from anything rendered in the scene that you're at, it can look like this sometimes. But that's usually when you like take the camera in free cam like very far from wherever you're currently loaded. So yeah, it's very funny. After really enjoying the Hamaguchi quote, I've seen a tweet that him playing through the game 40 times obviously means his game is super short and things have been cut. No, I don't think that's true at all. Yeah. The game is not shortened. It's not all that shit. Like people are just brain dead. So for example, to go talk about this 40 playthrough thing. There was, like I said, I looked into this some more and I saw people mention stuff like this. So this was an article in 2023 by our boy Gene Park. The genius behind Zelda is at the peak of his power and feeling his age. So this is the director who worked on like Tears of the Kingdom, etc. And the opening paragraph of this is Eiji Onuma, I'm probably saying that very wrong, is tired. He's played The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom 20 times over the past few years to test early versions of the title he oversaw as producer. It used to take him days to play through a game. Now it's a week and a half because he's like in his 60s. But this dude played Tears of the Kingdom during development 20 times, right? And Tears of the Kingdom is a massive game. Again, tested probably different versions of it and whatnot. But it's, again, you're going to be obsessively playing your game if you're directing the game. So there is also famously Masahiro Sakurai has been a bit of a fanatic when he works. At this point here, he had an IV drip that he played through when he was working on Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. In an interview with the Japanese magazine Nintendo Dream, translated by Nintendo Everything, Sakurai relayed a story about the development of presumably Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, where he had symptoms of something that resembled food poisoning. He couldn't figure out where he could have eaten bad food and suggested it would be the kind of thing you go to the hospital for, but instead, he simply hooked himself to an IV drip and continued working. I guess I'm a hard worker, Sakurai told the incredulous interviewer. I'm a freelancer, so I don't have any strict rules on my time. As long as I can complete the game, I could show up to the office once per week and I think I'd be within the realm of forgiveness. But instead, I make sure I come to work every day and write proper daily reports and such. I'm always working, but there's a lot of things to keep me in good spirits. So he's also fanatical in terms of like he got on tendonitis during one of the Smash developments. So there's another one that happened. There was a time where I had a problem with my shoulder. It was years ago and it's fine now. People at my age are more likely to get stiff shoulders, but in my case, the cause was clear, which was calcific tendonitis. Then he's now 50. He was 51 at the time of this writing of this report. It was first reported that he was diagnosed with calcific tendonitis 7 years ago during development of Super Smash Bros. 4. So these guys are always working on this stuff. They're always working incredibly dedicated hours. Like I said, playing it 20 times, playing through Tears of the Kingdom 20 times also sounds like a Herculean effort. But it's something you do when you're a developer. And again, this was brought up, I think, by Nick, who mentioned what that even might look like. It's probably different from what it looks like in your head, right? Because when games are in development and you're working on games in development, this is like an example from the Last of Us 2 documentary, but the games are not like usually completed art. They're a lot of times like wireframes or early versions. They do like things like almost like a god mode where you see them sort of take a character from one part of the map to the next, sort of like in a dev state. Where was it? You would see gameplay like this, right? This is like in development gameplay for probably one of those beautiful looking games of all time. Like this is what game development could look like. This is what all this testing could look like. This is see flying a character to a location. Okay, let's test this out, right? This is, you know, how it could look. It could be things like this. So, it's, you know, all I'm trying to say is it is very exciting. Placeholder animations, previous cutscenes. Yeah. So I'm very excited that he's played it 40 times. I think that is exciting that he's played it 40 times. Who knows what state it is in those moments. I think he's just playing through the content. For me, the biggest thing that I hope for from that Hamaguchi quote is it reminds me of what he's talked about a lot in recent interviews is like taking the feedback around pacing to heart. There was a lot of comments about the pacing of the game. That was one that came up. I'm sure we'll run into that part of the interview somewhere. But there was an interview this week where he's talking about the sort of like players' emotional passage of time and making sure that feels sort of right. So hopefully he took into account the Palmer, the Palmer stuff with Dine, or for me, probably the most relevant. I think the biggest offender in Rebirth was actually, as much as I love Gi no Tak and like all the Gi stuff that was added in Cosmo Canyon, the sort of like the way Gi no Tak enters that scene with Naoki and Setzo, like literally Barrett starts crying because of what's happening, and within seconds the sort of like red mist comes around and Gi no Tak shows up. He like crashes the scene, and that's a moment where I feel like you don't have enough space as a player. So hopefully in these test playthroughs, he's also getting a sense of how that stuff feels. And hopefully he took that feedback into account for how they do some of those, how they space out some of those emotional moments. Alex, this is a Hamaguchi quote from London Comic-Con last year. As soon as this panel finishes, I'm getting off stage, running straight to my hotel and back to checking some of the levels in the game that we've already created. Also regarding the 40 plus playthroughs, I saw a tweet of someone who said Hamaguchi said something similar about Rebirth during a pre-release event. It's how he's built. It's just how he's built. Yeah. Yes, that is something I said as well. The scenes are good, but they're not allowed to breathe. That was really annoying. Yeah, there's danger that pacing can feel too slow when you replay something far too much. Yeah, that is a good point, Espresso B. Yeah, that's actually a very good point. Is sometimes when you're obsessively working on something, because I at least have experienced that from working on videos when I worked on videos, is you watch something so much that you start to think, oh, can I just cut this? Can I cut this? Can I cut that? Like, you start to get impatient because you know what comes next. And you start to feel like, oh, maybe I'm dragging this on too much. And it takes a lot of, I guess, resolve to realize that, yes, but you might feel that way, but it's because you played it 40 times, or you've worked on this thing and you've like edited this thing 40 times, whatever. You have to keep in mind that first experience. So that could actually have affected why things felt so sped up in Rebirth, is that maybe in the course of development and replaying it over and over, like Alex said that they did, that they sort of lost perspective, and they were just like, maybe we could just, you know, put these moments together, or shrink this gap. And so that could have been even a factor of like why I felt that way in Rebirth. For me, they should have done the Barrett dying scene and have a moment where you could walk around as Cloud right after the scene with Red Dead finishes, once you try to leave the area. That's what Soul, that is exactly what I thought since day one, since the first time I played the Cosmo Canyon bit. I was like, I don't know why they didn't just make it so that as you're exiting the cave following Bugenhagen, so you kind of give Seto his space, that you give that scene, that moment, its space, and then as you're walking out, then along that path, Ginata could show up and do that. I mean, the one thing that is unnecessary probably, but I could see in their minds is, if you remember how that scene goes, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, chapter 10, the way that whole thing ends is kind of strange. So when you return from the Gi village, the transition is kind of funky.
The material.
It's like very
Alas,
sudden.
It appears we have been discovered. I trust you will return our materia to its rightful home. Only you can end our torment.
So the screen flashes, they're with Ginata, and then suddenly they return directly where they left off. Yeah, we talked about the happy birthday to Tifa.
I guess we're back?
Even Aerith is sort of confused. She's like, I guess we're back? Yeah. Like, because what you experienced was you walked through that sort of like tunnel that Cloud looks at, and it's actually blocked off. And if you run up to this, it actually is a wall. So you followed Ginata through this path, and then went through a whole river thing, the river Styx basically, and then you ended up at Gi village, and then you transported suddenly here, and it's like instantaneously, like, I guess we're back. Even like that line is kind of funky, and it reminds me of FF7 OG full playthrough. What happens in Whirlwind Maze? So in Whirlwind Maze, there's that moment where you're in the Nibelheim scene, right? And like you're in the Nibelheim scene with Sephiroth, and he mind fucks you. And then it cuts to Hojo and Rufus and Scarlet. Why is it not loading? And suddenly they just show up. And the Shenron characters see even Scarlet. Hey, where did you come from? Don't know. Then it sort of like ends up in the same space as Rufus, Scarlet, and Hojo. So I don't know if that's like purposeful to sort of like establish that characters could be in one space and then immediately be in another space. With like how they did that Cosmo Canyon transition from Gi back to where Seto was. I don't know if they're like it's like doing a reference to that like kind of sort of a similar thing that happens here, maybe. It's probably unnecessary, but I could see them wanting to like have that sort of like logic for how that kind of like transition works for when they do it later, when they're standing in this space when it's Nibelheim, and then suddenly it transitions to them being in the space with Sephiroth above them. Notice also how they left in the middle of the night and came out by early morning. Cloud and Company really spent like 6 hours, maybe just with the Gi. I just realized I've actually been really chill with the wait for the remake since TGA, and now a month before some Games Fest, I'm really getting FF7 restless again. Yeah, we're almost there. We're almost there. So that's maybe one reason why they did that. All right, let's check out some of these other interviews though. So I haven't seen all these interviews, but let's talk a little bit about them. So this one's from Comic Book. Oh, so this is the comic book one. This is the one that's like been the most referenced. I would say get comfortable, chat, because everyone has jumped to a ton of the quotes at the end, and we'll definitely talk about them. But I also wanted to just read these interviews with you guys like more in full. So Comic Book, how much a development team needs to change, tweak Rebirth to make it work for the Switch 2? Any specific work needed to accommodate the console's unique elements? Let me just make sure this is like as zoomed in for you guys as it can be. All right, Hamaguchi. Rather than a significant overhaul, our refinements primarily focus on fleshing out how we can make the experience work, because Rebirth features large-scale fields with heavy processing loads. It can be ported to the Switch 2 as is. That led us to take a step back and reassess things from our approach to rendering techniques, lighting, background streaming. We were especially keen on ensuring that switching between handheld and dock modes never made players feel like they were playing a different game. My theory is that the Cetra removed the party from the Village of the Gi and returned them to Cosmic Canyon. I can see why you would find it weird. Wasn't a good transition of scenes. Yeah. What's good about this too is what's really good about having Rebirth on Switch 2 is they've now learned a lot of tricks and secrets on like how to make a game that big work on Switch 2. So when they do that work for part 3, hopefully it just goes a little bit smoother. We prioritize stability and consistency of experience, exploring sensible solutions while keeping how games were played on Switch 2 in mind. Through that process, we gained a very clear sense that an open world experience of this scale can truly work across different environments. That realization isn't limited to Rebirth. It serves as a major source of validation for us as we take the series to the finish line in the trilogy. Yeah, so that makes sense. It's basically what I was just saying about how they could take a lot of these learnings and use it for part 3. Are there any elements that are unique to the ports of Rebirth, or will it be the same game currently on PS5? There's no platform exclusive content. The story or gameplay, fundamental philosophy is that the core experience of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth should remain consistent no matter where it's played. At the same time, we made adjustments to performance, rendering, yada yada, rather than creating differences with separate content. Yeah, obviously that's obvious. What was the process like of bringing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth to the Switch 2 and Xbox? Was that something the team had in mind during development, or something that came about over time? We didn't have specific platforms in mind at the start of development. That said, in recent years, gaming has moved beyond a single environment and has become standard for players to choose how and where they play based on their individual lifestyles. We felt the game wouldn't hold up if we were to ignore that assumption. On the content side, the FF7 Remake series has always been driven by the goal of delivering this story properly to as many players as possible. I mean, that's not entirely true, right? Like, they had PS5 in mind at the start of development because it was a PlayStation exclusive. But it's not as if like they made things that only worked with the PlayStation, right? It's not like they had like a Metal Gear Solid type of thing where it interacted with the hardware, or it was like deeply integrated with like the way the controller worked and stuff like that. So in that way, yes, it could be put on anything. Because that, since the relatively early stages of development, we began asking ourselves what format would allow us to realize the same experience even across different platforms. It didn't feel like the decisions to port the games to Switch 2 and Xbox were made later or abruptly. Rather, they feel like a natural outcome we settled on as a result of continuing to refine our thinking around how to respond to evolving playstyles while building on the experience we gained from Remake. I mean, I don't take this for at its word either. Like I said, these decisions were made later, right? Like, there's a reason it took several years to get on Xbox and to get on Switch. So, kind of calling bullshit, but at the game, yes, it still feels like the natural outcome. Like, it still feels like it fits on those platforms. Is great. What's going on, Sid? Did he use DualSense features in Rebirth? Somewhat. Like, you mean the trigger, the adaptive trigger at times, the resistance and stuff. Sure. Oh, they use like a little bit of the thing in the Tiny Bronco. All that stuff is like pretty easily just sort of like swapped and not used. You know what I mean? Switch 2 seems like the perfect platform for Queen's Blood. What was the development process like bringing a fully realized TCG strategy game into your massive fantasy epic? Oh, cool. Queen's Blood question. From the very beginning, Queen's Blood wasn't designed to be just a minigame, but rather a strong standalone gameplay experience within the world of Rebirth. Now put it in the world of my phone, bitch! As players progress through their open world RPG journey, an early focus for us was finding ways to integrate immersive moments, even during shorter stretches of play. A trading card game was one answer to that, and we paid special attention to ensure that everything, including its strategic depth and interplay, didn't feel half-baked, and it definitely doesn't. You'll probably understand what I mean if you play the game on Switch 2, but what starts as just one match naturally flows into another. Picking up the game in handheld mode seamlessly imbues that cadence of gameplay right into your everyday life. While Queen's Blood is a part of Rebirth's broader epic fantasy, it also simultaneously stands on its own. The fact that we're able to strike that intentional balance is something I feel particularly confident about in this game. This is not entirely true to my experience, right? Like, yes, I want more than just one match, but it doesn't always naturally flow. Like, you have to find another player to play against. You do get that a little bit in like the Costa del Sol challenges or the Gold Saucer challenges. We have like sort of the list of like different like types of matches and puzzles that you could do. I would like it to feel this way though. I would like to feel it like starting with just one match and like naturally flowing into others. That would actually be sick. I think the best way for them to do that is in part 3. I don't think this will happen, but my wish list item, and I realized I did that stream where I was like building my perfect part 3 and I didn't include this, but I wish I forgot. I've talked about it on stream before, but if you can make it so there is online matchmaking in the Gold Saucer, so it's not an MMO, right? You know, I'm not seeing other characters running around the Gold Saucer, but I would love if I were to able to like jump into matchmaking and then like find, you know, get match made into matches with like you guys, right? Like it'll be totally at random, or maybe you could actually put in a PSN or a username of someone else. But either way, I would love my number one wish list item for part 3, above all else. I would trade. Here's how crazy it is. I would trade materia loadouts for this ability. Is to be in Gold Saucer and be able to matchmake and just have random matches against other people for years, right? Like that is what I want. That is like probably the number one thing that I want. Staircase. I would trade the staircase. I would trade the spiral staircase. I will sell my soul. Okay. I will sell my soul for online match made Queen's Blood. That would be so much fun to just like be able to, especially when you think of the longevity of the game, right? It's like now Rebirth is done. I beat it 3 times now, right? Like there's really almost nothing for me. Like I can't, Queen's Blood is great, but there's almost like no more joy to get out of it because I've done all the Queen's Blood challenges. So there's nothing more for me Queen's Blood wise in the game. But if there was online matchmaking, I'd continue to play you guys, play other people in Queen's Blood. Now, granted, I'll take it. I will also take it as a separate game, right? Like if they throw it on the phone and it's a part 3 one that's like more built out or whatever, and they make it its own app or they make it its own game, sure, I'll take that too. But I just want to be able to play this game with like forever, because it's a very fun TCG. Was that hasty giving up your soul? You could ask for more than that. Well, but by soul, I meant like more so I sell my integrity, because I have put so much of my identity into like bastardization of the spiral staircases. So I was like, I will trade that, my number one most hated thing, which is the removal of spiral staircases. I will take that if you just give me online matchmaking for Queensblood. Hate online trophies too. Yeah, I mean, maybe you just don't need online trophies, right? Like, Theory Part 3 will have a date scene just like Remake and Rebirth. It will take place during the day before a final battle. Cloud and Tifa will spend time with one Cloud bonded the most in the intimate convo. Yeah, I mean, that's basically how it worked in, for example, a version with Barrett. Now, wait, for example, high bond with Barrett and you'll spend time with him and Marlene. I don't know if I want that, right? Like I want like the Barrett and Marlene scene no matter what. I don't have to earn getting the Barrett and Marlene scene. In terms of like what they do with Tifa and Under the Highwind, it could be like the OG where it's like there's the intimate version, there's the, you know, more like the base version or whatever, the non-intimate or whatever it's called. There is two versions of it, but they might do something like that. I don't know what they're gonna do with like relationship thing, with like even the friend, like the bonding that they did in Rebirth, because they have like a bonding system. I don't know if they'll redo that again. I mean, they kind of had one in Remake somewhat. I don't know, we'll see, I guess. No, in terms of like the Barrett or whatever base Basculon, I think what they're talking about is like something I mentioned before on stream, where it's like there's a day before where like everyone goes and like finds their purpose, and we talked about on stream, like you would definitely have like the, you know, the Cloud and Tifa one, but would they actually in this version of the game also show, you know, the other characters have their, you know, night before as well? So like, do you get to see everyone goes to find their purpose? So, you know, you see the Cloud Tifa one, but do you also see Barrett and Marlene? Do you also see like all those like moments that you didn't see in the OG? Like, would you be able to see like at least a montage or something of like everyone with their special people or whatever makes them? I could see them doing that because they've done that before, where it's like they're like adding more to the remakes. So I could just see them like having like at least like a montage of like Sid and Rocket Town and Barrett with Marlene, just like quick cuts. Like they could do that, but I think the focus will definitely be on the Cloud and Tifa Under the Island. What else is there? What has been the greatest challenge of updating FF7 for the modern generation of gamers, and how have you balanced that with appealing to the older players who grew up with the original? Hamaguchi. The greatest challenge was thoughtfully evaluating title by title how far to push nostalgia and innovation respectively so they could work in balance. For players familiar with the original game, I think what matters goes beyond the story arc itself. It's the relationship between the characters and the emotions they felt upon discovering this world. Those are elements we can't afford to treat lightly. For players familiar with the original game, I think what matters goes beyond the story arc itself. It's the relationships between the characters and the emotions they felt upon discovering this world. Yeah, I mean, the character work is like probably what has worked for people, like even when the story has like drifted off and done things that people weren't happy with, right? Like even when the story has done like weird time fucky things, I think what has worked for the trilogy, no matter what, has been the character like relationships and like how the characters speak and like kind of embody their characters. I think the characters have been so strong that it has helped people get past some of the challenges that they've had with the new story stuff. So yeah, I see that they don't treat that aspect of it lightly, and I do think the character work is stronger than the plotting at times in the remake games. At the same time, for players discovering FF7 today, we need to update the presentation and design to align with modern sensibilities. Otherwise, the experience itself simply wouldn't resonate. For this reason, we adopted modern approaches to visual expression while preserving the emotional core and character relationships that were beloved by many in the original game. Rather than framing this as a simple binary of whether to preserve or change something, we've continuously reevaluated how to interpret these notions of nostalgia and innovation, how to express them. Hold on real quick. I just need to drink a little bit. Let me reread this one. At the same time, for players discovering FF7 today, we need to update the presentation and design to align with modern sensibilities. Otherwise, the experience itself wouldn't resonate. For this reason, we adopted modern approaches to visual expression while preserving the emotional core and character relationships that were beloved by many in the original game. Rather than framing this as a simple binary of whether to preserve or change something, we've continuously reevaluated how to interpret these notions of nostalgia and innovation and how to express them. That's our approach to making the FF7 Remake series as a whole. Kind of interesting that rather than framing this as a simple binary of whether to preserve or change something, because it reminds me of the whole like thesis antithesis synthesis thing that I brought up in my video, where I said the first game, Remake, seemed to be the thesis of like things can change, and then Rebirth seems to be the antithesis of like, you know, maybe things can't be changed, and that there would be like a synthesis in part 3 where it sort of resolves. It's not that simple binary. It's not just one or the other, and that's what they're saying here in terms of like that. It's not just that simple binary of like, do you preserve the thing or do you change it? I don't know if he means it as deeply as that, but it just made me think of that, you know, and like how they're sort of like doing the whole meta game. I mean, this is also talking about gameplay and everything too, but maybe think about that for sure. Catch up with chat a little bit. An affinity system makes more sense determining whether party members return from the northern crater. I think everyone's going to return though. You know what I mean? Like, you could do that. It's just Final Fantasy just doesn't do stuff like that. Like, that's like some Elder Scrolls type shit. That's like some Western RPG sort of like, I feel like really, you know, impacts, you know, how the game plays out sort of thing, which Final Fantasy just doesn't do. Maybe it's not just Western, maybe there are Japanese games that do that too, but like, I just don't see FF as a series that even does that usually. Heard the voice actor for Barrett in an interview talk about how the story was expanded by the voice acting as there was none in the OG, and it's true, gives the experience more depth. I mean, yeah, there are definitely moments that like resonate more with the voice acting. Like, fuck, dude, I can't wait for both the Whirlwind Maze and the live stream sequence, like added with the voice acting. Like even the live stream sequence in Rebirth is incredibly powerful because of like Tifa's performance, right? My only concern is, will we be able to revisit every plane we've been to, just like we could in OG? Also, we'll be able to visit Bone Village. I mean, I think you'll be able to go back. I mean, most of this too is like going back to places. You have to go back to Cosmo Canyon to get Bugenhagen, so that you can both go back to Forgotten Capital. You have to go back to Midgar. Like, there's a lot of like returning to places, you know, in Disc 2 of the OG, no matter what. Hey, Mama Autumn, what's up? So I think that'll definitely be a part of we'll definitely return everywhere. The whole map will be available to us. Bone Village, I personally don't give a shit. It's just a like mini game where you like find stuff. If they like hide cool secrets, like I saw Max talk about, like, oh, maybe in Bone Village you can excavate a key that lets you sort of go into Benora and fight Genesis. Sure, that could be cool. But I personally have no real attachment to Bone Village in any meaningful way. Like, imagine if Yuffie was exactly like the OG game. That would be horrible. The updates to character writing and presentations. That's a good point, 95 Dragon. Yeah. Like, Yuffie and Kate Sith were both immensely improved upon with this adapting. Also, when do we enter a town? Will it be seamless or will it load in like how it did in OG FF7? I mean, it's seamless already. Like in Rebirth, when you fly to, or when you enter any town in Rebirth, it's seamless. So I think it would just stay seamless, yeah. $800 gigs. Yeah. I mean, I was shocked. They got the Switch. How big is the Switch 2 version again? It's like 100 gigs, something like that. But they cut like 50 gigs, which is kind of crazy. I honestly don't know if there's remake Cloud. Oh yeah, if Cloud's like out of the party, how do you make the bonding thing work? Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. All right. These modern reimaginings have done a great job of staying true to the spirit of the original game while offering fresh takes on the characters. What has been your personal change, tweak, updates to the overarching story and cast? I did read this one on Twitter. When it comes to the overarching story, I place my trust in what Kazuchika Nojima writes and have no intention of altering that based on my judgment. However, with the significant increase in visual fidelity in these remakes, arranging events, and the passage of time exactly as they were in the original game can sometimes result in scenes that feel implausible, and changes in time or dates don't feel convincing. It also breaks the player's emotional engagement. This time in particular, we took a very critical look at questions surrounding whether a given emotion truly makes sense at a certain point in time, or how much emotional groundwork the player would realistically have if a certain event were to occur. It wasn't so much a matter of adding or changing to the story, but rather adjusting things in a way that ensured that the player's emotional pacing aligned with the flow of time. That process required revisiting scenes again and again, and honestly, it was one of the aspects of development we were most sensitive about. So this is interesting. The very first time I read this, like when I focused more on the first paragraph, it sounded like maybe talking about like something like snowboarding, right? Where it's like, to some people, it felt implausible that suddenly everyone would be snowboarding like shortly after Aerith's death. And so hence like having that happen three years after we played it in Rebirth, maybe it gives you more space to sort of like accept it. But now that I read this second paragraph again, it really does seem like what we were talking about, right? Like maybe it's more about like making sure that they, at moments like the Palmer thing or the Guy Natak crashing this scene, I think they're talking more about that, because he says this time in particular, so he's talking about part 3 specifically, we took a very critical look at questions surrounding whether a given emotion truly makes sense at a certain point in time. For example, does Palmer slapping his ass after Dyne sacrifices himself and dies on Barrett's chest, would that given emotion truly make sense at that point in time, right? Like, or how much emotional groundwork the player would realistically have if a certain event were to occur. For example, the space between crying over Seto and then suddenly talking to Guy Natak. It wasn't so much a matter of adding or changing the story, but rather adjusting things in a way that ensured that the player's emotional pacing aligned with the flow of time. That process required revisiting scenes again and again, so scenes within part 3. And honestly, it was one of the aspects of development we were most sensitive about. And the reason they could be most sensitive about it is probably because there are so many big story plot points, like so many plot points in part 3, especially so many like emotional plot points in part 3. But also hopefully because of the feedback that they heard about things like Dyne and Palmer, Setsu and Guy Natak. So the more I rereading this quote again, I definitely put that more in that second space. That it's more about like doing the pacing, handling the pacing between those moments a lot better than they did in Rebirth. Let's see. What lessons from the rest of FF7 Remake Saga have proven to be the most important to you as a developer, and how are they impacting the third entry in the saga? What lessons from the rest of okay. Across the entire remake project, the guiding philosophy has been to progressively expand the scale of the gameplay experience with each entry rather than repeat the same experience. Final Fantasy VII Remake established an experience centered on engaging deeply with the story and characters, while Rebirth moved toward an even more expansive experience that includes the world map. This series isn't about rehashing the same gameplay just because it's a remake. So yeah, I mean, he's talked about this endlessly. I consider this project where we push ourselves to ask how much further can we expand the experience with each new entry. For the third installment, we're not thinking about simply wrapping up everything we built up. Not thinking about simply wrapping up everything we built until this point. Rather, we're focused on how the full scale of the series we've been aiming for could ultimately be realized as a complete experience. That way of thinking is deeply reflected in our current development process. I think you could look forward to the high winds, which I know many people are curious about. Any labs? I don't think he's talking about average children at all, Nick. I don't think he's talking from a story perspective. This whole quote, this is about gameplay. This is about the gameplay experience. So he says, across the entire remake project, the guiding philosophy is to progressively expand the scale of the gameplay experience with each entry rather than repeat the same experience. So he's saying like part one was this like very linear experience that was most focused on the story and the characters and really like doing that exposition. And then Rebirth played very differently. Rebirth was this open world Ubisoft-esque experience that some people didn't necessarily enjoy, but was definitively very different from Remake. And so they're trying to make a third installment that is equally feels different, which is nice, right? Because we've had this thing where like sequels, especially in the more modern era, feel incredibly iterative, to the fact that they don't feel like much has changed to a lot of people. So Spider-Man to Spider-Man 2, God of War to God of War Ragnarok, Breath of the Wild to Tears of the Kingdom. All the games feel relatively similar one to another. And so they've done a good job, at least between Remake and Rebirth, of like making those experiences feel like very distinct games. Even if the world and the characters and all that stuff are consistent, they do feel like, oh, okay, I'm playing a new game. So I know they've talked about this endlessly already, that they want part 3 to feel different from Rebirth. So, you know, mental note, checklists should be gone. If they stick to their word, the number one thing they should do is not just replicate the checklists. And I think he's actually said that they're not going to have like towers like they had in the past, like they had in Rebirth. So I think, you know, how we explore the world will be quite different. And it'll be largely because of the high wind as he continues to tease, which is exciting. I'm excited for this game to feel different from Rebirth. Like, right, we especially for us, you know, like this group, this community who probably played Remake endlessly and then played Rebirth endlessly. Like we've played through all we can get from those games. And so to have the third one feel like a whole new game that's like very different, while still keeping a lot of base things, like the combat will still be, you know, still feel relatively the same with whatever they add to it. I'm happy that they're aiming to make it feel a bit different with each game, so it doesn't get stale over the course of the 3 games. Do you think F14 update will need room to breathe? I mean, I think the audiences for 14 and 7 don't cross over as much as they probably should, because literally there is a moment in Walker that is the closest thing in terms of like holy fuck revelation as like the live stream sequence in 7. So, you know, 14's up there. It's like my top 3, probably my number 2 after 7. So if you enjoy 7, you'd probably enjoy 14, especially when he gets the Shadowbringers and Endwalker. Before that, it can be a little rough. ARR is rough, but it's still very good. But like I said, I think they'll give it like a month. Like if they launch March, that gives you a whole month in between. I think that's enough time. The thing is, if you rush through the main story, Rebirth is like 25 hours long. It does feel like it's dragging its feet a bit with the telling of the actual FF7 story. I mean, the biggest problem with Rebirth, Potbelly, isn't like the time of the story. It's like what happens in the story. So in Rebirth, there's just like not a lot of actual story that happens in Rebirth until you hit like Gingaga, really, right? Like even like the Dine, like Barret and Dine is probably one of the first like real heavy story sequences in between. I mean, you have like Genova on the ship, but like there's a lot of the first 8 chapters of Rebirth is just letting you fall in love with the world and the characters and the party and sort of like the relationships between them. That was really their focus. But then like hard plot really kicks in closer to Gingaga and then thereafter. So there's not a whole lot of story. Whereas part 3 has the complete opposite thing where it's like there's so much story to cover. It's going to be a jam-packed story experience. I don't think you're going to feel the lull that you felt in Rebirth, especially in the first 8 or so chapters. There's just no time. There's just everything from here on is like major plot beat. Every RE game escalates the scale like the OG as well. In OG, you start in Midgar and it's linear. This is also linear. Then you leave and travel Northern Crater. You get the high wind of the whole world at your disposal. Yeah. I think they should move the ball forward a bit with multiverses and Zack's timeline as well. Like I said, I think all the reasoning the reason why they didn't might come to light in part 3, but we'll see. Okay, let's see what's next. What can you tease about the next entry in the trilogy? I'm unable to share concrete details at this time. What I can say is that development itself is proceeding on time and on schedule. We believe it'll become a title we can deliver with confidence as the culmination of the trilogy. We know many fans are eagerly awaiting, and the preparations toward the announcement are steadily underway. Please look forward to it just a little longer. So again, I'm thinking this is what we're looking at, chat. This is what we're looking at right here. 32 days, June 5th, that's Summer Games Fest. That's what I think we're looking forward to. That's the just a little bit longer that he's talking about here. Culmination, yes, hopefully it culminates. It's the culmination of things. Not much else to say about that hasn't already been said to death in the past week. Given the natural surprises that occurred during development cycles, what has surprised you the most about FF7 remakes and how they have come together? Spending more than a decade working on the same AAA title is an extremely rare experience for a developer. Even now, I'm taken aback to know that more than 10 years have passed without me realizing it since I first began working on FF7 Remake series. At the same time, now that the end of this trilogy is clearly in sight, I feel a strong sense that we'll be able to deliver the final installment with confidence. I'm also struck by the fact that even after dedicating over a decade of my career to this project, I feel no negativity about that time at all. I simply feel a renewed sense of gratitude toward FF7 for giving me the opportunity to work on something truly worthy of this level of time and commitment. Big same, King. Big same. Like, it was funny. It's not what he meant, but kind of similar is how I feel about the trilogy so far. Is like, even though I'm definitely in the drag, I'm in the drag of like 2 years post Rebirth, and we're just dying for something, and a lot of the conversations get so fucking repetitive. I'm also like not tired of the series. I do want it to end. I do want to get to the end. But it's been, the fact that it has kept all of us, that we're all here on multiple streams, because I've seen a lot of you guys in Max's chats and, Warriors of Hype and NSP's chats. So clearly you guys aren't sick of it either, or we're all just equally sick human beings who are just can't stop rotting over this stuff. Whatever the reason. I think just like Hamaguchi, we're all still pretty locked in, and it's surprising how fast it's gone. And we're not necessarily sick with the project yet. So big same. Okay. RPG sites. I haven't really seen too many quotes from this one. but it was linked by Genki, so this is another interview. Our understanding of what it means to deliver a viable experience on any platform has become much clearer. Naoki Hamaguchi on porting FF7 Rebirth to Switch 2. Affleck, get the shit out of here. Let me catch up with chat. Anything? Oh yeah, Red's voice in Avid Children kind of makes no sense. So my number one worry about the game is the Kingdom Hearts, the sizing of it, and adding mysteries and never explains. They have to explain, right? I mean, I think what saves us from the potential Kingdom Hearts thing, and this is coming from someone who hasn't played Kingdom Hearts, so take it for a grain of salt, is that this is written by Nojima. And I know Nojima was involved in like Kingdom Hearts 1, I think, or maybe even 2. But that was more of Nomura's baby. And this is a Nojima project. So he is the main writer at the end of the day. And I think there will be a culmination of FF7, this trilogy, and it's not going to end as open or as like unresolved as parts 1 and 2 were. And they've talked about that, right? They talked about like not wanting to leave unresolved feelings. So I'm personally not too worried about not having a conclusive ending, unless they do what Baby Seal wants and like multiple endings. Fuck that. I've already ranted about that. Fuck that. I want resolution, baby. Final Fantasy VII Resolve. Anyway. But we recently had the chance to sit down and check out the Switch 2 demo. So you talked to Hamaguchi. Okay, here we go. There's been a long history of Final Fantasy games being ported or remade for Nintendo handhelds. The development team always intends to eventually release FF7 Rebirth on Nintendo hardware. If not, how is the decision made? This is like very similar to the other question. We didn't begin development with any specific platform in mind. However, when considering the further expansion of the franchise, we were acutely aware that we couldn't afford to adhere to a fixed development approach. Furthermore, releasing only Remake on Switch 2 without making future installments available was simply not an option. If we were going to bring it to a certain platform, we needed to remake the entire series compatible, obviously. With Rebirth, the shift to an open world design made optimization significantly more challenging than with Remake, but I feel the team truly delivered at an exceptionally high level. That's precisely why I'm genuinely looking forward to having many players experience the game firsthand. From everything I've heard, because I haven't had internet good enough to download the demo, it sounds like it runs well. Obviously, there's like really funny compromises like this shit, but it otherwise has run well. I heard in towns it can get a little sticky because of I think it's the number of NPCs and whatnot. Weirdly enough, it reminds me of 16, where but like whereas in combat, from what I've seen and heard, Rebirth on Switch 2 runs really well. It reminds me of FF16, actually, which FF16 weirdly had the thing where in combat it ran completely smooth, and then in towns it was like it had like a little bit of like hiccups here and there. But kind of a similar thing on Switch 2 with Rebirth. While FF7 Remake was already a strong port for Switch 2, the impression I feel most is that Rebirth must have been a more difficult task. What were some of the challenges and opportunities that the team faced? As you mentioned, the technical difficulty for Rebirth was certainly higher, as it features larger scale areas, more open structure, in particular, figuring out how to handle rendering load and background streaming, yada yada. On the other hand, I believe that because of the porting experience we had accumulated with Remake, we were able to focus not on what to cut, but on what to fine tune in order to deliver a complete experience. Since the Switch 2 demands a high level of stability as a handheld device, those criteria became even clearer. As a result, this is both a challenge and a significant opportunity for the port. Through these efforts, I feel we were able to deliver a satisfying experience in Rebirth, just as we did with Remake. This sense of accomplishment serves as a major validation, giving us strong confidence in our ability to optimize the third installment for Switch 2. It's basically what we talked about. This gives them the learning that they need to make Part 3 work. It's been noted that Remake received some bespoke changes to better facilitate the Switch 2's port performance. I'm assuming that the same is true for Rebirth. Weaker settings. For Switch 2, made significant adjustments to rendering, streaming, and load balancing, as we saw. load balancing to ensure the experience remained intact. What we gained from this process wasn't a magic formula that allows us to simply apply specific settings to different environments. Rather, through optimizing for diverse platforms like the Steam Deck, Xbox Ally, and the Switch, we feel that our team's ability to accurately determine what areas to focus on to ensure a viable experience has significantly improved. By building on these achievements one by one, our understanding of what it means to deliver a viable experience on any platform has become much clearer. This is actually more important than you might realize. It's like what he's saying also, they now have the experience of like optimizing 2 different games for the Steam Deck, the Xbox Ally, the Switch. So they can more intuitively make calls, right? Because generally what probably happened on developing Remake and Rebirth, doing those ports, is they're probably doing a lot of like testing, a lot of like, can we get away with this? And then they try it out and it's like, oh fuck, that doesn't work. And so I think because they have so much almost like muscle memory for how these different platforms work, they can more specifically they can get it right more quickly, right? Where it's like, okay, so since we're working on Steam Deck and we're part 3, we're dealing with this segment, which is similar to this segment in Rebirth. Maybe it needs to be more like this, and they dial it in, whatever the loading parameters or whatever are. And then when they test that, it's more quickly like correct. So maybe they get it right in the first time or the second time or the third try, rather than 7th, 8th, 9th, attempt. They sort of like get an understanding of like how to more intuitively make these decisions without having that time consuming process of like tweaking and testing and tweaking and testing. So I think that's probably what they're talking about, which will hopefully make it so that when they have to do part 3, it'll be much faster. Moving forward, to ensure this experience reaches as many gamers as possible, we intend to continue identifying the optimal approach for each platform while carefully assessing its specific requirements. Random statement: I played Star Ocean the Divine Force. I ran up and down 2 spiral staircases. If they could do it, I know FF7. Fuck you, Zampa. I'm gonna become a Star Ocean streamer. That's what you've unlocked. Is I need to abandon this series because they're just, they failed at a core thing that other teams are clearly doing much better. Okay, RPG site. How does the team feel about the reception to Remake on Switch 2? Is there anything the team wishes they could have implemented on that port that may have left on the cutting room floor? My impression of the response to Switch 2 version of Remake, which seemed very positive, right, is that far more people embraced it in earnest than I expected. In particular, the surprise and delight expressed over the fact that a game of this scale can work so well on a handheld platform gave the development team a huge boost of confidence. I was also struck by just how many game fans were genuinely happy to see FF7 return to Nintendo hardware. Personally, as a fellow game fan, it was a deeply moving experience for me as well. Yeah, I mean, it's so nice, right? Like, all the FF games are basically on Nintendo at this point. They have the ports of the older games and whatnot. But it has been a long time since like a more modern Final Fantasy has like ended up on Nintendo hardware, so it's very cool. Just like given that that's where the series started, even. Of course, scaling to suit the hardware's characteristics is necessary, but our top priority has always been ensuring that the core gameplay experience remains consistent across all platforms. In that regard, it is very positive. Yeah. Oh, is that it? That's it. All right, next interview from Go Nintendo. FF7 Trilogy Director says Part 3 is on time and on schedule, shares the guiding principle behind the final entry. Okay. Wait, was this comicbook.com? And travelcomics.com says the project is moving along as planned. Oh, we already read that. Oh, there's nothing new here. Fuck you, Go Nintendo. Okay. The Outer Haven. FF7 Rebirth director Naoki Hamaguchi talks Switch 2 port. I did have concerns. FF7 Rebirth has become my favorite genre. No. Okay, this is just the writer talking bullshit. Here we go. Okay, many people have referred to the Final Fantasy VII Remake port as a miracle port. Since Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is an even bigger and bolder game, did you have any concerns when porting it over to Switch 2? To be honest, I did have concerns. Compared to Remake, Rebirth is more open, much larger. Could we really make it work? As development progressed, however, we were able to gain confidence in how much we could achieve with the right amount of ingenuity, increased optimization. All this is very similar to what we've read so far. This process wasn't about pulling off a miracle, but rather about fleshing out ideas of how we can make the experience work until the very end. Undergoing this process made it very clear that we could achieve the same thing for the third installment. I love the way that this site fucking loads though. Holy shit. Like the way it does a highlight. Like when I just highlighted it, it like does this red color. I really like that a lot. So yeah, again, this is like major implications for part 3. FF7 Rebirth will arrive on Switch 2 less than 5 months after Remake did. Could you tell me a bit about the decision or experience in having it ready so soon? So again, timing, cadence question. One of the biggest motivations was that we didn't want the excitement of those who played Remake on Switch 2 to end there. And again, I feel like they're keeping that in mind for Rebirth to part 3. So another good sign that we could be getting part 3 on Switch 2 day 1. This project was designed as a trilogy, so if too much time passes between entries, the experience would inevitably feel fragmented. We wanted to avoid that. Furthermore, another big point was that from a development standpoint, the foundation and insights we gained from porting Remake on the Switch 2 carried over directly to Rebirth. Because of this decision didn't feel rushed. It simply felt like the right move at the right time. As someone who is slowly and diligently aiming to get the Platinum Trophy on PS5, I hope you don't mind me wondering if you'll bring the streamlined progression mechanics, permanent max HP. He's a bitch. Soft gamer. I personally don't use streamlined progression and never will, but hey, if that's your thing, cool. So PlayStation 5 or the future Final Fantasy 7 Remake entries, how has it been to try these mechanics out on Switch 2? We're planning to implement streamlined progression feature, including in the Switch 2 versions of the platforms, including PC, PS5. The reason is simple. We believe the essence of the experience should remain consistent regardless of where you play. In truth, we saw significant positive reception supporting Remake since the launch of Switch 2, which gave us a strong sense of confidence as developers. Some players want to sit down while they play, while others want to experience the game over shorter stretches of time. What is nice about having it on handheld, by the way, is people can sort of like do a lot of like side world content on the go. Like that was one of the strengths of Crisis Core, was like the little missions were like little things you could do kind of like in your commute time. And in theory, you could do that as well on like with the Switch 2 version of Rebirth. It's like the world thing. You're not just sitting on your couch, like just like binging all this content. You could spread out the playthrough a lot more. Today we feel it's necessary to leave room for players to choose what fits their lifestyles best. We're positively considering implementing the future titles too, but are planning to carefully determine whether we should implement them from launch, provide them updates, provide them those updates. Don't give people the cheats that early. Don't give them the cheats that early. Make them suffer, Hamaguchi. Make them suffer. Okay. I don't like how it affects trophies though. I wouldn't mind them simply being there if they at least disable trophies. Yeah. Did I do the brutal rebirth challenges? Not yet. I haven't done all of them. They are tough. I know that they're tough. I plan to do them for sure. May end up doing them on stream too, so you guys can watch me suffer through those hard fights. I actually still need to beat the final chapter on hard mode, because if you remember, I just really wanted to have that conversation with Sleep Easy that day, so we technically did not do chapter 14 together. So we will eventually. We'll have to do it. I'll have to learn how to play the game again because it's been a few months now. FF7 Rebirth has plenty of mini games for players to enjoy. Since the Switch 2 is a portable console, do you think players might be able to get more involved with these? And are there any other aspects of the game that you think Switch 2 players might be able to delve into deeply? I believe minigames are highly compatible with Switch 2 because they can be played in short bursts. They rise to experience. Yeah, that makes sense. Queen's Blood. He's like, he fucking says the same thing. Take Queen's Blood, for example. It starts as just one match, flows into another. He has like perfected his PR shit. Another thing I'd especially like to players experience is the open world itself. Yada 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 yada. Is all getting very similar. Look forward to Rebirth and Switch 2. All right, and that's it really. I think that's pretty much it. Oh wait, one more. Feature. So it's rare for me to make downtime. Naoki Hamaguchi talks FF7's packed and eventful development. Rebirth is significantly different. Nintendo Life. How is development gone for Rebirth and Switch 2? Oh, does it not? Oh, the site doesn't scale. It doesn't like shrink the text when I zoom in. Oh, motherfucker. All right, so this is not as big for you guys, but truthfully, from the moment we launched Switch 2 and Remake, the only thing I was thinking about how to turn these launches into reality. This is because it wouldn't be fair to players if the platforms were split partway through, given how the project was designed to be a trilogy. So rather than saying we developed Rebirth in parallel, it's more accurate to say we're operating with the assumption that we'll continue this path forward from the moment Remake proved to be viable on Switch 2. Of course, this doesn't mean we were developing two entire titles simultaneously. However, the optimization insights we gained from Remake and our growing understanding of Switch 2 hardware fed back into Rebirth at a fairly early stage. As a result, Remake and Rebirth ended up releasing on Switch 2 within a relatively short time span. Well, if you remember the, like, from the time of the announcement of Remake on Switch to it actually coming out on Switch, it was kind of a long time. So they had a lot of, like, learning to do, but they got Switch 2 pretty quick. Or they got Rebirth pretty quick. It wasn't because we prioritized speed, but rather a decision priority for experience. How do you find the transition from more linear gameplay and Remake to more open-ended structure and Rebirth? This might actually be somewhat more interesting than just port related. The transition from Remake to Rebirth is essentially the accumulation of adjustments focusing on answering one question: how can we make this work? Because Rebirth features large-scale fields with heavy processing loads on rendering, it can be ported to Switch 2 as is. That led us to take a step back and reassess things, rendering, yada yada. We were especially keen on ensuring that switching between handheld and docked, he said this before, prioritize stability. Yeah. He has like a template now for answering this because he makes the same point at the very end. That realization isn't limited to Rebirth. It serves as a major source of validation for us as we take this series to its finish line as a trilogy. He said like major source of validation, like 7 times. With Remake, you've mentioned that lighting is crucial to ensuring the game looks so good on Switch 2. Lighting, important. DLSS, yeah. In handheld mode, the internal resolution ranges between a maximum of basically 756p and 380p. In dock mode, it ranges between 1080 and 540, same as Remake. But the DLSS does such a great job. Like, I haven't played it yet, but even just watching Max's stream, I'm like, this looks pretty decent though. For like, considering the internal rendering is as low as 380p, looks shockingly good. Switch to like FPS stuff and whatnot. Without going into spoilers, do you have a favorite scene or gameplay segment from Rebirth that you'd like to highlight for players? I think the minigames pair exceptionally well with Switch 2 because of the short sessions. Take Queen's Blood, for example. What starts as just one match flows into another. He has this fucking locked down, like word for word. How did you find the balance between extending the story of FF7 into 3 games while staying... Okay. Here's maybe a bigger question. How do you find the balance between extending the story of FF7 into 3 games while staying faithful to the original vision? The greatest challenge was thoughtfully evaluating title by title how far to push nostalgia and innovation respectfully so they could work in balance. This is similar to the other one, wasn't it? For players familiar with the original game, I think that what matters goes beyond the story arc itself. It's the relationship between the characters and the emotions they felt upon discovering this world. Is this like just a repeat? Or like a different, like, Nintendo Life? Because this is like word for word. Those are elements we can't afford to treat lightly. Even that's exactly the same. At the same time, for players discovering FF7 today, we need to update the... Oh, this is literally exact... Did they just like take these answers and put it into a different article? Yeah, because this is all exactly the same. This seems like a new question. When we spoke in 2025, you mentioned that development on the third game was progressing well. You had finalized the story and begun working on the core gameplay. Without going into too much detail, can you provide an update on the game's progress? Oh, this is where he mentions the 40 full playthroughs. So this is the full, like the full interview where that was turned. Because if you remember when we read this earlier, it was like pulled out as like pull quotes. This is like the actual interview. You must be so busy overseeing a pure ambitious project to relax the downtime. They took this interview and they chopped it up into multiple articles. That's what it was. They're the same answers. And this is this thing of like working on the thing for 10 years and yeah. All right, so this is just a full interview they turned into the other articles that we read. That's what it is. Okay, so let's see what you guys are saying here. Yeah, they're supposed to update the lighting. I don't think they've done it yet on the PS5 version to match PC, but supposedly that's coming. They go to the group and Reeve actually interact directly with each other in part 3. It blows my mind the only time we ever saw Reeve interacting with someone on a squad. Of the squad on screen is Dirge of Cerberus. Yeah, yeah, they probably will have him. Like in the Return to Midgar, we might have like a direct scene with Reeve and the party. Who do you think will get the figurine as they put in the collector's edition? I assume it'll be Tifa or Zack. Well, if they follow, like, it'll probably be Zack, unfortunately. I say that as like Zack's biggest hater, just because he's not the most interesting character to me. But I think it'll most likely be him, because if you look at, for example, FF7 anniversary logo, they have like the 3 of these guys. There's like the anniversary logo they did a while ago. There's actually a colored one that somebody did in Reddit. I guess the real regular one is the black and white one. It's like, this is the anniversary logo, right? It's like Cloud, Sephiroth, and Zack. And they've done a Cloud figure, they've done a Sephiroth figure. So I guess that means they can make a Zack figure. That feels weird though, right? Like, for like the last game, like as important as Zack's character is, as being like the character for the third game they make a figure out of, like it would almost make more sense if it was like Zack for Rebirth and then Sephiroth for part 3. They did Sephiroth for part 2. Huh, I really don't know. Maybe a Highwind model? Ooh, Highwind figurine. I would prefer a Highwind figurine over a Zack one, that's for sure. It would be really cool if they could do like a party one. Yeah, Highwind would be cool. You know what's interesting about it too is like it can't be a figure that also gives anything away, since that'll be available. It'll be like visible before the game comes out. Yeah, interesting. I don't know. I've actually never thought about it until now. Yeah, I don't think it'll be Aerith. I don't think it'll be Aerith. Safer Sephiroth? Could be Safer Sephiroth, yeah. But man, two Sephiroths? I mean, why not? The series is already like drowned us in Sephiroth so far. What if it's a Genesis figure? Sleepy Z would be so happy. Oh my god. All right. Let's see if we can do this. So next up is we had a bunch of interviews, right? We had the Game On Expo Phoenix, FF7.
Like,
So we had this panel. I did listen to that one moment first. But let's check out the Game On Expo panel. There's also another interview that I wanted to find. Did I have it in my history? Yeah. Houston one. So that one's only 18 minutes. We'll do that after the Game On Expo one. So Game On Expo happens in Phoenix. Sephiroth was there. And it'll give me a chance to rest my voice as well, but we can listen to this whole conversation. Let me see. Oh, was there a Dallas one too? If there's an actual video, like if there's a YouTube link. Oh, Houston, yeah. We could do a full screen version of this. All right. My voice is tired, chat. But this panel was one that we were waiting for them to upload forever. Some of you may have already seen it, because it went up literally right before I left for LA, or right after, April 24th. Has 15,000 views, so you guys have probably already seen this. I have held off, so I have not seen this yet. Let's check it out. Oh wow, the way she came in was funny. What a UP entrance. And he steps in too. He got the Timbs on. The room was packed. Yeah, she did the step too. Come on, Eric, you gotta do the step. Come on, Brianna, you gotta do the big step like everyone else. And then Cody.
Guys,
there we go, we got
look
the step.
at our gorgeous cast. Round of applause one more time.
There are quite some pretty people, I will say. John being a gentleman, yeah.
All right. Can you guys hear us? Hi, hello. How's everyone's weekend so far? Amazing. Thank you. I'll speak on behalf of all of us. Thank you so much for coming out. It means the world to us, truly.
What a couch. And couches. Gorgeous. Did you like
How's the volume for you guys? It's loud enough, right?
place, you guys.
It's awesome.
Yeah, it's nice,
Isn't
right?
this awesome?
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, there you go, there's you. It's like being in your granny's living room. I love it.
Or your parents' living room.
Or your parents. Or just mine. Or just mine. Guys, like, this has been quite a journey, you know, and when you started off taking these roles, what did you envisage for that journey ahead? I mean, we're all sitting here now in front of these beautiful people, but what did you as actors envisage for that road? Who wants to start?
I'll start.
Yeah, Cody.
I'm going to be honest, I didn't see too far ahead. I was so nervous and apprehensive the first game. I was just hoping and praying that when the first game came out, there would be a level of acceptance and I wasn't going to get fired and replaced doing such a shitty job. You know, so I didn't, when I started it, I didn't really see what could come to fruition. So it's been a
Man, it really is kind of just his voice, isn't it? Like it just sounds like Cloud talking. But he's a perfect voice for Cloud.
very pleasant surprise. I have to say, like, every session compounded after the first game got released, after the second game came out, and you know, actively working on the third one. It's been such a joy, and every single time there's an immense amount of gratitude that
Like there's almost like a boyish quality to his voice, like even naturally. I'm sure he's like, you know, somewhere in his 30s at this point, but that I don't feel, for example, what's his face had. Oh God, why am I blanking on his name? The original actor, Madden Children, the General Hospital guy. Why am I blanking on his name? Steve Burton, because he is an older guy and he is like sort of like, but there's a natural. I think this is true of all their voices. Like all their voices are pretty close to their character voices. They play it a little bit differently. They play it up a little bit differently here and there. But Cloud does also at times. And like when he has to do the younger voice, like the younger Cloud, like in the flashback and stuff, he he reflects that also. Who's the left one? That's Sid. The guy over here on the left is Sid. But they found people that I think really captured kind of the energy of their characters weirdly. And even like down to their voice. It just that might be why so much of this cast feels so natural in their roles. But
and being able to come out and I think it was just New York Comic-Con where I was able to come and speak on behalf of the character in this game.
That was great.
Being here this weekend has been so incredible for me, just to meet everybody and hear the testimonials and hear how much this game truly means and all of our parts and all that we've kind of given to this game. This is what we're doing it for, right? It's like this is real fan service. This IP is bigger than all of us and will be bigger than all of us. So I think all of us are just incredibly grateful to be a part of the journey.
Thanks, Cody. Of course, when you're at conventions, as you said, your people are telling you.
Yeah, and so Larissa's point. Also, a lot of these VAs do a lot of other roles that you wouldn't like attach them very directly to their speaking voice. So they do have range for sure. But also, like voice acting is not just about making a voice; it's about acting. So it doesn't matter how much you affect a voice or not. It's really how well you do the performance.
Yeah, but how much you've changed their lives, how much you mean to them. But has there been a moment that really made you pause? When you kind of have an outer body experience and you go, oh, that's the clicking moment. That's how I'm affecting things. Has there been a moment, a story?
I had 5 of those moments
yesterday.
Right, but I'm going to only share one. But I mean, 2 of them are right there. It's just like, wow. To be able to see journeys. And usually, I was talking to Cody last night. We usually get to see people and meet people, but we never see the result afterwards most of the times. And I got to see families that I hadn't seen in a while and people out in Arizona that we've talked before, and they're like, I'm doing good. I'm no longer dealing with anxiety, and I'm thank you, and da-da-da. But there was a guy yesterday, met him in Riverside, and he came out here. He said, John, you may not remember me. He said, I was 319 pounds. And he said, wow. Look at me now. And he's 238 pounds. And he said, yeah, I don't know if he's here or not. But he shared that, and then he pointed down the line, and he looked at Brianna, and he looked at Britt. He said, and they kept me accountable. And so when you realize that as a team, you get to influence people's lives in a positive manner.
Oh, wow, she did work in Fall 76.
And you and I are very tight. You know how I feel about just being able to bring joy wherever we go. Yeah. But y'all don't have a clue how much joy you bring us with the testimonies and the stories that you tell us. And so I thank you all, but we don't usually get to see that side of it. So thank you for sharing your hearts. We love
yeah, he has great vibes every time. John. He also seems, every time he's at these conferences, it feels like he really engages with people when they talk to him,
Another
he remembers their stories.
That's a really amazing moment too.
Oh, please, Brianna, go for
it. I just, it was one of those moments that you're exactly talking about where it just really hit you how much this means to people. I was in Portland and I was signing a print for an Aerith cosplayer and a Zack cosplayer. And I'm signing the print, writing my quote, and I look up and the Aerith cosplayer is sobbing. Like,
oh, was this the engagement story? I think I heard about this one.
Sobs, and I'm like, oh my gosh, what did I do wrong? What happened? And the Zack cosplayer has disappeared. And I'm like, what is going on? So I'm like investigating. The Zack cosplayer is on their knees proposing.
Yeah.
In front of my table.
That is funny. That is funny. From her vantage point, he disappeared because
the moment
he's on his knee.
Me signing a print for them was special to them. They love Aerith enough that this was the moment that they wanted to solidify their marriage. And I mean, what am I supposed to do in the face of that? You know, I mean, immediately, like everyone starts clapping, we start cheering for them. Of course, she said yes, and it was just the most like beautiful like community moment where like we all got to share in a little bit of that love because of this game, and that was really, really, I'll never forget that ever.
I love that.
Very cute.
Should have bloody brought my box of tissues. My God, what a start! It's a very emotional Sunday morning, you guys. I know another way that you influence this lovely community, and I hear it on panels time and time again, is people want to follow your footsteps. Some people want to get into acting or do voice work or be on a stage. But everybody's entry is different. There's no one linear path. You know, when people ask me that, I'm like, I don't know, I just feel like I stumbled here. Like, I'm not sure. So what would you say to someone who's nervous about taking the risk of creativity, because it is a risky life? Changing your job or starting, you know, what would you say? Because I know, Susie, did you work in an office before?
Yeah.
Oh my God, Ruben.
I didn't do any acting prior to this. Like, no training. I didn't go to school for it. So it wasn't really anything in the back
Susie
of my
is such an
mind to
anomaly.
do. So when I was presented the opportunity to, well, my job had let me go. So really from there, I was like, well, do I want to do something for the rest of my life that doesn't really fulfill me or make me happy? Or do I want to try something that I've never done before and, you know, take a chance on it? And so when I went to LA, actually, to maybe start this journey for acting,
she's told the story
Yuffie
before,
was
but
the first audition that I received coming to
crazy.
LA. So I truly felt like it was such a fateful moment that clicked for me. I was like, and then once I got the role, I was like, maybe I should keep going. Maybe I belong here somehow.
That was a theater audition, wasn't it?
I would say that once you make that commitment, I think the hardest thing to do is make that first step. But I think that once you're over that, as long as you don't give up, that's
so great. That was your first audition.
Could you imagine
oh my
not
God,
having
like,
Susie? Could you imagine not having Susie as you?
I think if I can speak to that for a second too, because I'm a strong believer in this, you know, especially when it comes to creativity, whether it's something you want to do as a career or just something you want to just do and put your stuff out there because you want people to see it or experience it. I think the biggest mistake you can make is to wait until you're ready. You're never going to be ready. There's no such thing. You just have to sort of leap and trust that the net will appear, as Richard Horowitz loves to say. And it's true, like that fear, we have such a weird relationship to fear in our culture in particular. Like we see fear as the enemy, and so we waste so much time trying to sort of bow to it and be like, well, I'm afraid of this, that means I shouldn't do this. And sometimes that's true. Sometimes you should listen to your gut that says, hey, don't go down that dark alley at midnight. That's a good fear to pay attention to. But if it's something that's fulfilling, that you know, like on the other side of this is freedom, then fear is just there to be something to work with. You know, it's not the enemy. The best advice I was ever given in the booth as an actor, when I started out, I was nervous as hell. I had no idea what I was doing. I came from a stage background, grew up on stage my entire life, and so the booth was an incredibly artificial atmosphere where I'm like, I can't even swing my arms around. I'm a very physical actor, and so those constraints really, really messed with me. And I was nervous, and I was worried about making a good impression, and can I do the job? Am I messing this up? You know, all the things we think all the time about everything, because we're humans. And my director was like, hey, man, you are wasting so many precious calories on trying to pretend, for my sake, that you're not terrified, that you've got nothing left over for the performance. So just let yourself be scared and do it anyway. And then it'll turn into something else. And when you kind of embrace the fear and stop fighting it, like, you know, when
she's
you're in the
on
booth,
the
like,
left.
physically, the reason that...
She's also in Chainsaw Man, a bunch of stuff. She's in a lot of shit. Yeah, she's like Majima in Chainsaw Man and a lot of
the
shit.
fear and the nerves get in the way is because you're fighting it. And so, you know, you clench up, your voice starts trembling because you're trying, nope, can't let them see that I fear. It's like there's this fear that the director or the producer is going to be like, wait a minute, you're afraid. You're not an actor, get out. And it's weird, the stories we tell ourselves. And then, you know, but that advice and the advice is the fear is, if we were to, when you're feeling you're most fearful about something you really want to do, we could put you under like an EKG or something, and all the same areas of your brain and your nervous system are lighting up as though you were excited, as though you were having the best time of your life. The only difference is the story you're telling yourself about what your body is feeling. And if you can change the narrative...
What he's saying about fear, though, is very good, by the way.
You can run with it, and fear then becomes raw power that can fuel the performance. Some of my best work comes from me being scared out of my mind. So yeah, don't wait till you're ready, and don't try to fight the fear. Hold its hand, and just be like, bitch, we're going.
It reminds me actually of one of my favorite bits of dialogue in The Last of Us Part 2. See if I can find it real quick. Shit. Yeah. Leb's advice on fear.
Yeah. Hey, pull that door down.
So this character has like a fear of heights.
Can I give you some advice? Oh my god. Just think about the good parts too.
The good parts?
Yeah, like you run faster. You're more focused.
Oh,
you don't feel pain as much. Every bad feeling, your palms sweating, your heart racing, they're all signs you're actually strong. So when you feel afraid, you should think about how your body is getting ready for it. Only when weak may I carry my true strength.
And it's funny because you see this dialogue, like only when weak do you carry your true strength. You see that sort of like written in places at times, like throughout the game's like environment, and then it's talked about and explained more here of like, it's true though, like when you are fearful, it's like that thing, it's like the adrenaline rush that you get where you are able to, it's like that, those stories of like the adrenaline rush when mothers have to like lift cars because their babies are trapped underneath it or whatever, and like you're faster, you're stronger. It's like the fear is your body sort of preparing to do more. Is kind of an interesting way to think about the concept of fear. That's sort of similar to what the Sid voice actor was just saying. Red Sarge, thank you so much for 3 months. Welcome back. Thank you so much.
Hell yeah.
Thank you. I love that. Lean in. Yeah. Lean in.
Think about it, though. Think about it. If you dare to fail, at least you made the first step.
Yeah.
So if you sit back and don't do anything with it, you ain't gonna do nothing. Exactly. So would you rather take the chance, or would you rather sit back in the fear, as you say, and not even be in the running? Yeah. You know, if somebody gives you a ball and you throw out the first pitch, are you gonna say, no, I don't wanna do this, drop the ball and walk off the mound? Or you're there, you're already there. And like Jay said, he was in the booth and someone who was running the thing said, hey man, it's all good, do your thing, right? If you're in the booth, you already got the job.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
Dare to fail.
Thanks, John. Before, we're gonna play a game in a second and then go to fan questions. Oh, John's like,
hold on,
it's
actually, I want to add something to what everyone said, right? I started acting when I was a child, right? I think 7 years old is when I started. I'm about to be 31 in April, and this is the only thing. Yeah, what? What'd you say?
Damn.
You said damn?
He Kevin Harted you.
You're right, actually, it's my bedtime. Let me go to sleep. But look, I've been doing this my entire life, and I think what I'm most grateful for is that I was exposed to something that I absolutely fell in love with and felt an immense amount of passion for at such a young age, because it gave me a sense of direction that I was able to commit to. Reason is important, right? I think pursue anything, whether it be in this creative field or whatever it is that inspires you, because you love it. Because I'll give you the very honest truth, right? Like, there's high highs, there's low lows. All the things that people think are shiny gold in fields of entertainment, attention, it's fleeting. Money, it can come and go. I've spent a majority of my life actually broke and struggling before, like 80 to 20%, right? Like, the ratio is kind of whack. But I think pursuing something out of love is never the wrong choice. And I think anything in the world of creativity, mindset is important. Like, why are you doing this? A big thing for me is, like, you know, I have my own personal reasons of why I love it, and you know, those are my selfish reasons, but you know, it's this that means the most to me, connection. I think connection in this lifetime with other human beings going through what I refer to as like the human experience. This is like a vessel for it, right? And regardless of the medium, whether it's stage or voice work or film and television or music or painting or sculpting or dance, whatever it is, right? I feel that is so important because we're all kind of going through this, just figuring it out daily. So any opportunity that you can have, if you're willing to put yourself out there, I think it's incredibly brave. And I just want to say, like, I encourage it. But I think the point that I'm trying to make is if you love it, and kind of what Susie said, if you really love it, make that decision, regardless of how it's going, regardless of how many brick walls you have to run through. I don't think it's the wrong choice, and I'm a firm believer in it, and I'm trying to practice what I preach, and that's why I'm still here doing this.
Yeah.
So
he started with you with 7, so you have the FF7 connection.
Thanks, Cody.
Not a coincidence.
I am, okay, we're gonna play a wee game called Existential Chicken. Who's already witnessed this game? Hands up. Cool, wow, quite a few of you. All right, okay, great. So we're gonna play
They're gonna be very prepared, and we are not at all.
They don't know, it's okay, right, guys? It's fine, you're safe.
They
You're
get
safe.
to play too?
No, you guys are gonna
Oh.
play. So it's really easy, and after we play this game, we're gonna hand it over to the fans and hear from you guys. So I'm gonna pass along Gilbert the chicken.
I'm obsessed with
Gilbert
this
the chicken.
It's Gilbert. It's not just this chicken, it's Gilbert. Thank you.
Gilbert.
Yes.
Sorry, Gilbert.
Address
Sorry,
him
Gilbert.
by
I'm
his
obsessed
name.
with you, Gilbert.
And you're gonna reach into the
I hope some of these are somewhat game related because I do remember this moderator doing interviews, like one-on-one interviews with the actors, and like she gets more into questions that are similar to the one she just asked in terms of like creativity and what do you think is important, and like it's more about like their work as artists and actors versus like anything game related.
chicken and pass it along and just
Which
choose,
is nice to see the
pick a
answers too,
card,
but
read it out and then answer the question. That's it.
you gotta balance it with
So
some
welcome
game
guys
related
to
questions too, I feel
Existential
like.
Chicken. All right, go
It's a
for it.
Wii game, like Wii Claire?
Yeah, it's a Wii game.
Not really.
Go for it.
Okay. If you're like...
That is her predilection because clearly she's also like, as established in those other interviews, she's kind of an actor herself, so she stays in that zone versus
had chapter titles. What would this chapter be called? I really should have studied for this. Hey, there's the chapter title. I should have studied for this.
I should have studied for this. That's a funny chapter title.
All right, Susie.
This is hard.
Some of them
Susie
are
looks
silly and some of
troubled.
them are difficult. Okay.
This is really existential.
I mean, she put it back. That's against the law.
You're not allowed to put them
Britt
back.
put hers back.
Oh wait. If
No.
if you could, I want to.
I
too.
made my own rules.
Okay, go on, Susie. Just throw in.
If you could replay one level of your life, which would it be? Like, yeah, this one. I would replay it over and over again. This experience, absolutely.
Fans are helping
Thank
them
you,
out.
friend in the
Fans are
audience.
doing them a
Thank you.
solid.
Thanks, Susie. Thank you.
You got help. That ain't fair.
Hey, thank
You
you.
can phone a friend, John. You can phone a
I
friend.
know. Did I get a lifeline? How many lifelines do I
I
get?
think you guys have been the most
It's so funny considering that they don't really record together. They have such
scared
good
to
chemistry.
play
I feel
this
like
game.
because apparently they don't record together usually, and they don't really see each other very often. But every time I've seen them on a panel together, they flow really well
We
together.
went so far. Okay, John, go for it.
If your life had a narrator, what would they sound like?
Morgan Freeman.
Morgan Freeman, yeah, you got to do Morgan Freeman.
Well, Miss Daisy, I My life, on the real, you gotta go all the way back to Chicago. I think it'd be like a Cat Williams type thing where let's start where we got to start. Yes. He grew up in the hood. He started from the bottom of the bottom. It'd be like that. It would be straight Cat, because I love Cat. I love his voice, love his work. He's just special. And
that's an amazing Cat Williams impression. Holy shit. Hold on, I need ice for my thing. That was genuinely an incredible Cat Williams.
yeah, and it would still sound like Cat to this day. You're like, and then he had 4 children. Oh my God. You know.
Thanks, John.
I would have never guessed
Ritz.
that he could do
If
a cat
clouds
voice
had
like that.
and not cloud, clouds. Okay? This is actually kind of a trick question, so let's all tune in Sunday morning. Okay. Including myself. If clouds had flavors, what would rain taste like? This feels like a trick. So not the cloud flavor. Rain.
Yes.
Glacier freeze Gatorade.
Commercial.
These truly feel like questions written by
Rain.
Yes.
truly feels like questions written by this human being right here. Like, from the little I've gathered of this person, these really feel like they're from that person.
Glacier freeze Gatorade.
A commercial.
That's an amazing
And that's
answer.
the only correct
Hilarious.
answer.
Sponsored.
I would like
A
them to sponsor
Tifa
me.
Gatorade partnership? Yeah,
Say,
just
that was
like
a very
Sephiroth
shameless
one.
plug right there.
Yeah.
Gatorade.
Okay, Brianna.
All right, I haven't read this yet. This says, what everyday item should be a power-up? I mean, matcha. That's really easy. Yeah, that is a power-up. Like, it's not should be, it is.
Okay, Cody.
All right, mine is if someone from 100 years ago saw your daily routine. Why are you laughing already? What would confuse them the most?
That's
trying
funny.
to figure out how much I want to tell you guys.
Why you turn the card over, Cody? Like, is there more?
Oh no. Also, why is John?
Turned it over. Like, oh damn. I can't get out of this one.
Okay, I do this really silly thing. It's not bad. It's just silly. Every morning I wake up. I usually start my morning and I do some stretches and some like yoga poses and stuff just to get the body warmed up. And I go downstairs and I do some cardio on a treadmill machine. But before I do that, none of that's the weird stuff. This is the weird thing. Before I do that, I get on this little like vibration plate. You know what I'm talking about? And I crank it like way up, and then I do like certain stretches, and then I look like Shakira, like belly dancing. And it's apparently good for like the lymphatic system. I don't know. I got sold on it, and then I just like the tingly feeling it gives me.
Actually,
Yeah,
I
I bet
have
that'd be
heard
pretty
one of those
confusing to
things.
somebody
Oh, you
seeing
have
that.
one?
Like, why is he shaking his ass?
Actually,
like
I
that?
have heard of one.
Okay, but like here's the real question, Cody. Do you like vocalize where on the beat? You're
One
like
of my bosses
100%.
has one.
Yeah, guilty.
Because like, come on, we're all 5 at heart. Luke, I am your father.
This was real cool. I got to see every girl's face going,
Oh, exposed.
I'd like to be a fly on the wall of Cody Christian's home. You didn't see that. You was all embarrassed. I was watching the girls' faces and some of the fellas was like,
I'm telling you, it is an actual cheat code. You do feel silly though because if you crank it up to like a high intensity, it's like my ass be shaking.
I think you're going to have to add a question to the chicken next time. Like, how do you feel about Cody being on a vibrating platform?
I'm just like, now for the next part of the panel, I do apologize, Cody. I can't stop thinking about your arse cheeks shaking.
It's a sight, I'm telling you.
Guys, that was Existential Chicken! See, it wasn't so scary. It wasn't so scary. It was okay. Guys, I told John about this maybe a day or two ago, and he was like, oh, no, okay, all right. So you guys, as you are doing, please mind your fellow fans.
Fan question time.
Squishing, and can we please make it one question per person, if that's okay with you, so we can get through it.
I'll be nice.
Okay. My love, what is your name and what is your question? Please, right into the mic, straight into the mic.
I am Savannah. And
Hi, Savannah.
Oh, they have a crowd
this
cam.
game has made me laugh a lot, and I just play imagining that there's got to be times where you're in the booth and you're reading a line, and it has to make you laugh, right? I'm hoping so. So, what for each of you has that moment been?
I have one that's fresh on my mind, right? And it's like I'm gonna avoid giving context because this.
Oh, this was the potential spoiler one.
You haven't seen it yet, but there's basically something. I'm not going to. And if I get anyone in trouble, come at me, no one else. I basically had to do a line where I was submerged in some water, and I'm like speaking, and I had some
Brett's
water.
reaction. Brett's just like, Jesus Christ.
Line where I was submerged in some water, and I'm like speaking, and I had to figure out how to make a sound that's like. I spent like 20 minutes in the booth trying to like figure it out, and I was like, "What am I doing? What is this?" So that was most recent. I mean, obviously there's countless memories of it, but that one got me a lot.
Yeah, so some people were like going crazy on that. Yeah, Sephiroth saying Mako tank is her guess. I mean, yeah, it could be the Mako tank. It could be like falling into the live stream. Either way, like we expect that, right? Like maybe not Mako tank, although that makes sense, right? Like if you see him in the Mako tank, like a flashback of when he got caught up in the experiments. So I could see that. Again, neither of those things are incredibly like shocking necessarily as like things that could happen, right? It reminds me a little bit of and who knows, like it might be something. The way it comes together may, like I said, those are the two most likely things. It reminds me, but like the way people were talking about it, like I just remember seeing like so many conversations on like Twitter and Discord, and it's like, oh my god, and it's like, oh, okay, that's one of those moments. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't seem like that crazy of a reaction. Brett's reaction gives it away as a live stream. Not I'm gonna say, yeah. I mean, my first thought was live stream was like falling in the live stream was my assumption. But either way, like we expect those moments, so it's not like I don't think it's that crazy. He has a tendency to do this though, but he did this in on the New York Comic-Con panel where he said something that at the time was like, oh my god, and it was like it was basically said like there's a moment where Cloud becomes something other than himself or something like that, and it was like, oh shit. And I remember at the time I remember thinking, oh, is it like him becoming like Sephiroth? Is it him like Worldwood Maze sort of losing his mind sort of thing? And I genuinely think the moment that he was teasing in that New York Comic-Con panel was this one. Hold on, let me find it. Or yeah, I thought maybe the play, but I think what he was talking about was this.
You're a lifesaver, Kupo.
Yeah, Kupo.
It was Mog and for countless inherit that legacy. Before I forget.
Because he also said he had to speak a weird language.
Kupo.
Go on now, be good hosts and show our guest how it's done.
Yeah, he's not himself quite often in Rebirth.
Koopo.
Koopo. Oh, Frog Cloud, yeah.
Koopo po.
Koopo po. I can just imagine Cody in the booth landing this line.
Koopo po.
This is the crappiest cloud has ever been. Yeah. Whoa. So funny. Yeah, that was his New York Comic Con. I think that's what he was teasing in New York Comic Con.
Anyone
I
else?
look forward to it. Thank you.
Yeah, probably live stream sequence.
This is a classic. I mean, it's from Remake, so all of you are familiar with it. I know I've written it on a print this weekend already.
Mogging in the booth.
But the first time that I found out that Aerith was going to curse, I was just gleeful, like giggling to myself, like, I can't wait for people to play this. Yeah, it's when she's going through the rooftops with Cloud, and it's very like atmospheric and calm, and they're getting to know each other for the first time, and she's this flower girl, and she's, poking fun at him, and she says, "I'm not some princess who needs to be coddled," and she falls off a ladder and then goes, "Shit." And she does, in fact, need rescuing. So, that made me laugh.
Thank you. Thanks. Anyone else?
I'm just going to say ribbit.
Yeah.
Yeah. That situation
Ribbit,
is
ribbit.
wild.
And then she also the way she teases him at the end of that is very funny too. Rebirth. What the fuck is it? Rebirth. Frog. Side quest?
Turns you.
This game is so silly.
You're
sometimes.
reactor. Who are they? Must be the us. I had to be. What are you kids? Ribbit?
Tifa.
Ribbit?
I tried to warn you. Like I said, hanging out here turns you into a frog. But don't worry. All you gotta do is start.
I love this quest when we did it.
Here are the rules.
I thrived on this too because I played the fuck out of Fall Guys with friends, so I crushed this relative ease. I don't know why this person doesn't have music in their gameplay.
I've played worse.
Anyway, thanks again.
You look like you were having fun.
Ribbit.
I could get used to it.
Yeah, I wouldn't go that far.
Ribbit.
Hey!
Ribbit.
Ribbit.
Ribbit. Ribbit. Such a funny game. That scene feels weird without the music, though.
Thank you, my dear.
I don't know why they
for
don't have
the
the music.
question.
Good question.
Thank you. Hello, friend. What's your name and question?
My name's Luis. I'm from Glendale, Arizona. Okay, so I'm gonna be quick about it because I know we got a lot of fans behind me. Susie, Britt, it's great to meet you. Hey, bro, I respect your buff game. You got that rip thing going on, bro.
It could be copyright,
it's really
too.
awesome. Anyways, so real
Maybe they
quick,
don't want
I
it
haven't
in their
played
videos.
Final
They don't want
Fantasy
their videos to get
VII,
copyright struck.
but I will get to it. I swear to you. I promise you. That is on my list. But I know that there's a bit of romance in this, and I promise you this is not a ship question. I know the rules. I will not ask that. Never. But my question is, if a person went up to you and asked you for romance advice, what advice would you give them?
As our characters?
Or as characters, person, either way goes.
Okay.
Who's that for? Anybody?
Yeah, for
You
anybody.
need to know the situation. You can be like, hey, I need some romantic advice. For the girl, or she, you gotta let a brother know all the other
Look,
stuff.
there's no time to waste. Be respectful. Shoot your shot.
Okay.
Oh, there you go.
Most cringe
Thank you.
question for sure.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Great
Cody
face.
handled it well.
Hello,
So
my
you,
dear.
you gotta go do what he just said.
Yeah, whoever you're subtly referring to, go for it.
Hi, what's your name? Right into the mic, your question.
Yep. Hi, I'm Victorino, and want to shout out
Fan
Game
questions are always
on
a
Expo,
crapshoot.
bringing Final Fantasy to Phoenix, greatly appreciated. Let's run it back, though. Let's get the rest of the 7 cast, and Matt Mercer, Love that guy. Hopefully one
Very
day.
Cloud thing to say.
Question is for that final battle against Sephiroth.
Oh yeah, the Barrack Gold Saucer Date is that
Which
question.
3 would you utilize for the final battle? Which 3 Final Fantasy characters?
Which 3 Final Fantasy characters would you utilize for the final battles? That we
Yeah,
said?
against Sephiroth.
Okay. Who wants to take that?
Some of these questions, man. Come
I
on.
had to have Cloud because
Like your one chance to ask these people questions, and these are the questions. Come on,
obviously,
guys.
he's not optional, so you kind of have to use him anyway.
That's right. That was in my contract. Not optional.
Yuffie, because obviously
Yeah.
she's busted though, for real. And I don't know.
Pick a favorite, Susie.
Yeah.
Yeah, Susie.
Yeah,
Who,
Susie.
Susie?
I
Who?
used Barrett because
I get behind that.
like I gotta survive.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, I gotta have my rock by my.
What would be my question? I don't know. I mean, it's hard to come up with it on the fly. So, hey, what's going on, Nice Guy Prince? Susie ain't lying. Definitely taking Susie. Yeah, she's busted as fuck. Could you imagine what else do they do with her kit in part 3? Holy shit. I mean, my question, I would probably think about it, like, obviously in the moment, I'd probably be like thinking about it before going up to ask the question. I think some people just run to the mic with like no question in mind. They just want to be able to ask a question, so they don't even have a question. And so they throw out bullshit questions like that. But like to make it up right on the fly, I don't know. It would have to be something like semi-deep-ish or just like funny. If it were like semi-deep, it'd be something like, what moment were you like most afraid of, like in the booth or something like that? Just something that's a little bit deeper that just like has like a little something to it.
My side, so yeah. Cloud, Yuffie, Barrett.
Or they had a
Thank
question
you very
in mind.
much, friend. Thank you.
Possible.
Thank you.
Hello there,
Okay, my love, what's your name and question?
Tade. Because there have been previous
What's going on in
voices
this
for the
bit?
characters, how did you go about changing the voice to make it your own but still be relatively the same?
A lot
That's
of
a
that
decent
just
question.
kind of is on the directors and how they'll direct you and their audition process.
Decent-ish.
And they put out the sides. They ask for very specific tones and very
Or like, yeah, like how did you develop the voice of your character? Something like that would be
specific accents in some cases. Like Sid, for example, they were specifically like, we would like someone that sounds like they're from like East Texas or in that area, Arkansas. And
How did you develop the character? Or like, what did you tap into most about the character?
And that was the direction they wanted to go. So they were already looking for actors that fit that bill. So the responsibility was less on us as actors to be like, oh, I've got to make this new. The writers, the adapters, and the directing team kind of did that for us. And because we sort of answered that need, we got the job, if that answers your question. So that's how we go about it. It's like any gig. We just do what the boss tells us.
Thank you, friend.
I'll speak on that too, actually, real quick. I think it's just being respectful to the process, paying homage to the work that's already been done, right? Again, like I mentioned earlier, like the IP is bigger than an individual. The character is bigger than my own identity. So just making sure that adequate work and prep is done with respect and kind of his point, right, is like it's less about you trying to make it something new and just existing as you are within the box that's already been created. Like thankfully my tone is already was pretty similar, so it was really studying like the emotion behind who it is that I'm portraying and making sure I'm honoring that.
I wasn't gonna say nothing, but I gotta say something. I'm sorry. First
What?
of all,
You,
I gotta go all the way
What?
back. Cody and I have had this conversation since Remake. I gotta say it. Listen, there were films that were done. That's where you first heard the voices. The OG game, there were no voices. This is called Remake.
Don't forget Kingdom Hearts.
Rebirth. Kingdom Hearts. I'll give you that.
Kingdom Hearts had voices.
But I'm talking about for so many of the
For-
other
yeah,
characters. You heard
I
the
know
voices in the
Sephiroth, yeah,
film.
the
Like,
best
Bo
panel will be part
Billingsley
3
to
when
me is like one of my
they can
heroes.
answer.
It's like unbelievable. And they barely gave many doggone words, and I was upset about that in Advent Children. But the original game had no words. They were written, they were scripted. So we had to study and see the people who went before us and set the pace, as Cody said. But this game brought words. So when people got all upset about, man, I can't believe they're replacing the cast, there were no words.
Thank God they replaced the cast. Thank God they replaced the cast. I don't give a shit. I think this cast is way better. Anyway.
I'm sorry, I'm just there were no words. Now there are words. So I hope we did a great job for you, but
Thanks, you guys. Thank you for your question. Thank you. Hello, my love. Right up to the mic. Name and question.
Hello, I'm Amanda. I wanted to know, what was your favorite line or scene that you recorded from parts 1 or 2?
Okay, that's a good question also. Tough one, but...
For me, everybody. Especially Marlene stuff.
Anyone else want to take that?
My favorite line of all time, and I've said this to multiple people that have come up and I've signed things for, is, and I think it took a special place in my heart because it was quite literally one of the first 5 lines I ever recorded. It was Cloud saying, "Not interested." I just feel like it's such a perfect encapsulation of like who he is and what it represents, and it just became like the line that always stuck with me. And
you know what would be cool as a question too would be like asking a question about like a very specific moment that the fan base is really into. Like it would be cool to ask, having Cody on stage especially, of like their conversation at the end of the dine scene. So not necessarily the dine scene itself, but like when Cloud, you know, says, it's like, "I really mean it, man." And like that sort of interaction between both of those characters, like what they brought to that scene and what they were thinking about in that scene. Because I remember that part of the dine scene is one that really stood out to me and a bunch of other people. Just like that moment between Cloud and Barrett. You know,
every time I do a session, I always like spam that line like 15 times just to make sure I'm where I need to be mentally and tonally and all that kind of stuff. But
It's so hard to pick favorites with Yuffie because she's just so fun all the time. But I guess like the moments that stand out to me the most is when she's not super hyper and happy, when she's actually really grounded and mature, like her scene with Sonon when she's trying to calm him down. So I hope we get to see more of that in the next part, to see her growth beyond just the happy little sister.
oh, also nailed it. Thank you. Moving on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, let's just not discuss it. I just love it. I love it.
Thank you.
Nailed
for
it. I
that
know.
quiz.
Thank you. Moving on. Like that was really genuinely like the nailed it. I know. Thank you. Moving on. Like that was one of the moments that made me feel like, oh wow, they really nailed Cloud.
Hello, friend.
Such
What's
a
your
funny
name?
line.
Right into the mic and question.
Thank you, Claire. So, hello. So my question is, if your characters had an ice cream flavor, what would it be and why?
If they had an ice cream, if they wanted to pick one.
Random ass question.
What would it be and why?
What's the flavor of ice cream that's a mix of all three? Is it Cosmo? Is it
Neapolitan?
Thank you. I don't know why I was going to reference the magazine. Neapolitan, because there's a little bit of everything in there, you know what I'm saying?
Susie gave me this idea, so I'm stealing it from her. But for Sid, Rocky Road, absolutely.
I'm gonna say rum raisin because there's rum and she's a bartender.
I got to give the cast credit for coming up with
I
fun
think Eris
answers
would
to
like a
dumb
super
questions.
cracked out
Though.
flavor, like a flavor where they just like take every Halloween candy and put it in the ice cream. Like that's what she'd be into. I feel.
Love it.
What is it called? Cotton candy? No, that's not it. I say that with love, but that's not it. No, it's got to be something super weird and just way over the top.
On candy? No,
think
I see
Yuffie
that
would
with
be
love.
Cotton candy though. Yeah, definitely.
yeah.
With sprinkles. Yeah.
With some sour twists in there.
With them
little
gummy worms in it,
on
you
there.
know, put some M&Ms in there, Reese's Pieces, like just fill
John,
it all up.
I need
you
to
know?
hear your answer, dude.
Double chocolate.
Yeah. I like the way you think, John.
You know.
Good answers and good question.
John, what
Thank
you got, man? What was your flavor, bro?
Double chocolate, man. I didn't say it loud enough.
I got you.
Double chocolate, baby.
Thanks. Hello, my friend, right up to the mic. What's your name and question?
They made the
Hi,
most
I'm,
of that
Eddie
silly
Daggett,
ass
originally
question.
from Montana. So my question is, it's a little silly. So in the original and Rebirth, we spent a lot of time at the Golden Saucer. So my question is, how into chocobo race gambling would you guys be?
How into it?
How into it would we be? As our characters?
I feel like Sid would be really into it.
Yeah, Sid would be really into it, yeah.
Brother, I feel like you'd be running it. It would be your operation.
He'd be up there running this underground ring. All right, I got $5 on the yellow one. Yeah.
Oh my God, the way he kicked into the Sid voice.
It would be your operation.
He'd be up there running this underground ring. All right, I got $5 on the yellow one. Yeah.
And I'm looking forward
Anyone
to more
else to chip in?
Sid.
All good. We're good. Thank you very much, my friend. Thank you. Hello, my friend, right up to the mic. What's your name and question?
Hi, I'm Deontay, and what I like to ask is, which place did you like the most in Final Fantasy Remake?
Which like location in the
Yes.
game? For me, it's gonna be either Sector 7 or Nibelheim. Just because there's a lot of moments that happen that are near and dear to me with the character.
I like Costa del Sol. It's so fun.
Oh yeah, that music, it's in my head right
and
now.
the
the
music,
hotel.
yeah, it's such a chill time. Love it.
It reminds me of the San Diego Hotel because it's similar.
Really?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of
The one I
yeah,
really
what
like was the outdoor festival because I like going places, and the one I'm going next week is the foodie land. So look forward to it.
Group trip to San Diego.
Let's go.
You drive?
Sure.
Okay. Now,
the location that's most stands out to me in like Rebirth, weirdly, is like it's a moment. It's a moment where you run up the hill for the first time into Gongaga and the music kicks in. I think that's my like the one that stands out the most as like a moment where I was like, oh shit.
we're going to the next question, but we've got this person here who wants to answer. Can't get the mic.
Hey,
so-
what's up, Nightbreaker?
Thank you. Thank you. Giovanni from the Bay Area. I met some of you earlier this weekend. My question is, if you could assign anyone else from the cast to play any other video game character, who would you pick and why?
I got my answer right away. I'm so sorry.
Crazy question. That's kind of a fun question, actually.
I would put John as Master Chief in Halo.
Oh, that's a good one.
That's an honor.
Put him in there.
Oh, yes, you're in it. Yeah, Tifa. Yeah, I'm Tifa. Brit's in it, so yeah, that it's so funny.
Oh,
It's
Brit's
so
in Halo?
funny just because I think Devil May Cry Cody. You know, I mean that would be some.
Oh
you know,
yeah. The music swelling in Nibelheim at the very beginning. Yeah, fuck yeah. Where it pulls back. Yeah.
I just think that'd be special right there. But to be on your team, I'm good. I'd be on another team with you.
I just heard someone say Bree as Kratos. Yes. Thank you. Yes.
With the facial, the coloring and everything. Oh, that'd be
Absolutely,
really hot.
yeah.
That'd be
Boy,
really cool, Breezy.
You know?
Yes, I need some kind of Photoshop wizard to post that up immediately right after this. Get the memes going. Hello, my friend. What's your name? And right up to the mic question.
Hello? Okay. Sorry, first time. My name is Reese Jove. I'm from Columbus, Ohio, and I flew all this way because I'll be frank, this is my favorite game of all time, Rebirth specifically.
Damn, flew
and
there for this panel.
It's because of you all. It's kind of embarrassing to say, but as I was playing this game, I kind of truly felt like the characters were like my friends, just because of your all's performances. And they just were a lot deeper. My question is, like, going from the first one, Remake, to this one, was there anything like you attribute to, like, any changes you might have made or anything you really wanted to nail specifically with this second entry, just because you all felt so much more natural as the characters in this one?
How do we do that without, like, you know, like, how many people have finished? How many people haven't played?
Oh, so were there rules, Sephiroth? Were there rules around like not any too many Rebirth questions? Because they've been dancing around Rebirth a little bit.
Yeah, I don't want to give any spoilers away.
Because it
I
hasn't
can speak
landed on
vaguely on
Switch.
it, right?
It sucks that like they are limiting that. I mean, I get it because like yes, it is going on platforms for the first time, but like game's been out 2 years at this point.
I think for me, it was really just like, it was a comfort and confidence thing, right? I think like the nerves subsided. Speaking character specifically, I think a version of Cloud that we see throughout the first game is very guarded and very protected and minimal, right? And throughout the second game, there's moments where personality starts to shine and vulnerability breaks through. So my main objective from day one, and
New rules, but it is, I feel, a common thing that if someone hasn't played it, they tend not to really answer. An issue when it's not on Switch yet.
especially in this, like, the last installment, is just humanizing it as much as possible, right? We're in this fabricated place, and the reality is so removed at times, but I think the priority being, like, how rooted and grounded can we keep this, regardless of the scenario, performance-wise? Like, that is what drives me, and I think I speak for, like, everybody. Like, you know, sometimes there's
definitely way
insane
more
things where we
shades of
turn
them
into
down
frogs,
blue,
and
for sure.
you know, but when it's serious, it's serious. So I think just the discipline and the decision to, like, all right, as human, as real, as authentic as we can make this performance, we look for it, whether that's through the subtleties or the nuance or just whatever plays out in whatever scene. Like, that's my priority. So I'm happy to see that it resonated with you.
Yeah, no, thank you guys.
Of
Thank you
course.
for coming all the way out.
Dude, actually, it's Cloud, yeah.
Thank you.
Come to the table and I'll tell you mine.
This is going to have to be the last question, person. Please don't look at me in the eyes. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, but
Judge her, judge.
Here comes chat. This is, by the way, because it's the last question, it feels like it is the rule for all fan question panels I have ever seen. This question will likely suck, and you'll be angry at the person for wasting the final question on whatever this question is. I feel like every time I watch panels with like fan questions at the end, the last one always sucks. And it's like, damn it, that's what you wasted your last question on?
Judge her, judge her, judge her.
I haven't seen it yet, but I'm almost certain that's what's gonna happen.
Cody, no!
This better be good.
Hey,
So no pressure.
I'm
No pressure.
honored to be the final here. I got to tell you, so this isn't even a question. So I am going to date myself a little bit, but I just want to try something. Where are all my 1997 OGers at?
Sheesh.
So my name is Nick, and it's been a pleasure meeting all of you. I have to say, Final Fantasy VII, the original game, was my favorite game of all time. It shaped much of who I am today, and it would have been so easy to screw this thing up. And so I have told, I think, each and every one of you that from a
So what's your
casting
fucking question,
perspective,
bro?
it was spot on. All of you embody your characters so well. You did it so much justice, and I think that for those of us who have been on this journey for the last nearly 30 years, I just can't even imagine a world where we would have gotten something better than what we got. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you guys for bringing so
it's
much
heartfelt.
life to these characters and giving us, a better experience to continue to
He
journey
may
on
not.
with,
He
and for bringing
legitimately
a whole new
might not have a
generation up.
question.
Hey, big.
Yeah, he doesn't. I don't think.
Look,
All
I've
right,
said
a
this
little
multiple
low-fest. I
times
was okay
this
with that.
weekend, and I just want to take another moment to express the gratitude. This is the first time I've ever really been able to pop up to a convention as Cloud, and
Which we're
It could have been a lot worse. And like, at least he said something like kind of nice that I feel like communicates what a lot of us feel, versus like a dumbass question like, "So how do you feel about Red 13 raiding the Chocobo?" It's like, fuck, Nomura talked about that 12 years
so
ago.
happy you joined us.
Thank you,
so
guys.
You don't even know.
happy you're
We
here.
love you, dude.
I
This
am
is exciting. I told people that you were going to be at this
And it just gives them a platform to just speak on that.
one
you know?
like way back when. I'm thrilled. Whenever we get together, it's a beautiful thing. But when you're with us too, man, it's just next level. So thank you.
no, thank you guys. Thank every single one of you. I don't even want to say that I'm surprised, but it was the perfect amount of reassurance and affirmation to hear from real people, such as yourself, man. That
He's
it's
the
like,
leader.
I've been on this journey. This means the world to me, and to show up and to be told so many times of like, hey, like, I see you, I hear you, I feel it, we fuck with it. Like, it makes me feel like all of the hours, all of the effort is like, it's worth something, it paid off. So thank you guys so much. Like, from the bottom of my heart, I really, really appreciate it.
If I were to ask the final question, oof, man. Now I feel the pressure. Now I feel the pressure that I was putting on that guy. Fuck, I don't know. That is the challenge, right? Because he got up to the mic and then suddenly he was the last question. It would probably be like, you know, what is your biggest takeaway from playing the role so far? And you know, what do you hope people feel going forward? Something like that. Obviously not specifically asking part 3, but like kind of like subtly hinting at something like that. I don't know, something like that.
Yeah.
I know I didn't get my question up there, but my thing is, my dad passed away 3 months before the game released, and you guys really got me through it. As a teacher, as a service member,
My man.
No. This is going on.
But do you have a vibrating machine?
Thank you very much for standing up, and thank you. Can we have a round of applause before we wrap up for the fan questions and the fans? Standing up.
You have a vibrating.
He started going somewhere else so that somebody said he had a fusion sword in his back.
No. This is going on.
But do you have a vibrating machine?
Thank you very much for standing up, and thank you. Can we have a round of applause before we wrap up for the fan questions and the fans?
Yeah, cheers so far.
Thank you, Claire.
Thank you.
We love when you conduct our interviews, baby girl. You bring it out for real and you make it so comfortable. So we love you. Thank you.
Can we get a big round of applause for our amazing host? Now you have to pull a thing out the chicken.
What was that?
I said, now you have to pull a thing out of Gilbert.
You want me to do
Play
what?
existential chicken.
Now you gotta pull a thing out the chicken.
Tell us what Gilbert wants to know.
If your life had a tutorial level, what would you teach? How to dress like a rejected golden girl? I made it, Mom and Dad. Let's go! Guys, please stay for our stage selfie and give it on up for J. Michael Tatum, Susie Young, John.
That was fun. It was a fun panel, though. It was.
That was you.
All right, let's check out this other one.
Yes, that's right. No, E3 was
This is from
wild.
Houston. It's only 18 minutes, and like it popped up in my algorithm like right before stream, and I was like, you know what? Why don't we check this one out too? Fuck it. I got the boosted volume.
That was you, me, Erica, and Cody.
Yes, that's right.
Yep.
I forgot. And yeah, that was. And Noah came to that because he met a bunch of
This is from NostalgiaCon Houston 2026. It was uploaded 3 days ago, and it like randomly ended up on my my like algorithm right before stream started, and I was like, oh, it's only 18 minutes. We'll watch that one too.
I wish that was fun. You're right. You weren't there. I met your mom and dad in PAX East.
Oh, did you, Nightbreaker? This is a short one. I decided to tack it on.
Yeah,
because it's
do whatever you want. This time it's yours.
This
Right,
background
how are
is
you all
dope as
doing?
fuck
Hello.
that they made for this.
Hi.
Hello, hello.
Hey, hey. Hi, everyone. Thanks for coming.
They ain't loud enough.
Yeah.
Hi, y'all.
A little bit louder.
Wait a minute. Y'all say hi.
Hi.
Y'all say hi.
And now you're the guy. Come on, all of you. All right. Close enough. All right, so if you don't mind, can you introduce yourselves?
Hi,
Hi, I am Britt Barron, the voice of Tifa.
Hi, I'm Susie Young, voice of you. Oh, sorry. This is late. I'm John Bentley. I know, I can't do that. That's too high.
Try it.
Nuh-uh, I'll hurt my throat. I'm John Bentley, voice of Barrett Wallace.
I'm John Bentley and I voice Barry. I'm Susie Young and I voice Yuvi.
Woo!
Hi, everyone. I'm Brianna White, and I voice Chris.
Awesome. How are you all doing? How's Houston treating you guys?
Yeah. Y'all have good food. I had it last night.
Good people.
Yes.
Houston does have good food.
Seriously, then give it up for yourselves. Come on. Don't be shy. Yes. Are you guys from Texas or?
Nah.
Oh.
We flew from LA.
Does he think they're from Texas?
We're LA based.
Okay. Is it your first time out here or you been here before?
For me, yeah.
Oh.
Wait, really?
First time in Houston.
Oh, no way. Well, welcome, John.
Awesome.
Thank you, Susie. Why you say it like that?
Welcome, John. Did you have the cookies?
That's how you said it.
No, yeah.
I love it.
You're going to have to separate you two.
Yeah, we're gonna, you know what?
You can sit right here with me, sir.
I might have to try to get an interview with John. It'd be so
I
fun.
love this. You could definitely tell you guys are a family in one way or another. So that's beautiful. And
Yeah.
and that's what makes, whether it's an animation, live action, or a video
If
game.
I ever did interviews,
special
I'll
when you
wait
can
till
see the
after
bond.
part
You
3
can
is
feel it
done,
from
though.
our end.
I'll wait
You can
till
see it
after
on
part
this
3 is
end.
out.
So that's amazing.
No holds barred, baby.
Thank you. So speaking of which, right? Video games. Final Fantasy. I mean, that is a very rich IP in history, right? And I mean, and I'm a gamer, so it's huge, right? It's been going on forever, but in a good way. So for you all, right? What does it mean for you all to be part of that legacy of Final Fantasy and to have your imprint now forever? How does it feel?
No pressure.
No pressure.
Forever.
Well, it's out there now, so.
I mean, it's just so cool. Like, you even if you
that's a
don't
good one,
know
Master.
video games, you've definitely heard of Final Fantasy. Like, especially Final Fantasy.
Or if you're, I don't know if Night Sky Prince is still in the chat, but he was like telling me, or he posted that tweet. It was a tweet. Where he was like, at dinner, he was like, I was at dinner with normies, and like I mentioned that I make content about Final Fantasy, and like the people were saying, like said, oh, people still play Final Fantasy, and it made him very sad. It made all of us collectively very sad.
Fantasy 7 is so iconic, and it's been around for like, I don't know,
They need to step their
decades.
game up.
I think
is what-
97 since 97. Yeah.
At this point, and also it's the 6th anniversary for Final Fantasy 7 Remake. So happy birthday, Final Fantasy 7 Remake!
That's amazing. Anyone else?
You got the mic. You see what you take it then. I think she's right. That's, it's cool. It's a huge thing. But it's a huge responsibility too, right? Because we want to get it right for y'all, because we know the OG players are like, well, this is what we saw, this is what we read. And we wanted to make sure that this is what you see, this is what you hear. So we wanted to get it right.
Yeah.
That's amazing. And no, you guys did a great job with it for sure. So for you all, before you took on the role, did you ever play Final Fantasy or at least heard of it? I mean, I'm sure there's some gamers sitting here, or all of you, but did you know about it? And
this moderator has not done his homework. You should know John played the OG back in the day. I think Susie did too at some point.
what was that like for you to know that you got that opportunity to be in something you played as well or heard of?
I mean, I grew up, my cousin played Final Fantasy X when I was a kid, and I was watching him play. I was like, wow, I want to play that too. So that's how I got a PS2, and then I started playing 10, which is still my favorite game to this day. Yeah.
We have a lot of 10 fans.
Yes. Good taste, good taste. But yeah, like that's how I got to know about Final Fantasy as a franchise.
I got to know Final Fantasy VII through Kingdom Hearts. I didn't know the characters before, but I fell in love with the world and all the characters, and now we're here, like, surprisingly for me.
I like that.
I am not a gamer. I've been pretty public about that, so I didn't really understand what I was walking into, to be quite honest. I think maybe it started to hit when that trailer of Tifa's reveal happened, and I missed E3, and I was getting it sent to me, and I was like, whoa, what?
They also held back on Tifa so much. So yeah, the fact that she didn't know like the impact of Tifa and then got hit with it when it was like the big reveal was like finally get to see Tifa.
And even like my agent called me to tell me I got the part, which they don't always do when I book other stuff. And that should have been the flag, you know? And I think I told my husband, I was like, yeah, I booked Final Fantasy, another video game. And he's like, oh, who? I'm like, Tifa? He's like, what? So it happened. But I think in some ways it became so intimidating because I felt like I have so much to catch up on. And I had never done an IP this big, and like so many people grew up playing this game, and it felt like stepping into the shoes of like a Harry Potter world or something in some ways, where everybody has a different idea of how these characters should sound, and it was really definitely intimidating. Like the first few sessions, I was just hoping to not get fired.
Naturally born Tifa, though.
Big shoes to fill, but I feel so grateful for the fandom because I feel like they have embraced us with open arms, which I am so grateful for as an actor.
So John and I are both gamers, but kind of almost two different sides of the story, because I never played the original 7. My family growing up was a Nintendo console family. We liked Zelda, and so we played that all growing up. And my first introduction to Final Fantasy was Final Fantasy 14, the MMO, because I had a friend that wanted me to play with them. And I went down that rabbit hole way too deep, if you know what I mean. When it comes to MMOs, you go hard, right? So 2,000 hours later, I also, because I'm a gamer, I also was like streaming Let's Plays on Twitch and YouTube. And so my next Final Fantasy was Final Fantasy 15. So I did a Let's Play of that on YouTube. And from there, I got the audition for...
Her mic is fucked up.
Check. Check.
Is this not cutting out? Okay, it's a little better. From there, I got the audition for Aerith and dove into the world of 7. So it's definitely very special for me as a gamer to be a part of such a legendary thing that I had loved in other numbered titles, but not 7 itself.
And for me, I grew up in 1997.
Did you grow up, John?
I don't know. Did I, though? 1997, when it came out, was my first RPG. And I was shocked that I fell in love with an RPG because I was like, a virtual fighter kind of guy and all that. But then fell in love with the game, and then I saw there's a black character in the game. I was like, what? And then he didn't die. This is great. And so that's my backstory and loving the game. Told you I'd be quick.
That was a great answer, sir. I appreciate that. That was awesome. Okay, so we do have gamers and someone that is brand new, and you are in the gaming world.
Did you tell them we played together?
Seriously. I didn't, actually.
You didn't. Me and Breezy played it together. We played.
did.
Did y'all see us? Any of you see us? We played it on our streaming, man.
Awesome.
They played like a couple chapters.
You didn't say that.
We did a Twitch stream that was a Let's Play of the original Final Fantasy VII between... Was it before Remake came out? It was before Remake came out.
Yes, it was before Remake.
Yeah. So the first 2 episodes of that are on my YouTube channel. You can check it out. It's pretty cool.
What is your Twitch and YouTube channel?
It's Strange Rebel Gaming. So if you look up Strange Rebel Gaming, you should be able to find it. And it was one of our first times interacting at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we don't actually record with each other in the booth. So I don't know. We met at E3, and then I sent you like an Instagram
Except
DM or something
there
like
is
that.
tease.
And I said, with you?
Cody
Yeah,
and
you
Britt
did.
did one.
And I said, yeah.
Actually,
Did a
in
session,
truth, he
potentially.
said, if you teach me how to use Instagram.
This is true. This is very true.
And I said, deal.
Very true. And I still don't know how to use it right.
But you know how to voice characters. We like that. So.
I appreciate you.
I'm sorry. A couple of things I want to say off the record, which I'll say on the record as well. E3. Do you guys remember E3?
Back
I'm
in
sure if you love video
2019.
games, you love E3. They should bring that back. I mean, okay, I see mixed reaction.
No, I agree.
Oh,
I
you
wish
agree?
they would, man. I wish they would.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if it can be the same.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's.
It'll never happen.
I mean, I was dreamt
The
of
ESA
going
is
there,
sort of
and then
like, it
finally
was-
when
it
time
was way
took for
too
me to go, I'm like,
expensive.
oh, okay, it's like that. So
Yeah.
it's not around. So hopefully
Okay.
they watch, bring it back.
Like the Keeleys.
And I do want to ask this quickly before we go to our
E3
next
is
question.
way
What
more
was your fondest memory of
cost-efficient
E3 if you did go? If you can share that
Oh,
with us.
shoot, meeting everybody. I got to meet your mom and dad. No, I wasn't. No, you weren't there. Where was that? Where were we? PAX East. PAX
Oh,
East.
PAX
Sorry,
East.
my
Okay.
bad. No, E3 was wild.
That was you, me, Erica, and Cody.
Yes, that's right.
Yep.
I forgot.
Mhm.
And yeah, that was. And Noah came to that because he met
Yeah.
a bunch of. I wish that was fun. You're right. You weren't there. I met your mom and dad in PAX East. My bad. I wish.
So
you were there.
it was labeled and pitched to us as a
Oh,
press
yeah,
conference,
I'll serve.
which is traditionally a very boring thing. But we actually got to sit in an iconic LA theater and see the Tifa reveal trailer on the big screen
Oh yeah.
in a crowd.
Oh, the dressing of that too is fucking cool as hell. You know, the way they did the staging for that E3 was really cool. Remember, Square Enix E3 2019. What's this one? Yeah, it was like a whole ass theater. They have like, the new game continue. Yeah, this is cool. And yeah, this is where they revealed Tifa somewhere in here. Nomura was there. They just showed off a bunch of stuff. Yeah, that was a cool E3. That was a cool E3, man.
Of fans.
Yeah.
And so you see, I mean, it was the whole Square Enix thing. So it was every Square Enix game, and they saved the Tifa reveal trailer for last.
Yeah.
And the second that people realized it was Final Fantasy VII Remake related, the crowd went wild. The
their
entire
minds.
room was vibrating. Like, it was the most magical experience of, like, I mean, perfect for NostalgiaCon. It was people reliving their childhoods. Like, it was honestly just, like, so special to be in the room feeling that energy of so many passionate fans. It was
And
beautiful.
then when we saw that the voice actually looked like Tifa,
It was perfect.
we were all like, dang! Sorry, it's just my head just, just only child syndrome. Everything makes sense now.
So we can all agree we miss E3. I love that. We do in life, right? So the reception, I'm sure, could, like anything, we all have
Questions you got?
tastes, whether it's for food, music, arts. It's subjective, right? But looking back for yourselves, when you, or even at your tables, when you have fans that come up to your tables and share stories of how your characters or what it meant, or
Let's speed
certain
this up.
scenes or lines, what does that
I'm
mean
doing
to you,
1.5 speed.
personally speaking, that
Fuck it.
you've had that impact on the fans as well?
CC
And on yourselves,
viral,
because it's
yeah.
your career.
I mean, I can speak for when I started playing Final Fantasy 14, those were some of the hardest times of my life. Just personally, through like mental health issues, like I could really lose myself in Final Fantasy 14 and that story and the glimmer of hope that the characters represent, that the Scions represent, and you being the warrior of light and the bringer of light, those stories kept me going through really hard times in my life. And so I feel like what gaming has given to me, I feel proud to be able to give that back. I feel proud to be able to get in the booth and do a really cool job, but also be helping people out there get through hard times in their life. I mean, it's one of the biggest honors of my life, honestly, because I know personally and have experienced how games can save your life.
Thank you.
For me, it's everything. It's what's the point in coming to a convention if you don't get to meet the people who love the game? I mean, I think all of us are
fanboys and fangirls and nerds up here
He is
anyway.
really
And
locked
so for
in,
me,
usually feels like
well,
when he's out.
I'm looking out at the audience. The people
These
have already
events.
come up to the table. They're the father and the son. This is so cool. The son introduced dad, to the game. Brothers who introduce each other to the game. So when I hear, stories of, I introduced my son to this game, I introduced my brother to this game, it's like, what? And then you get to meet them, and then they tell you what that game meant to them and what they were going through, like what you're saying. And it's humbling, but if we've been given this platform, man, let's have an experience. That's why when we're at our tables, it's not just about, and I can attest this because I know them and I know their heart. When we talk about our fans and we talk about the people who we meet, and the majority of folks who come up to us, they share their heart and they want to tell us about things, and that's what it's all about. It's,
What
I've
is this
talked to some of
question
you at
that
the table
popped on
already about
screen?
it. So we love y'all so much. You have no clue how much you all keep us.
Oh, his necklace is Barrett's gun. That is cool.
I mean, I just think it's such a joy to get to meet people and hear their stories face to face. It's so different than like a comment on Instagram or Twitter or something. It feels, I feel like I understood the impact of the game once I was able to meet more people in person and actually get to hear their personal story. It like it's reached a different impact at this point, and like I have a totally new gratitude, I think, and I'm so grateful for conventions to give us that opportunity. I didn't even know these really existed, so I feel like I'm like, what an amazing opportunity. I've met people that I'm like, I'm a huge fan,
Yeah, the Rebirth playthrough was very strange for me because my grandfather died literally like the second day I was playing it, but then there wasn't like any, like the services weren't going to happen until like the following week and a half later. So when I had already taken that time off of work, and so I sort of compartmentalized. I've talked about it before, but I had to sort of like just didn't really think about anything other than just trying to finish the game in that time before I then had to like deal with the real world of all that. Which is, yeah, it was strange, especially given how much Rebirth is about life and death and all that.
It's just such an awesome opportunity to get to connect with people that you love that have helped bring characters to life that have really impacted the world. And
like that lady right there from Land Before Time. She just went in. I am a huge fan. I haven't been able to come to your table yet. You have no clue how much you mean to me and my family. I'm sorry, y'all. I just fanboy.
Woo! Land Before Time, everyone!
Oh my gosh.
Land Before Time.
Been trying to get to her table all day.
And that is the magic of conventions, right? It brings people from all over the world together, from the industry, and for the same reasons, right? And one thing I'll say before we sign off is, video games, and I love what you all touched on, is, like with all the stories from the fans and everything, it truly saves lives. You don't, and I work with like, whether it's the cast of Ed, Edd and Eddy or Gundam Wing, Gundam Seed, you name it, and when I'm talking to them, whether through dinners or even at shows, the one thing I get is, it's so lonely in the booths, especially for them in Canada, right? They're like in a little box pretty much. So when fans actually come up to them and share these stories, they're like, whoa, like it was like that? I didn't know that. And for you guys, same thing, right? Like a video game in itself, you don't know the power it has, but truly it does, right? Whether it's the music, the art, the animation, the game.
It must be true because they're just like in the booth and like they don't record together necessarily. So yeah, it must be very like very solid, like such a solitary experience, and then you don't know how the reactions
to the music, and obviously the acting, the lines, all of that you remember, and you don't know who's going through tough times or broken homes, etc. That's just an escapism and what you all provide to them. So seriously, one more time, give it up for the cast of Final Fantasy VII Remake.
That's it. This is a short one, not much to really take away from it. But it popped up, and so I was like, oh, let's check it out. So that's it for today on at least when it comes to the catch up. So we can actually play NieR now. Let's do a little bit of NieR. Really curious if Britt and Cody did the live stream sequence. Yeah, I mean they definitely recorded something together for sure. I mean, it would make most sense that it would be the live stream sequence, but they definitely recorded something together. We get like all that, like those like Instagram stories were pretty clear. And I think someone broke it down on like even though like the equipment is like specifically for splitting and like having two VAs in one situation. So you're gonna get that somewhere in that part. And it's crazy because like even when they did the Gongaga scene, which I would presume that they recorded that separately, that was still amazing, without them literally being in the room together. So with them being in the room together, it's gonna be crazy. I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. And we'll get started on NieR. Oh, I gotta update my category on Twitch. Okay, be right back. Actually, one of the things I wanted to do before jumping back into the game was I also wanted to kind of recap where we've been in the story in this, because I know it's been a little bit of time between like since the last stream. Hold on, let me see if I can get this up. I also noticed that when I play, I have to move you guys in chat because the chat box like covers the health, so you can't see like how much I'm like how close I am to dying and stuff. See if I can move you guys. Down a little bit so you won't be blocking that. By the beginning of the games, you mean beginning of NieR or NieR Replicant story? All cutscenes. Okay. Thanks so much, Kofi. Hold on real quick. Oops. Kofi with this $5 super chat. Thank you so much. Hey, SubTXT, quick comment on the interviews. I know you were betting on spring 2027, but I have a crazy theory it would be summer. I mean, it's not impossible. I know that, like, I know especially Daniel from Warriors of Hype, aka Final Fantasy TV, as like talks a lot about 7/7/27. I mean, it's very cool, like, date. I know Max has talked about it being like too late and kind of weird because it's in the summer, and you know, it's usually not the greatest thing to release a game in the middle of July. So I mean, it's possible it could be summer. I would hope for spring. Just because I've already built that up in my head, but I'll take it whenever. It could be the end of 2027 if they want to. Whatever it takes to cook the best meal possible for all of us, and get on all the platforms and all that, whatever it is. And if it's later in the year, technically it'd be easier to remember for like Game Awards. And I do think they could really, like, Square Enix can use a boost of, like, if they were to win Game of the if it were capable of winning Game of the Year, giving it the best chance to win it, could be a big opportunity to sort of like get the game back on people's brains, in the wider cultural like consciousness, you know. So back when we we did rewatch the beginning of this at one point recently, but the last thing that happened in the story was obviously there was a big time jump, and during that time jump, like, we had, you know, Kaine sort of get petrified in that one situation in the library. Then the time jumped ahead. Emil turned into sort of the character we know by merging with his sister, who was another experiment. So those are the biggest things. Let's rewatch the end of part one again real quick and see what was said, especially by the villain.
You will understand in time. To us, no matter how things unfold, it all returns to us. All of it.
No matter how things unfold, it all returns to us, all of it.
Guys, look. Hours.
There's this sign, this part, yeah. Oh, it's funny. I did see this. Like, if you pick nothing. Oh, wow. The evil book voice was originally Albert Wesker from Resident Evil. That is a fun fact. Yeah, this person chose do nothing and be annihilated, I think. This is what happens, because I was tempted.
You can't. God damn it. We don't have a choice.
It just basically, you can't choose it.
You can't. God damn it. We don't have a choice.
I forget though, what was said to the book in this scene?
Finally.
It's been a while.
Where am I? It's been a long time, Grimoire Weiss.
Who are you? What is this place?
I am Grimoire Noir. I am you.
I am you.
What?
Do you not remember, Grimoire Weiss? We two serve a higher purpose.
Enough lies. Stay back.
Why do you try to suppress the memory? Do you fear hurting someone close to you?
It's interesting the idea of like suppressing memories too, when like suppressing memories, and then especially given the fact that like the villain character looks so much like Kid NieR. I wonder if there's any kind of connection. Obviously, I'm just speculating. This is all
Denial is preposterous. We are mere books created to serve the Shadow Lord. You have no right to forsake him.
The Shadow Lord?
Do you remember our ultimate goal?
Ultimate goal?
I wonder if I wonder if like the Shadow Lord and like Shadow and Shades and all that relates to sort of the Jungians or Jungian sort of thing that I know Persona plays with, for example.
Light and black shall fuse to one and set free Shades to the world.
Live stream white, live stream black, bitch.
No, I cannot. I will not. I will never.
Your chance encounter with this boy. Your collection of the sealed verses. It was all set in motion by the Shadow Lord himself.
No. Lies.
It was all set in motion by the Shadow Lord.
The time has come for us to create a new and perfect world.
He's like Sephiroth monologuing at him.
We shall become as one, you and I.
This is Sephiroth talking to Cloud, basically.
Become one.
Vice, you dumbass! Your tongue? Now pull your head out of your goddamn ass and start fucking helping us!
We grimoires exist to create in this world a new and just paradise.
Promised Land?
We must unite. The world demands it.
Paradise.
Uniting the worlds?
And we are
Promised
so
Land?
close to realizing it.
White and black?
Please don't go.
It's just FF7 chat.
Who's there?
It's okay. I'll understand. I'll understand if you forget us. But
Crazy scene about $2 causing crazy stuff, yeah.
I promise I won't forget you. I'll remember you. No matter what. I'll keep the memory of Grimoire Weiss alive forever. And that's not all I'll do. And I'll bring you back.
So they basically they bring the book back. Okay.
Weiss.
And like I said, then we learn about the experiments that were done to Emil, and he becomes the sort of like weird head that is like known in this game. The most recent thing though that happened, which is really fascinating, was this fight. Some of the dialogue, you got a sense of like the Shades had sort of like personality like almost a bit of a soul. Like he wants.
Look at the shade. Aim for the leg.
Like this part really stuck out to me. I remember when we played last time. Because you like even like the dialogue that the thing is saying. I think it really starts here. I don't know why it's like loading so slow. This is where he does his dying transformation.
Exterminating.
This thing can transform?
Watch the falling debris.
Look out!
Talks about wanting to see the world.
Escape. 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 Go. See the world.
Go see the world.
Must protect. Must fight.
Soul, I missed that. I don't think I saw that. I saw the. I don't know if it was you, but somebody shared a Reddit post of like the box covers. That's the only link that I saw. I may have just missed it earlier.
No mere robot can face the majesty of Grimoire Vice.
I can't concentrate with all this bullshit.
You get the sense that it wants like some agency in some way out of things. And then in this cutscene is where you sort of like learned that it's kind of the people, the souls of the people like in the thing, in the Eerie.
I sense magic coming. The first to waver is...
Yeah, I didn't see like an analysis of the ending though. I only saw a cover thing.
the first to die.
A lot of this, yeah, right here. Come on. Come on. You gotta load. I don't know why it's like loading so slowly.
By my pages, is this beast a shade as well? That thing sucked up the villagers.
No! If we keep this up, we're gonna kill them all!
It sucked up the villagers, and then
We can't let that happen!
by defeating it, we'd kill them, basically. It's almost like they became the shade, and we saw the villagers become shades in a way, or act like shades earlier when they attacked us.
I feel something from within the creature. Take more than a barrage of coming from the center of that eye.
It says magic coming from the center of the eye.
Those are actual people!
Yeah. This is where it's communicated.
Those are actual people!
Hold nothing back. Those are shades.
It's really challenging you to define what you think of as shades versus people.
Look out!
Above.
To attack!
So he is attacking from above and stuff. Our boy Emil goes crazy. he also like loses control.
Emil, wait! Emil! He's gone. His instincts have taken hold. The ultimate weapon is being deployed.
Remember, he was sort of like, even as an experiment, he was essentially a weapon. And people have the nerve to ask why Yoko Taro was chosen to brand the branding of the Gillian. Yeah, it's about like the angels and all that. And Yoko Taro has talked about an inspiration was definitely Evangelion. Like he just said it, he's basically Evangelion. Emil? There was a little bit of dialogue right after that. Yeah. We'll just rewatch this because this is where we left off in the game.
What have I done? I killed innocent people. I killed them all.
But you saved us. If it wasn't for you, we'd all be dead. We owe you.
But I...
It's all right.
It's like he wiped out the area and all the people who were like within that thing sucked up.
Don't look back.
And it reveals the shades as sort of being people to some degree.
You had best be off.
What's said here?
Yeah. Maybe Popol has found some information about
This guy named it GLP. He's GLP-1. Yeah, so what would you think of a mega weapon as the ultimate secret super boss in FF7 Rebirth and FF7 Part 3? Like once you stop the weapon rampage and the meteor approaching, the planet awakens a mega weapon, which also ends up involving Vice, but instead it just spins the whole group face. I mean, if it's a super boss or something like that, sure. If it's like a secret thing, sure. I don't want it to be like main story type thing. Which I know is technically where Dirge takes it. That would be like sort of a way to rope Dirge back in or like resolve that whole thing, because technically Omega is beyond that or whatever. If it's like a side thing, if it's an additional thing that you could do, sure. I guess it's fine. I wouldn't really care for it as part of the actual story though. I gotta switch the in game. There we go. Right. Yeah, you guys can see the health bar now. What was I doing? It's been, I was doing side quest stuff. I know that. There's a scattered cargo. There's a bridge in peril. I do remember that. The damaged map. Oh, and I have to go to Lost Shrine to do that. I believe the damage map is one of the suggested ones to definitely do. Let me just double check. Let me double check that Reddit guide that we had that like listed which side things to do and whatnot. because I might just do that one side quest for today and then continue main story. And I know you don't have to do all the side stuff in the first playthrough, but I am intrigued by this map because we've done so much for it already. Here it is. All right. Bridge in Peril is recommended to do. Oh, is actually required for ending C and D. As is a Bridge in Peril, that's also required. So there are 3 side things that are required for C and D. So that's important. The Despicable Man is worth doing in this person's opinion. Okay. So for today, we'll do the damage map one. Yeah. Funny mention Dirge, because at one point I had a theory that Sephiroth was after the Omega weapon, but using Meteor as a means to tie the series to Dirge. That may be a little bit much. I mean, we'll see. Obviously, they're keeping the compilation in mind to some extent, for sure. Is the boatman down there? He is not. Okay. I have to go to the shrine, which I think is north. There's like a shortcut with the boat guy.
Impossible. Who knew the shades had grown so large?
Damn.
And this close to a human settlement, no less.
You probably ran out of stuff to eat up on the mountain. Kaine, keep your guard up! I'm gonna make sushi out of this shitbag!
Such frightening enthusiasm.
At least I'm no longer hard mode. I have no idea what this thing is. Ow. I do want to do one thing. Hold on. And switch this to, let's do Dark Hands. Hit him in the ass. Ow. Okay, that one hurt a lot. Okay, word obtained.
We revenged the postman. Let's go report back.
Oh, that was side quest related for the postman. Okay. I think there's also technically a side quest available from this guy. Let me just see. It might be one of the important ones. Oh, even like the color of this area changed. Yeah, he has something.
Master Emil, terribly sorry to disturb you, but I fear we have a situation.
What is it, Sebastian?
I was attempting to tidy up the study earlier, only to find that it has been occupied by a shade.
Shades really seem to love this place, huh? I take it you want us to kill the thing?
That may not be necessary, sir. It's not causing any trouble. It is simply
Simply sitting in the study.
It didn't attack you?
It did not, sir.
The tale of the study.
Well, I don't care if it's wearing a tuxedo and drinking a cocktail. If it's a shade, I'm gonna kill it.
Okay, I'm kind of intrigued. Alright, I'm kind of intrigued by this. Even their staircase is broken? Yeah. I can't go that way. Very Resident Evil coded. Study is this way. Wait. Huh. Box in here. Studies. This one. It's a save point, which is good because I feel like I might need that just in case it attacks me. Honestly, you just don't know, Ball, if this doesn't scream Resident Evil. Yeah.
This must be the friendly shade. Still, a shade is a shade. Let's get rid of it.
Who told you you could live in my home?
I'll crush you like a bug.
Please be careful.
This is a rather tough nut to crack.
Oh, I'll crack it one way or the other.
Just killing this poor thing. It's not hurting anybody. It's not doing shit. This is exactly how this game wants me to feel. Oh, I felt terrible. Still not attacking. Oh, it did attack there. So finally, it's not attacking, actually. I think those balls came from us. Oh, wait, there it goes. Yoko Taro, every time a player feels bad playing his games. Why did it have to make me do that?
We killed that shade in the study. It was pretty tough.
Excellently done, sir. And now I must insist that you take this payment.
I feel
all the
good,
shades
chat.
in this manner come from anyway?
What happens if I go back? I feel like that was too. Didn't feel like the correct. Felt like a fairly uneventful ending to that quest. I don't want to go back. I feel like something might happen if I go back. There's no way it's that simple. Wish I could send letters. Oh, it's May 4th, literally tomorrow. It was around here. It's probably going to get recontextualized for me later. Like later on, we're going to discover, because we know the shades are peoples. They're probably going to like reveal who the fuck that was, either like later in the game or like in a different ending or something. That's gonna come back around probably in some way. Nothing happens. Okay. Or maybe there's another quest later on with the shade. We talk to the butler guy. Obviously, I don't want to know, but that wasn't listed as a quest that you like have to do or anything. Oh no, Tale of the Study is the one that's okay, and it leads to another quest called Research Project, according to the Reddit thread. So yeah, it does lead somewhere, because that's listed as one of the quests that are, in the opinion of the Reddit guy, worth doing. And yeah, that makes sense because it does seem worth doing. I wonder if he'll turn into the next quest if I go back to him. Like if I leave the manor and go back in.
What was a shade doing in there in the first place?
Oh.
I wondered that myself. Surely that creature lacks the intelligence to read books, yet I cannot imagine what else it hoped to accomplish there.
I mean, we've gotten a sense that they're definitely more than just mindless, you know? Yeah.
Welcome back, Master Emile.
Hello, Sebastian. I'm glad you're doing well.
Is something the matter, Butler?
I am searching, sir, for a way to restore Master Emile's body to its previous state.
Oh, Sebastian.
Regrettably, the above-ground archives are somewhat limited. According to my information, the records related to Master Emile are stored on the second basement floor. Things would be easier if I could delve into the manor's underground research facilities, but what with all the creatures there...
It did like down there.
You want us to go down there and take out
the other project.
Oh, no. I can't let you do that for me.
Emile, cut it out. We're friends. This is what friends do.
Okay, yeah, I want to do this too. I hate that you can only like very slowly jog through this area. This way. Is this the garden? Yeah. That opens, okay. Let's do it. Because I am curious about this lore too. I wonder if it's going to be all the same fighting as last time that we were down here. Yeah, it's a lot of the same enemies. I could change this though. got shades, more shades. I love this Diablo-ass level design too. Hello. Oh. I already have all the key cards. I'm realizing I'm not collecting key cards. It's because I already technically have them. It actually makes it much easier to navigate the facility. Like, I still need to beat these things, but it's like I don't have to collect the cards again. Where am I? I'm in this still first floor. First basement floor. A lot of these little bastards. Alright, so you'll have to relink that because I haven't seen the analysis one. You have to send the link again. I don't know where it is. Like, I only saw the trailer. I meant the box art thing. I didn't see the link, the other link that you talked about. Dictionary. I'm maxed out on herbs. Even the fact that you collect medicinal herbs is like so Resident Evil. I never put that together, actually. Makes the same sound effect, too, as like when you restore health. Resident Evil. I gotta go this way. Yoko Taro, big Resident Evil. Oh, here's the link. Okay. Oh, it's pretty short too. Let me see. I know you're planning on going to bed. Let me just see it real quick. It is really short. Actually, I'm gonna switch to the screen real quick. No, this one. I think I solved the mystery. All right, let's see. So it's the big explosion thing, right? Mystery we had in Rebirth was about the alternate world where Zack is, where despite the events of the game happening as in Remake, with Avalanche leaving while being chased on the highway, Cloud disappeared from the group, leaving only the Cloud that Zack had with him around. I mean, he was with the group through the entire chase, though. He was with the group through the entire chase in the highway. Oh, you mean in Rebirth? Many wondered how that was possible and where Avalanche Cloud ended up. Because yeah, there is also that question of like at the beginning of Rebirth, they're like, oh, there's a missing soldier with a Buster Sword, which seemingly they're describing Cloud. And I think I found the answer, just like in Rebirth, where Cloud was pulled away from the party by the Whispers. Just like in Rebirth, where Cloud is pulled away from the party by the Whispers and brought to the edge of creation. This happened in Remake as well, when Cloud struck down Sephiroth and got transported to the edge for their chat, leaving behind a world in the group. Yeah. So this is what I think happened. The group had the chase and traversed Destiny's Crossroad and ended up in another world. The same world where Zack got transported later. They fought Sky High, the Whispers, and Sephiroth. Whispers are normally invisible, so do people. It looked like heavy tornadoes. When Sephiroth, which was manifested through the Whispers he took control of, was struck down and a new fate forged, a branch was formed where in the main world the group returned outside Midgar safe. And the other group fell with the buildings. The tornado dissipated, dying in the process, except Aerith, who fell in a coma. I mean, it's not even exactly sure like if the party died in that scenario. I know they look kind of lifeless, but they could just be unconscious. Because literally in that scene, the Shinra soldiers say like, we have the survivors or something like that. All except Cloud, who got removed from that world by Sephiroth and brought to the edge of creation for their chat before being brought back to the main world. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, yeah, I don't know if like that. Yeah, I mean, maybe there is a question as to like where that Cloud was in that scenario, because that Cloud is missing because they find all the survivors, but there's no sign of like Cloud. They talk about the we're looking for a ex-soldier with Buster Sword. So I think there's maybe something to still be revealed with that situation, but I don't really have. I don't know. I guess my point is I don't know the exact implication of what you found. Aside from that Cloud being removed from that world at a certain point and is now missing. There is a missing Cloud to some extent. I still don't know where that's going for sure. Yeah. As the dust settled, the beginning of Rebirth, Cloud was nowhere to be seen aside from the one Cloud Zack was carrying. Yeah. Yeah, so that Cloud's missing, so that could come back into play in some way. Yeah, because that does feel like a thread that hasn't been kind of completed yet. Okay. Oh, sorry, my bad, my bad. 'Cause I had switched scenes. There we go. I thought I couldn't do physical damage against these guys until I broke the barrier, but I am breaking through them. I need to investigate all of these. Look at this big boy. Look at this big boy. Oh, he is dead fast. Okay. Sorry. Oh, it's actually, am I in B2 currently? Yeah, because supposedly the answers are in B2. The side quests. So I should probably look around here. Wait, this goes to B3. I don't want to go to B3 yet. It said that the question... Research project. Second basement floor. A clue apparently awaits in the second basement floor. I have to look around this... around here. The big guy spawned again. There's a clue down here somewhere. You know what? All those rooms that I passed, I probably need to check them. It's there. Through here. Oh. Where do these guys come from? Where'd all these little enemies come from? They were nowhere, and then suddenly they're everywhere down here. Pretty sure I already checked this middle. Oh, maybe not. Maybe somewhere in one of these side rooms I skipped past. I ran past these earlier. I was like, oh, I don't need to go. I don't need to investigate everything. Oh, right here.
What's this?
It appears to be a list of names and addresses. Perhaps they were employed at the laboratory. The text is half faded, but I see one woman used to live in a coastal
Oh, perfect. So I have to go to the coastal town anyway.
They must mean
seafront.
The woman is most likely dead by now, but perhaps a search of her home will turn up something.
Okay, perfect. Ooh, does it transport me back out of the facility?
Maybe we'll learn
Oh, hell
something
yeah.
about a meal over in Seafront.
Perfect. I had to go back to Seafront anyway for the postman. Lazy Black Dragon, thank you so much for 9 months. Been this long, we still don't have a part 3 name, I know. Don't worry, don't worry. We will have one in roughly 32 days. That is the countdown where that stands for Summer Games Fest. It is May 3rd. Summer Games Fest is June 5th. So literally 32 days away, chat. I cannot wait. I really don't think it can't possibly be later than that. It just can't. Like, there's no way. There's no damn way.
The paper mentions a house right above the entrance to a coastal town.
Okay, so it's literally up here. Oh, I've been wondering if we're ever get to see what is up here. Like, what? So these apartments exist, but we've never interacted with them at all. Right here. Finally, something happens with
Mind if
this.
I ask you something?
Not at all.
Did anyone in your family ever do weapon research? Anything like that?
Yeah, actually, I think one of my older relatives used to do something like that. Why are you asking me this?
I'm looking into some of her research. You have any old records or anything?
Oh, man. Maybe? I don't know. If you hold on, I'll go take a look.
Bring that shit over.
Sorry about that. This is all I could find.
It's a letter. How curious. It is written in a language I do not recognize.
In a language that even
Yeah,
he
we
doesn't
never could
recognize?
figure out what this was about. But it was important, whatever it was. She kept this thing under lock and key at all times.
It might be some kind of code that we can decipher back at the lab. You mind if we take this?
Go ahead. We've just been keeping it around because we don't know what else to do with it.
Let's go back and show this to the butler.
Okay, so that's that. Now I just need to talk to the postman also. I can't believe how sucked into the side quests I've gotten in this game. Granted, this is one of the supposedly better ones. Let's see the postman real quick. Oh, where's the postman at? Where is the postman? Is he back here? Shit. Sounds like Leslie. Kind of, yeah. Wait, I'm an idiot. No, not that. Oh, the box is me in. Here we go. Where the fuck is the postman at? Postman's not in the post office. Or in the back. Is it that X? What is that? Oh, Especially save. There's some form of I'm gonna be mad. They have to. Like I said, I just don't think there's any possible way. If it's not a Summer Games Fest, then clearly it's just like if it's not the Summer Games Fest, then clearly it's just like later in the year next year.
You got time to help me with something?
Go on.
I need you to buy a kitchen knife from Two Brothers Weaponry and bring it back to me.
Why not just buy one here in town? Why go to such lengths for a mere household
kitchen knife.
Absolutely not. The knife must come from the junk heap. I'll pay whatever it takes.
Memorable knife.
Thanks. When you bring me the knife, I'll give you the money.
Alright.
Hey
What
there.
about this person?
I'm looking for the guy with the red bag. You seen him around lately?
Yeah, exactly. Where the fuck is he?
Really? Is that couple fighting again?
Yeah, the guy took off and hasn't been seen since. I take it this isn't a surprise?
Hardly. Their arguments are legendary. We're actually considering
Selling the tickets as a tourist attraction.
Anyway, I think he's from that village with the library. Maybe he went back home. I think his brother is a guard there or something.
Thanks for the tip. I'll see what I can figure out.
Alright, so I gotta go back to the main village.
You're pretty handsome. Care to buy a lonely woman a drink?
Yeah, I'm good.
Hey, whoa, hey.
Oh, changed your mind, handsome? Sit down with me. Hell, I'll even buy you a drink.
No thanks, lady.
God damn it. But what would be, that would be way too short of a marketing window for a March 27 release.
That couple's petty squabbles have become something of an attraction for the locals.
Doesn't surprise me in the least. Seeing people like that puts a little spring in your step, you know?
You humans truly are a maddening bunch. Such buffoonery does little more than wear this old tome out.
What do you think would be too short of a window? Summer Games Fest? Summer Games Fest is not too short of a window. We did like a whole mapping exercise in a previous stream where we looked at other marketing cycles for other games. Like, for example, Resident Evil 9, RE Requiem. That got revealed for the first time last Summer Games Fest and then came out this February. So a Summer Games Fest to like early in the year is actually pretty common nowadays. A lot of like entertainment marketing in general has really shortened their windows. Like most movie promotions start pretty close to when the movie comes out. Even like something like God of War Ragnarok, I remember they had reveal trailers and stuff a bit before, but then like I remember being surprised
when the wife ran off too, right?
I believe we did, yes.
Lots changed since then. So it's kind of nice when we find something that has.
I remember being surprised by how few
almost fills me with
like how they didn't do like a launch trailer until like a month before that game came out.
From a little change.
Oh yeah, if they start after Summer Games Fest, then yeah, it's got to be later in the year. And it just simply is a late or mid 2027 game. Yeah, the full unveiling was actually in May at the State of Play, but then it came out the following April. But it was scheduled for the following March originally. Oh, there's the guard. Okay.
Oh, hey, it's you. What's up?
You're related to the ferryman who carries a red bag around, right?
Yeah, he's my little brother. Haven't seen him in a while, though.
I need the ferryman, first of all, for my fucking fast travel.
Have you any idea where he may have absconded to?
Not a clue. Like I said, I haven't seen him.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Hey man, where is he?
Oh, but the last time I did see him, he said something about using his ferry to deliver letters. Maybe you should try talking to someone at the post office.
I guess we could ask the postman over in Seafront.
Oh, it's just in Seafront.
Just once, I would enjoy receiving a quest that can be solved in the general vicinity of the Asker.
Yoko Taro, you son of a bitch. You fucking troll.
Oh sure, the guy with the necklace? I don't know where he is now, but I've heard some pretty sordid
This is a different
tales
quest
about
now.
him.
Maybe not. Son of a bitch. That's so funny. That's so funny.
Say, are you available to discuss a certain sensitive matter?
What is it?
People are saying a shade has managed to enter our village. I was hoping you could track it down.
Search for the shade.
This isn't a very big place. Wouldn't we have seen it by now?
I had my own doubts
Maybe
at
it's
first.
maybe it's a person.
But there have been too many witnesses for me to ignore this matter any longer.
It's the kid.
I saw a really scary monster.
She saw it too?
Apparently. I can't say for sure who's seen it or not.
I saw the monster right around here.
You did, huh? Can you tell me what the monster looked like?
It was over at the river, and it was huge and scary. I didn't like it.
Over by the river, huh? Let's go take a look.
The foul
Fine, I'm
tentacles of
already
the
here.
shades have finally extended into this
Let's go to the river.
Fine. Then we find him and kill him.
Will it be that easy?
I said I wasn't getting
You
caught up in
wonder.
side quests, and here I am getting caught up in side quests.
Would you be able to simply slaughter the people you lived amongst for so many years? Would you truly murder friends if you suspected them of being shades?
I wouldn't have a choice. Jonas not coming back to a village full of those things.
When the time comes, I pray you can follow through.
Let's go kill it. Where you at?
The shades are much stronger now, especially the armored ones, so be careful.
Is it you?
If we can't go hunting, then we have to fish. Thank goodness for the sea.
Is it not here? I thought this was the river. Maybe not. Oh, maybe it's up. That happens to you too, like getting caught up in the side quests? I can't even... Oh, right here.
Yeah, I don't know. Doesn't look like a shade was ever here.
Perhaps the young lass misremembered the location.
Yeah, maybe. Kids aren't so great at stuff like that. Let's go ask her again.
Getting trolled again. I know I'm getting trolled again. Inventory limit? Son of a... Why does this game have inventory limits? Come on now. I don't need empty cans. I don't think. Oh, and I can't even pick up. It's gone now.
Getting new
See your
cooking
shade?
equipment. Make
All right. My new recipe. Don't trust this kid. I probably ate that guy. The kid probably ate that guy. Because it's a shade. Where's the guy? Is he okay? He's okay. Okay.
We went over to where you saw the monster, but we couldn't find anything. Are you sure you saw it by the river?
Oh, I remember now.
It's full of shit.
I saw it in the square in front of the library.
Yeah. You're sending me on a goose chase. You,
I saw it behind the library gate.
Yes, kiss my ass. I know you're fucking with me. You're the shade. And I'm playing right into this game's trolling nature. No, I gotta go. I can't buy something from you. I gotta chase this shade nonsense. Wait.
They say shades have been sighted around.
You said by the library. Oh, I gotta go up the library, maybe. Thought it was by the well. Come on, game, troll me some more. This dumbass looking around like an idiot.
Guess the kid was wrong again.
This is a fool's errand. Even a young girl could hardly confuse a library gate with
Because she's a shade.
Perhaps we should ask some of the other villagers.
Let's kill the girl.
Yes.
Let's kill the girl. Kill the girl. I'm telling you, I don't trust her. We saw shades in human form in the area. Why am I doing this side quest? Everyone told me don't get caught up in the side quest. I don't even think this is one of the ones that are suggested to do. And then here I am like an idiot.
I think I saw a shade a few days ago, but I can't be sure. Whatever I saw, it wasn't much bigger than a kid.
Yeah, because it was a kid. It was the kid that's been jerking me around.
Shade. Oh, yes, I saw it. Gave me quite a start, let me tell you. Strange thing was, it seemed to be accompanied by a child.
Yeah, that child.
I knew it. This is what I was talking about. I saw something near the shopping district that kinda sorta looked like a shade. You know, if you squinted.
The girl's story is not agreeing very well with the rest of the villagers' testimony. I think
I can't just leave it. I can't. I can't.
Something is amiss.
How do you mean?
We are being lied to.
You think? Why?
I cannot say. Perhaps it is but an honest mistake.
It's not
or
an honest
perhaps
mistake.
There is a good reason for the lie.
Bitch.
Listen, I'm not angry, but I need you to tell me the truth. Why did you lie about the shade?
I'm not lying. I saw it. It was big and scary and big.
Tell
Oh,
us
was it?
this then. In which location did you not see the shade?
You're weird. But, I guess I didn't see it near the northern gate or on the hill to the west.
Yeah. 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 Reverse psychology. Why am I doing this? Neva is telling me you don't have to do this. Yes, I will.
Guy with the gold necklace, eh?
Forest of Myth, huh?
That was a whole different quest. It's not here. The West Gate? Let's see. Wait. Isn't that here? Oh, it's the Eastern Road. Why am I doing this? I don't need to do this. Near the northern gate or the hills to the west. Alright, let's first find the ferryman, because he can get me like fast traveling places, which I need. So let's hit the seafront. Whenever I have to go north, I'll deal with that. Right now I'm really pissed because I unlocked fast travel with the ferryman and now the ferryman is missing. So I really need the ferryman because I want the fast travel again. The tone, the sarcasm, the
I cannot
trolling.
believe how many trips we have made simply to track down a single man.
I know.
It's all right to do this kind of thing every now and then.
I only pray
This is all the
not
time.
calm before some manner of storm. Say there, lad, have you ever penned a missive?
You mean a letter? No. I'm not big on writing. It always takes me forever to figure out what I want to say.
What's to figure out? One simply takes quill in hand and unleashes their soul upon the canvas of the page.
Whatever you say, Vice.
I don't want to miss the rest of that dialogue. Alright, so who did I need to talk to here? I guess over there. Postman? Who I was trying to find earlier. There you are.
Hey, Postman. Oh, sorry.
Oh,
you're not him.
That's not you.
I'm sure as hell not. I just swung by to pick up a letter and wound up running the damn place. Anyway, you here for a package or something?
Oh, where the fuck is the postman?
There's this couple who's always fighting, and the husband took off. So I'm trying to track him down. Ring any bells?
Sorry, pal. You're asking the wrong guy. Still, that's pretty weird. My buddy's daughter took off too. Maybe running away is the cool thing to do now.
I find it exceedingly unlikely this pair of runaways is mere coincidence.
Any idea where she might have went?
That is the question, isn't it? Actually, you know what? I bet she went to check out the huge shipwreck that drifted into the inlet the other day. Not often something like that comes around. It's all the kids have been talking about.
I do remember seeing that. Alright, let's go there.
A shipwreck, is it? I suppose we might as well investigate, seeing as how we lack any other tenable leads.
Right. Let's head for the inlet.
Kaine.
Emil.
What's up, guys?
What's going on? I haven't seen you two come into Seafront in, well, ever, I guess.
Sorry for the surprise. Kaine said she sensed something strange in the area.
Strange how? Like a shade?
Maybe. I'm not sure. There's some kind of sound or something coming from up ahead.
What an incredibly specific piece of information the hussy has graced
An
us with.
incredibly specific piece of information.
What is it, Kaine?
Nothing. Let's get moving.
Do you know the sound? Alright, every 2 seconds it's stopping me. I was interested in the shipwreck when I came here earlier. The beached shipwreck. We saw the shipwreck earlier. We couldn't do much
We're
with
gonna
it,
need to
but
figure out some way to get inside that thing.
This ship is in a state
Come
of
here.
wanton decay. Surely we can find a hole or some such if we put our minds to it.
oh, they're saying it's effectively a puzzle. I probably need to go up that mast. Or there's even a ladder right here.
These planks seem to be covering a rather large hole.
We can probably get in if we move them out of the way.
I'm worried about whatever it is Kaine is sensing. We should make sure we're really prepared before going inside.
Alright, not yet
Let's
then.
make sure
Let's at least save. Oh, it's not a ladder. Thought it was. Can I climb up this thing? I can't climb up this thing. Alright, let me go save first. They scared me with that.
We'll be right
Oh.
here waiting.
Okay. Yeah, you wait there. I'm just gonna save. Right. Dash back. Alright, they're gonna cutscene and interrupt me to be like, hey, welcome back. Oh no. They're coming. Alright. Oh, they're gonna announce that they're back in the party with me. Alright, let's see how bad this is, because I've never seen the game give me like a warning like that.
This ship is in poor condition indeed. Do try not to thrash about and bring its timbers down around us, hussy.
Whatever.
Is it Kaine?
Sure you're all right, Kaine?
You really shouldn't push yourself. Hey, I've got an idea. How about you and me search outside and get some nice fresh air in the process?
Sure. Let's do that.
Alright, so leave me to the
Take care of
nonsense.
Kaine for us, Emil.
Emil is on the case. Come on, Kaine. Let's get the lead out.
This place is pretty gloomy. I'm having a hard time imagining any townsfolk hanging around here.
Well, as we've no other leads, let the search begin. Outside light is in short supply. I ask you, how are we to do any searching if we cannot see a blasted thing?
Be a light source of some
There,
kind.
on the floor. I believe we have found
Lantern.
ourselves a lantern.
And there's still some oil in it. Nice.
Okay. Did it light? Oh, shit.
Wait, did you see that girl just now?
I did indeed. How on earth did she manage to get behind us? Perhaps she is the runaway we heard tell of at the post office. Best track her down and take her back to town with us.
Yes, but I also kind of want to see what's in here.
We require a key in order to proceed.
Can I turn on this lantern? I assume he'll automatically turn it on. Okay.
There's no one here.
It's a ghost.
It's like we just saw a ghost.
Oh, what foolishness. I am certain this room merely contains a secret passageway or the like.
That could be the key that I need. Yep.
What is with this ship anyway?
There may be clues somewhere that tell of how it ran aground.
Key.
It looks really dark up ahead.
Then
Yeah,
perhaps
turn
we
the
ought to make
lantern
use of that
on.
lantern we just found.
I'm turning off.
What's this? An apple. It's a bit bruised, but it's not super old or anything.
I wager it was dropped by that fruit-loving ferryman with the red bag. Perhaps he absconded to this ship to wait out the storm after yet another spirited debate with his wife. Ah, goodness, what a troublesome couple.
It's actually really nice. It's like the particles is kind of floating right here. I don't know if you can see them or from. Oh no, I'm not blocking them. I thought I might be blocking them.
Let's keep moving.
Oh, what was that sound just now?
Grimoire's so
Sounds like it
scared.
came from the floor above us.
Yeah, let's go.
This barrel's been knocked over.
Hello?
And there's flour everywhere.
Anybody
Surely it was
here?
toppled by the girl we saw at the entrance. Wait. Cast your eyes to the floor, lad.
Footsteps? Yeah.
The missing child left white tracks in her passing. Should we follow them, I expect we will find our way to her.
Let's do it. Oh, I can actually go through this door?
Man, this book's got some serious heft to it. Wonder what it's for.
It would seem to be this ship's logbook. Let us avail ourselves of a gander. Records of the routes it traveled, the weather it encountered, and the places it made port, all in a painstaking level of detail. I would expect no less for a vessel of this size, until the day the records suddenly cease.
What the hell happened on this
How
ship?
long ago was that?
We've no time to...
What if that door was locked? I was like wondering if I locked myself in a weird way. Okay. Two
Did you see
different
that light on
paths.
the other side of the shelves?
A shame we cannot investigate further with these blasted things in our way. I would like a word with the interior designer who thought to put them here.
Hang on. I think
Can we
I can
just move
these.
it? Ooh, and then I probably go through this door. And I can move that bookshelf.
Hey, there's a
It's over
notebook on
here.
this desk. Oh, wow, this thing is crammed full of information.
A record of the cargo they carried, no doubt. Let me see. By my pages, this ship was used by
slavers.
Simply atrocious.
Wait, you're telling me they sold people?
And made out quite handsomely from the transactions, it would seem.
How could they do something like that?
I do not know, nor do I care to ponder it. Let it suffice to say
great,
there are
yeah.
monsters who trade coin for misery in all corners of this accursed world.
Okay, what is this?
There's a breeze coming through these shelves.
That white vase is rather conspicuous. Try giving it a nudge. A hidden room. How delightful.
Okay, what's this though? Ooh, 1,000 gold. Hell yeah. I actually love the design of this.
Pretty huge.
And what do they contain? Treasure, perhaps?
I wish. Looks like a bunch of iron tools.
Those are no mere tools, lad.
Instruments
They are
of torture.
instruments of torture. I shudder to think what evil transpired in this room.
I really love the design of this whole sequence. Passageway key. I'm gonna need that, I'm sure.
Shades around at least.
Fortunate for us. Now let no more time be wasted in our search for the townsfolk. This ship
Anything else here?
many...
No. Back this way. Ready to check that book. Passageway key.
The white tracks end here.
Wait, I hear something.
Oh, the sound. Oh, it's just playing through that. You can actually hear some of the words that weren't there.
It sounded like a girl.
This is a voice pipe. A contraption by which one's voice can travel to a faraway
We have to go
location.
down because it came from
Which means
below,
the girl
I think.
is in whatever room this pipe connects to.
Hold a moment. I spy a chart of the ship's layout on the wall.
Oh, do you?
Yes. This pipe connects to a cabin in the ship's stern.
Onward and, inward, I guess.
I'm eating this up. I love this
This
kind
little
of shit.
lantern has brought us quite far, hasn't it?
Yeah. And the light it gives off makes me feel...
It seems this door...
Ah, damn it. I fucked up. I interrupted that dialogue.
A kitchen, is it? Heavens, look at the size of this saucepan. This must have been where they prepared meals for the crew.
There's a note stuck to the counter. Extra rice, hold the peppers. Looks like the crew had some say over how they ate.
To be picky about one's food while at sea is a luxury indeed. Thinking back on it, the cuisine we were served during our visit to the bickering couple's home was quite particular in its choice of ingredients, was it not?
So is the couple connected to this in some way?
I feel like I've sampled every single recipe in the Apple Fanatics cookbook. Once we track down the ferryman, we should invite them to a meal at our place.
A fine idea, lad.
What's this? This one herb? Okay.
Oh, damn. The hell is this smell?
Perhaps it is
Dead body?
wafting from further inside?
Another apple.
Just how many apples does that quibbling husband keep on his person while he's out and about?
Let's keep searching.
So intrigued by what the fuck is going on.
Vice? I think the floor is...
Oh, shit.
Speak to me, lad. Are you hurt?
Been better, but I'll live. I can't see a thing down here. And what is that terrible stench?
Turn on the lantern, my guy.
Fallen into the ship's hold.
The lantern got away from me during the fall.
Ah, great.
We'd better look for it.
Is that?
Weiss, that's it. We found the lantern.
About time. Might I
There's
suggest
a bunch of bodies in there.
celebratory fanfare and light the blasted thing already?
No. Oh, blood.
Oh dear.
Yeah,
Look at
body.
the bodies. They are all people from town. And I fear the missing ferryman.
Fuck. Dude, we're having a fast travel. I just got fast travel and now it's gone.
Oh no. This can't be real. Why? Why did everyone have to?
Okay, he died because he was a fast travel. It's just trolling me because the game is like, here, you have fast travel. I'm going to take the ferryman away. No more fast travel.
Damn it.
Pull yourself together, lad.
Like how that's all I'm thinking about in this
Remember
moment.
the presence Kaine sensed? The culprit who murdered these poor folk likely awaits us further within.
I won't let them get away with this.
What about his left?
That's enough, lad. Avert your eyes.
Is the red bag there? It's definitely the ferryman. Oh.
Hey there, you two.
Hey, I didn't know you guys came back inside.
Did we ever? Found a nice hole in the wall to slide through. But then we heard a bunch of noise coming from that super dark floor downstairs. You sure had us worried.
Yeah, sorry about that. You feeling better, Kaine?
A little, yeah. Sorry for the trouble.
Good. That's good.
Jeez, you seem really down in the dumps. Did something happen?
Yeah, my fast travel shortcut died.
Tell me, Kaine, that
Actually, I did
you
like that
sensed.
couple too. I actually did like them.
It's on the floor above us.
They were funny.
I feared as much. It seems we've little choice but to press onward.
Did you guys find anything on the ship?
Some townspeople, actually. But they're all...
Well, shit.
You're really not looking so hot. Is everything okay? You shouldn't have to bear all this on your own. Once things calm down a bit, come talk to me about it, okay?
Thanks, Emil. There's a bunch of crumpled up paper here. Letters, maybe?
They all seem to have the same words written upon them, but the penmanship is so poor I cannot make heads nor tails of it.
Sounds like my penmanship. Did I write the letters? Did I write the letters? Because my writing sucks. Are we gonna fight on like the roof of the ship? Oh, there's a wow, they have a save point and everything.
This would be the final room, yes?
Here we go.
The culprit who murdered the townspeople may be behind this very door. Let us
They're really
proceed,
treating it like a
Douglas.
very hard thing. Oh yeah, sure. Let's see. What if it's the wife? The ferryman's wife. Oh.
It's that girl we saw when we first entered the ship.
Old lad, this is a
Gross.
lone child sitting inside a hulking ship littered with corpses. Something is clearly amiss.
There.
Could this girl be the presence you sensed, Kaine?
We're gonna fight within just a 2D plane here? Oh.
Oh, hey, it's you.
The
Been a
postman.
while.
Wait, you're the postman. What are you doing here?
Oh, I've been coming here a lot lately. I think this girl was on the ship when it drifted in. I've been keeping an eye on her until she's well enough to leave. Hey, so this is kind of awkward, but...
Can you explain all the dead bodies?
The girl is, you know, bleeding?
She has the red bag, too. The little girl has the red bag. She has the red bag. Can you guys see that? Can you guys see my mouse?
I brought a bunch of bandages with me, but,
My mouse went away. Hold on.
well, how exactly does one deal with a woman's time of the month?
It's all very weird.
Sorry. Clearly crossed a line there. Forget I said anything.
Stay the hell away from her. She isn't...
Oh, shit.
Kaine, Camille! We'll figure something out. You just find a way to get the hell out of here.
The two of them will be fine, but you and I must withdraw. The ship is collapsing. We must leave at once.
Oh, really?
Very much aware of that, thanks. Let's go.
Oh, shit.
They're in the way.
Oh, fuck. What, dude? That's cool.
Huh, looks like we can get out through that hole up there.
Get all this stuff if I can. I can't. Okay.
Glad you two made it out in one piece.
A hell of a side quest. Holy shit.
We're good, but that poor postman is still trapped inside.
We'd better go help him out.
No shade would dare pursue us into sunlight such as this. We should use the opportunity to ready ourselves.
So is this the kid-size shade too?
What on earth?
I mean, you don't have to answer that. No, because that was a different quest. That was a different quest. Oh, shit. Oh, wow. A shade with like a straight up like human face. Yo, this is crazy.
Why isn't this shade being hurt by the sun?
That is not precisely the case. It most certainly is being burned by the
shit.
sunlight. However, its regenerative abilities far outpace whatever damage the light is able to inflict. This light, something is coming. Get out of the way at once.
AoE is crazy.
I can't believe that little girl was actually this thing.
This monstrosity is unlike anything we've faced before. Remain vigilant.
Ow. Oh. I keep forgetting about that. Aftershock.
Aim for the tentacles with faces on them.
Ow. Ah.
Don't stop now. Focus on the next one.
This thing is gonna pay for what it did to those people. Oh.
The town will be in grave danger should we leave this creature be. We must end it here.
You know what it gives me the vibes of too? This reminds me of like the opening mission of God of War, like 1. Like PS1 God of War. Because you fight on a ship. That's what it kind of reminds me of. Ow.
Now is our chance. Attack with all that you have.
Okay. Yeah, that heavy sword is so powerful. Punch a little girl in the face.
Did we get it?
Completely. Full shot. All this cutscene work in a side quest.
That thing's huge.
Damn, she's not done yet. Holy shit. A shot of the Colossus over here. So the postman, are you okay, buddy?
From such a...
Postman, you okay? Because doesn't seem good for you, my guy.
Grievous wound.
Ordinary attacks aren't gonna do shit against this thing.
Here it comes. Dodge!
Ah, shit. Did I lose my build-up? I did. See how it's landing.
Body into spears and shooting them at us?
Ow.
I can't believe such a huge shade even exists.
That's crazy. A little bit of bullet hell action.
Normal. So stay smart unless you want to get dead.
No wonder there's so many like save points. And are you sure? Are you sure you want to do this? Ow. Imagine doing this in hard mode, chat. Where's the land? Where's the land? Oh, they explode too.
My word, if this continues.
Wait. God damn it.
Hey, over here!
Oh.
This guy's
Postman?
important to you, isn't he?
This does feel more like a main quest. Right, let's not wipe out Seafront now.
This is here and now.
Oh, the form that I take is weird. No, it's not done yet. Yeah.
Is this thing immortal? How can it withstand such an onslaught?
I'm really scared, guys.
We will be in grave danger
Shoot her.
if it unleashes that attack. We must stop it.
Oh my god, I totally missed the moment. Oh, I missed it. I missed the window. Fuck. I'm gonna die. I can maybe get out of the way a little bit. Or maybe not. I used my magic too early. Is there no way to survive that?
My body won't. Damn it! Fuck!
Oh my god, did I have to redo that shit now?
Stop! No!
What are you doing? You're gonna get yourself killed.
She did listen to him for a hot second.
It stopped. Focus on the source of its magic. Aim for the head.
Having the last of your magic power, you can now press L1 to fire. Is it an option? Do I have to? I kind of don't want to, though. I don't want to.
We can never be together. You disgust me.
Did it. Well, if the game is playing mind games on me. What did she say? Okay, Chad, I don't want to know what it is, but do you get a chance to understand what she's saying at any point without telling me what it is, or... Huh. It's cool. I like this quest a lot. Word obtained, Ashifara. Martial arts MP recovery rate plus 20. Thank God. Wall of Jericho collapsed, 5,000 people believed dead. Requests for reinforcements streaming in from multiple locations and continuing to monitor the situation. 1 week later. Not sure you don't think so? Damn.
Thanks. You really saved our bacon.
You've all done so much for me. Offering a little refuge is the least I can do. I don't have the words to express how sorry I am. We all knew townspeople were out there being eaten by a shade. But I never imagined I was taking care of it this entire time.
The fault lies with that foul creature alone, Postman. Not yourself.
You got my fast travel killed.
I hope I can believe that someday.
All right, well, we'd better get going. There's someone else we need to break this news to.
Fair enough. I hope to see you out there on the old letter trail again soon. Really, I can't thank you enough.
Yeah, Could thank me though. Oh,
Hey,
wife.
did you find my husband?
Yeah. The thing is...
Wait, why are you hesitating? Is he alright? Please tell me he's alright. Come on, say something already.
Yeah, it's all the truth.
Your husband was killed by a shade. I'm sorry. We tracked him down, but it was already too late.
No, it can't be true. That big idiot, always carrying his bag around, thinking about me all the time. Oh God, this can't be happening.
I did love them too as a couple. They were great. Like, even though they argued and stuff, it was really funny. And then remember, he kept telling stories about her every time we like used him, you know.
This old tone to think we'll never hear those two at each other's throats again.
Same. It actually makes me feel good that I used him so much, because every time I used him, he would then tell me a different story until he like disappeared.
If only I'd gotten to him sooner. Damn it.
Do not let it burden you so, lad. You did the best you were able.
We shouldn't go in here right now.
Now I don't have a ferryman. Can we hire someone else? Can we get maybe the wife? How is she with the boat? Does she handle it? Because I could still really use it. I could still really use the fast travel, you know, that would be really nice to have. I mean, I'm just saying. I know that's insensitive, but I'm just saying. I could really use it. I hate running back and forth. I guess the shade came near the village today. People don't know. It shoots butt. What happens if I go back?
Kane.
Yeah?
Wait.
When you were threatening that shade on the beach the other day, how did you know it was trying to protect the postman?
Just a feeling, I guess.
All right.
And isn't she partly shade connected to something? That's his brother? Oh, true. I do. But first, I want to talk to the postman because I think I need him for a different quest too. Could be wrong. Actually, it's a good time to save too.
I killed the shade in the southern plains.
Yeah, I knew I had another quest with him too.
Thank you. I don't know what to do about all the postmen who quit, but I guess I'll figure something out. Anyway, here's your reward.
30,000 gold, baby. I think I spent a lot of it, but I have 54,000. Oh no, I'm 63,000 gil now. Okay. I spent a bunch last time. Yeah, let me go tell his brother. Is there any of these other ones I need? Being here for damaged map is I gotta go to the Lost Shrine. That's right. Despicable Man, Force and Myth. Search for the Shade is north or west. Okay. Sometimes one of them turns into a goblin or something. All right. B-Ride. Hello, bastards. I wonder if it automatically triggers telling the brother? No.
Oh, sure. The guy with the necklace? I don't know where he is now, but I've heard some pretty sordid tales.
You're just talking about the other side quests.
Oh, sure. The guy with the...
Well, sorry, I can't even tell you about your brother being dead. But I guess I have to find the sorted guy first.
Oh, you. Yeah.
I have to go north. Regardless. Where's
Guy
this
with
brother?
the gold necklace.
Forest of...
Oh no, same one. Same Despicable Man quest.
He's paying a lot of money for us to go find some old cooking knife.
Whether for love of food or fine cutlery, there is little doubt this man is a serious customer.
Maybe we could buy a whole bunch of knives for him. Then we'd be rich.
If he had 20 arms and could wield a weapon in each one, I am certain he would purchase a great many knives for himself.
That would be awesome!
Guys, this is a really stupid conversation.
Not the big guy. I'm tired of these damn things following me. I feel like I heard them say something. Like actual words. It almost vaguely sounds like English. Trying to fight this damn boar again. Supposedly the shade was here somewhere. It said outside the western hill. I feel like the shades are trying to communicate or something. Unless that's coming from like a meal or... There is... that other reported shade, the little girl shade. It's not this way. That's a Forest of Myth. I also have to go to the Lost Shrine. I really want to go to Lost Shrine because I want to do that, because that quest is important, I believe. Like it's a mandatory one. What's that boar? The loose boar. It's right by the bridge. Don't want to fight that stupid thing. Alright, how do I get to this thing now? Damn, she came in out of nowhere. How do I get to this lost shrine rear path? Because the only time I knew how to get, the only time I got there before was through the ferryman, who is now dead. Yeah, there's indeed no ferryman anymore. This way. So junk heap is one thing. Oh, it's over there. But see, I need the boat. The boat is what goes over there. Because that's the rear path. More words. Yeah, and you can't just go in the water, you collapse. You drown, you sort of drown in the water. I guess I have to go to the Lost Shrine anyway? I mean, not the Lost Shrine, the Junk Heap. The brother, that stupid brother's probably gonna make me do something else. I'm probably not gonna do this quest, but because I'm sure the brother's like, oh, you're gonna have to go into the, thing, and it's not gonna be as simple as just like going and buying a knife from the guy. But I don't know any other way into the shrine other than that way right now. Should I jump down this way? Might as well toss his brother real quick. Yeah, none of these leads to the Lost Shrine.
What to do? Ah, welcome. How are you? How you doing?
Hey there. How are things?
Great. Things are great. Couldn't be better. Shades just took over the second floor of the junk heap is all.
You don't seem too concerned.
He's gonna want me to take care of them, and
Doesn't
then he'll give me the knife thing,
no one
probably.
cares. Folks don't go in that far anyway. Just makes it hard to gather materials for my new weapons.
Guarantee you. Oh, it's
you
a
can't
whole
work
different
on weapons.
quest.
That affects me. I'm gonna go clear him out.
Good luck. You ain't getting very far.
Why not?
Fuck off,
Shades
bro.
tore up all the elevator machinery on the first floor.
Oh, lovely.
Ripped it up. If you want to use it, you gotta switch out the parts.
Can you make those parts?
I could if I had 5 broken batteries and 5 broken motors.
Actually, I'm pretty sure I have
I'll get the
those.
stuff and you make the parts. Deal?
Actually, dude, I definitely have
Killed
that
some
stuff.
robots, did you? Killed them good. Ripped them apart. Well,
I love how like
get to work on
bloodthirsty
this.
he is, even though he's fucking mad.
Here,
But from a voice
just
performance
put this in
perspective,
the
it's really
elevator
good.
At the far end of the first floor. Good luck in there. Don't get dead.
I have other
Could you
business
bash
with
up
you.
a bunch of... By the way, what can I help you with?
Do you happen to have a knife? No.
Come back soon. Rip them up.
It's the way he's talking. He's fucking insane. And that was very clear at the end of the last mission when we you know, killed the Shade, and he was like all bloodthirsty for it. Oh, maybe you have to go outside the Western Road for that other mission. Like onto the actual Western Road. Alright. Will he talk to me about the other side quests?
Could you bash up? By the way, what can I help you with?
I thought I needed a knife. But I had to talk to the kid first. Maybe I have to do the other quest to get that? I guess forget it then. Memorable knife. Tavern keeper in Seafront wants you to purchase a kitchen knife from the junk keep. He's willing to pay handsomely. Yeah, I couldn't even talk to that one. I think I have to do this probably before I can do that. Is the Shade Army listed at all? I know I don't have to do any of this stuff right now. Shade Army is listed as one. The Great Tree is listed as one. Search for the Shade is listed as one too. All right, give me 1 second, Chad. This needs to run to the bathroom. I'll hit you with the BRB too, since I haven't done that yet today. I like that screen. You gotta go back. Yeah. I've done 47% of the quest. Holy shit. Okay. I'm not gonna do that now. I'm gonna probably do main story. So to go back to Popola. Let's do a little bit more main story chat. We're calling it for today. If anything, I'll do some of these side quests off stream, record them so we can actually like, because some of them obviously can be pretty incredible. But you never know how good they're going to be or not. That one was very cool though. I would hate to like not have that experience on stream. So we'll see how I handle the rest of the side quests. All right, Neva. Sorry, I missed your chat. Oh, and Neva didn't even recognize that side quest. Let's head back to Popola. And apparently you could do pretty much all the side stuff any other time, you know, like other loops too. through the story, which is good to know. That I know people have like mentioned that before. That was such a cool side quest, though. One that went into the ship, which I'm happy about, because yeah, that ship was like definitely just standing out. So I'm not surprised if something crazy happened there. All right, Popolo, what's up?
Shades on the coast, the ferryman dead. You've had quite the rough trip. That poor ferryman used to tell me stories of the epic quarrels he had with his wife. He found the whole thing quite amusing.
It was, yeah. He used to
He
tell me the
loved her,
stories
though.
too.
He loved her with all that he was. I'm very sad to hear that he's gone.
Me too. He's my
Still,
fast travel.
You made it back safe, and I'm glad for that.
Have you any new information about the key to the Shadow Lord's castle?
I'm still working on the decryption, but I'm afraid progress has stalled. Loyal Cerberus might refer to a dog, but I've never seen anything that would fit the bill.
It must be pretty complicated if even you can't decode it. Well, you're our last hope, so please keep trying, okay?
I will. By the way, I was walking by your house earlier and I noticed you had some mail.
Oh, more mail.
You might want to check it out.
Thanks. I'll do that.
I'll do what I can to fix. Oh, one last thing. Since the ferryman was missing work, I arranged for someone else to handle the job.
Let's fucking
I'll make sure they
go.
know to let you use the boat as before.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Yeah.
Even without those we have lost, the world relentlessly continues to turn.
Thank God. Oh shit! I'm by going outside, I didn't hear the rest of his dialogue. Yes. 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 Fuck the mail. I want to go to Lost Shrine. Sorry, Carmen. Sorry, R.I.P. Rest in peace. Got a new one though. Hey, what up, Birdie?
Oh there, getting on?
I indeed am. Take me here. It's only fair. Sadly, jobs will replace you real fast. Yeah, it's a commentary. Yeah. All right, which quest was this again? I know it's like a quest that I wanted to do. Damaged map, I think. According to the map, the treasure is inside the Lost Shrine in a place where sunlight does not reach. So it's somewhere in the main area. Didn't expect that zoom in. It's actually one of the quests that's like recommended, or I think even potentially required for one of the endings. That's why I'm so hot on doing this one. It's been like a hell of a long quest too, because I got the damage map a while ago and had to take it to the weird thing store, and they had to restore it, and then when they restored it, it led me to this. Somewhere in here, I'm sure, because the sun doesn't really get in here. It's probably going to be go all the way up, and it's going to be one of the rooms, I assume. Oh wow, so the final to this day you haven't gotten the final ending. I had this game for years now, fake gamer. Apparently the very, very final ending only really makes sense if you played Replicant. So I'm gonna have to play Replicant to really take advantage of it. But these big boys need strength capsule. Do you remember that? There's a lot of the big boys in this place. It's the main entrance? Oh yeah. What does it say? Doesn't look like it's gonna open. Oh, I thought it said doesn't look like it wants to open. I'm like, it gives that shit what it wants. Oh. Okay. Oh. Well, he went bye-bye. That guy's gonna run all the way back up. Quite the nuisance, but totally worth it. Good to know. You're really not making me do the puzzles? Oh, so just the little guys. Oh, you got a big guy. Usually something spawns here. Or not. Oh, but actually if they announce a new NieR. Oh, wasn't there like kind of a tease?
Is this the treasure?
Oh.
Not but a pile of junk. It seems this treasure map was a ruse.
Now what? His wife isn't gonna like this at all.
Yeah, who is that for? Yeah, who is that for? What's the next part of this? What's it for the fucking ferryman's wife? That'd be so funny. You found the treasure, report back to the client's wife. Wait, who was that? Oh, it's in the main town. It's in the main town. She's like the item shop. That's right, because she wanted us to go here because it's dangerous. So she didn't want her husband to go.
Hey,
what's this?
There are shades here.
Oh. Ow, shit. Right, these little guys are pissing me off. Getting in my way as I'm trying to fight the big guy. Ow. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, hey, yo. Yo, calm down, my guy. Ow. Oh, let's see what we go. Okay, I think that's... I don't know if that was at all connected to the damage map thing or not. Let's just go back to the light. Okay. How do I get out of here again? Oh, more of these guys. How do I get out of here? I know there's like a exit, but this won't let me out this way. Do I have to go out the top? So I came in through the side before. Ooh, oh. Guess I have to go out there. I feel like I came in through a side thing. Like I came in through that cave. But there's no cave exit. Like why can't I go out the way I came in? I don't understand. Does I have to go all the way up again? Oh my god, dude. Seems stupid. Feels like there has to be a way up because if I go all the way up, then where the hell do I go from there? Yeah, isn't this... I don't know. Yeah, 'cause there's definitely no exit on the first floor. Even though I came in through the first floor. And I went through like a hole in the wall. So I don't know why I would have to go through all this again. Like, it doesn't seem like the intuitive exit is this way. I just don't understand why there's a hole in the wall and I can go through the hole in the wall to get into this place, but not out. But the only first floor exit is the big door that you can't go through. Makes it a real pain in the ass. Thank you, Yokotaro. Fuck off. I'm going up. Fuck you. Fuck you. Okay. I could actually use that medicinal. Fuck off. Fuck off. Eight of these things have like the most goated block ever. We have to break their stance. Fuck off. Twisted ring. Oh, come on. Was cheese spamming this jump attack. Because I think it kind of automatically breaks their guard. And it's faster. Just let me leave. I got words out of it at least. Let's go outside. How do I leave this place? How do I get home from here though? Because like this just leads into the inner shrine. Lost Shrine, 3rd floor. Connects to the northern plains. So should I have stayed in the where I just was? What is this? This is the roof. Looks like the third floor connects to the northern plains, maybe? Yeah, what is this? Where am I right here when I go back in? This is third floor. Does this connect to the northern plains somehow? Doesn't lead anywhere. So I gotta go to the roof to get to the northern plains. Like every time I've exited the Lost Shrine, it's like it's automatically taking me outside, you know? I don't think I've ever had to exit back into the world from the shrine. So now I'm just like, how the fuck do I get out of here? That's the most annoying thing about this quest is like, I've done everything that's required of the quest. Now it's making me figure out how to get the fuck out. So I gotta use this to get somewhere. Right now I'm really annoyed that I have to do this quest. Bro, I was so excited. Oh, let's go to the temple, let's go to the shrine. Ferryman, take me to the shrine. I wish you never did. Because all I remember is like this takes you to the big room where you fight the bosses and whatnot. Oh. Off. I don't need that. This is what I remember. be able to take these ladders up, and that connects to the outside. I'm pretty sure that's right. Man, what a journey. We'll hopefully get out of here. Please, God. What the fuck? How do I get out of here? I have to go in the big room? The big room just leads to an altar. I could have swore. I was in the first floor and I didn't see a hole. I came in through a hole. But I was running around the first floor and I didn't see a hole. Alright, clearly this is... What the fuck? I gotta look up a YouTube video to drive me nuts. Because I looked on the first floor. I went, you saw me, chat, right? Like I went all around the entire first floor and I didn't see an exit. How...
About the Shadow Lord. Let's...
Shut up. How to leave Lost Shrine. No, that's not right. The damaged map. NieR Replicant. Apparently I'm the only idiot who has this problem because like there's no like obvious. They probably just, I assume this video is probably just gonna transition straight back to town. It does. Fuck, dude, why am I like so stupid? Why can't I figure this out? Like, if the exit is really on the first floor, I'll be almost pissed because I was on the first floor. I couldn't find a way out. Yeah, because I came in through a hole in the first floor. So I assumed that was how I would get out. But I circled the entire first floor and I couldn't find a way out. Like, all I found on the first floor was the big door that I can't open. Back on the first floor. These enemies are probably gonna spawn again. Where's the hole? Lost Shrine exterior. This way? No, because this is the door that I can't go through. Made it. Convi, if you know a way out of the lost shrine, please, for the love of God, how do I get out of this place? Because I did the side quests in the shrine, and now I have to get out, and I cannot find the exit for the life of me. I went through the entire interior. I went to the roof. Every time I've been to the lost shrine, the story has skipped me out of it into the exterior, and I cannot find this outside exit, the hole in the wall, for the life of me. Supposedly there's a hole in the wall. No, Convi. I went upstairs. What do you mean upstairs? I went upstairs. I went through all the rooms upstairs, and then it led to the door to the roof. Oh my God, these assholes, die! There should be blocks blocking the exit. I went that way, I thought. What do you do to the what do you do to the blocks? Because I didn't think you can move them. It didn't give me any action items to move them. I swear to God, I have to go upstairs again. I tried to move them. They didn't have any action icons attached to them. Oh my God, it's driving me insane. And I gotta fight all these bastards again, which I just fought. Sorry, I'm like crashing out a little bit because I'm just frustrated. Because I did the Lost Shrine all the way through. For the 10th time. And then every time you come back in, it just respawns all the enemies. I'm tired of fighting them. And then it forces you to go through all the rooms to get to the exit on the 3rd floor. And I did see on the map, it listed like 3rd floor, Lost Shrine, exit. I swear I could not move them. I went for the side quest called, what was it called? The damaged map. Go to the bottom floor near the elevator-like platform. Look for a large block crate. Hold on, 1st floor? So the 1st floor. Look for a large block or crate. Climb it and jump through the wall. Oh, Jesus Christ. That is so invisible. Man, that's annoying level design, I tell you. Wow. I went through the entire Lost Shrine trying to find that stupid goddamn hole. Fucking Yoko. I was like seriously losing it, chat. I was seriously losing it. Just for the most mid side quest, I'm sure.
Oh there.
Although it's supposed to be like, it's an important one, supposedly. Oh, Jesus. felt my blood pressure rising. Okay, lady.
Man, I'm bushed.
Hey, you're telling me, bro. Yeah, I finished the boat guy side quest. That was really good. That was crazy.
Well, we're all counting on you.
We did that on stream probably an hour and a half ago. That was a crazy side quest.
How'd it go?
We followed the map, but all we found was a pile of junk.
I see.
You're at a wedding, wow.
In that case, can I ask you to sell my jade hair ornament and purchase something shiny with the proceeds? Then we can give it to him and pretend that you found it.
You sure? This looks pretty valuable.
That's because it is. But if it keeps that idiot husband of mine home safe, then it's worth it.
Well, should we obey the wife's request and sell her jade hair ornament?
I assume so. Sure. Shit, now I'm not sure, chat. Should I sell it or should I keep it? I assume sell. Is there like a buff to it? I'm leaning towards sell. I'm gonna check Google. Should you sell or keep the hair ornament? NieR. Oh, it says it's better to keep the jade hair ornament rather than selling it. Keeping it leads to a better emotional outcome. Really? Wait, this kid impacts the endings? Oh, you get the weapon in either case. I'm gonna keep it then. Hopefully that's right.
Important to you, isn't it? Let me talk to your husband about giving up.
Sorry. Talk to your husband about giving up
You
on all
do
this
that?
treasure business.
All right, thank you.
All right, let's try it. Let's try it. I mean, yeah, we should. Yeah, fuck that. Rather than just like have him continually, rather than her selling something that means something to her, right?
Did you find it? Was there gold, or silver, or jewel-encrusted scepters with magnificent diamonds on every end?
It was rubbish. A large, worthless pile of trash.
Trash, huh? Damn. Still, I'm not gonna give up. I'll find another map, and I'll...
Perhaps you should stop being such a self-absorbed jackass and instead spare a single thought for the woman you married. That woman cares very much for your safety, and each time you trudge forth with dreams of avarice spinning round your insignificant mind,
Significant mind.
dies. Would you truly put her through such agony? Would you allow your greatest love to suffer so you can scratch at the earth for treasure like some headless barnyard hen?
I think that's enough, Vice.
No,
Look,
it's not.
Your
Keep
wife
going.
just wants you to be safe. Hell, she was willing to sell her hair ornament so you'd think I found something. That's how much she worries about you.
I didn't know. I honestly didn't know. Oh, honey, I've been such a fool.
It's all right, dear. I'm just glad you understand.
I've turned over a new leaf, friend. From now on, my life is devoted to my wife's happiness. Oh, but
Fucking
wait.
better be.
There's one more thing.
Look at that bus
Here.
right behind you.
This is the first map I ever found. Take it. I won't be needing it anymore.
This map's even more cryptic than the last one.
Yet I feel
Apparently this leads
confident
to
the
something.
rubbish it will lead us to is the same. Now come, we've little time to waste with such trifles.
Probably, but treasure hunting is all about believing in what's possible, Vice.
Such things are beyond even my comprehension.
We just yelled
Think of
at
it as
this
a
husband
game,
for
if that
doing the
helps.
thing that we're
Now
about
let's
to
go
do.
talk to Popola and see if she can help with the map.
All right, I'm gonna go talk to Popola, see what she says about the map, and then we'll probably call it for the day, because it is almost 7 o'clock. Well, it's 6:30. I'm hungry, and I do want to play some FF14 because I got to catch up on that and play the new patch. And I mean, I got back from LA, like I said, at midnight last night, and really haven't done anything since. Let's see. But I think it leads to a weapon, so it's important for unlocking all the endings.
Hey, I've got another map for you.
All right, let me take a look.
Here.
Well, the code on this is pretty tricky, but I think it's a map of the Northern Plains. It mentions something about the place where the Iron Bridge starts, but that's all I can make out. Sorry I can't be more help.
No, this is great, Popola. Thanks.
All right, so that's the map. That's where the Iron Bridge starts. It's actually kind of want to check that out now. Fuck it. It's in the Northern Plains. It's down by the, I think where we go to the junk heap. That's the only iron bridge I can think of. It's a lot of different starting points for this iron bridge, though. Oh. Is this it? No. Branch. Could even be up there too. Could be at the base. There's a lot to the Iron Bridge. Usually some enemies spawn down here too. Yep. It's not here. I don't think.
Looks like this is one of the pieces of cargo that...
Oh yeah, I need one of these. I needed that anyway.
I said I wouldn't look inside. Let's...
Oh damn it, I wanted to look inside.
Rifling through the possessions of others is a vulgar...
I did want to look inside though. Damn it. Alright, so... I checked pretty much everywhere I can here. I could check the opposite side of the Iron Bridge on the other side of this place. I technically didn't check over here, so I might as well. No, okay. Let's ride the boar. Wonder if that bridge enemy is gonna spawn. One that guards the bridge killed me in hard mode. Didn't. Okay. All these guys. Come on, Borson. This is other side. Oh, that looks like the treasure, or it's marked like such. Obtain the spear, Labyrinth Shout.
Wow.
It would appear this latest treasure map was the real thing.
Yeah, I'd say this is an ample reward.
Finally completed that quest. Okay. And what did I get exactly? I got a spear. Labyrinths. Oh, it's not even close to powerful. As powerful as the one I have. 168 attack power versus 384. So it's not even worth it, really. Only worth it for the fact that it helps me get the ending. What was the other quests? Search for the shade. Girl says the shade is definitely not near the northern gate or the hill to the west. Hill to the west. It's got to be the one that's over this way, right? It came over to the hill to the west once. There wasn't anything there. I assume that's the hill. I assume this is the hill to the west. There are shades spawning, but they're just regular, I would assume. You know what I could do? I could literally look up a video real quick. That's because I'm not sure where this wants me to go. Search for the shade. If it's nearby, I'll do it. Search for the shade.
Isn't much.
Yeah, where am I supposed to go exactly?
Oh, you.
Go to the hill to the west. Oh, in town. Which makes sense because it was seen in town. Hold on. Let me go do that real quick. I keep saying just one more. It's like Hamaguchi explaining the Queen's Blood. Just one more. Just one more. Just one more. It'll be fun. Just one more. Here I am, like a crackhead doing side quests, which everyone tells me not to do. Don't do the side quests. Fuck the side quests. But here I am, doing them. It's funny because I don't consider myself like super traditionally like completionist, you know? Not usually. Hill to the west. That hill up there. I forgot about this. I forgot this is connected to the town, technically. Oh.
There it is. That kid must have been trying to protect it.
A touching story, but humans and shades cannot coexist. We'd best defeat this monster while we can.
Agreed. It's
damn.
Let's go back to the client.
It's just a little shade. Just one singular tiny little shade.
Why did he have to die? What is this black scrawl anyway? Why does this only happen to us? Why?
I wonder if this villager is connected to the the soul of that shade. Maybe? That might have been completely separate, but who is the initial client? Is it the one outside the gate? Yeah.
Thanks so much. I was having trouble sleeping knowing there were shades in our very town.
Oh, that's it? Okay. Only 5,000 gold, too. Yeah, I do still wonder, though, if that shade was connected to the person that she's mourning. That would make some sense, and then also why the little girl might have been, protecting it. God, a part of me wants to sort of continue, but maybe I should call it.
That's the worst crash I ever.
Oh, that was a trailer. It is like 7 o'clock. I'll stop. A part of me, I could totally keep playing. But yeah, I'm gonna stop. All right, everybody. It was an eventful return back stream. Just want to make sure I'm like managing myself in some ways. But today was really cool. Oh man, I need to update this. Next stream will be Thursday. When is that exactly? Thursday the 7th. Thursday, May 7th. Happy birthday, Tifa, here on the little ending page. And you know what that means, because this is Thursday stream. Back to FF8. which I'm really looking forward to. I miss FF8. I want to go back to it and get back to it with you guys. Is there anybody I want to read into? Nobody's really on mine, at least that I know. You know what? I think I'm just gonna call it for the stream. So thank you so much, everyone, for hanging out and for such a long stream. Didn't feel long at all, but we did a whole bunch, and we'll continue more NieR next week, Thursday, FF8. I will see you all.